Preface. At the end of May 2020, I stared, sickened, at the footage of George Floyd being slowly choked to death by Minneapolis police. I marched in the first demonstrations in my hometown of London with thousands of protesters, most of whom were under the age of 25. At the end of the month, we gathered near the U.S. Embassy in the capital's southern borough of Battersea. Once again, there were several thousand of us, many with homemade placards in hand. The mood was angry, and we were not going anywhere. Police had formed a human barricade, leaving no way for us to reach the embassy. In front of me, about 20 meters from where I stood with hundreds of other mask-wearing demonstrators, there was a wall about 2 meters high. A young man, about 15, scrambled up the wall, helped by his friends. When he was finally standing, he turned matter-of-factly to the crowd sprawled below him. At first his words, shouted into the microphone of a small handheld megaphone, were difficult to hear due to the static and crackle of the machine. He repeated, "We shouldn't wait here, wasting our time. We need to march to Downing Street and confront the Prime Minister." There was a cheer, and the boy proceeded to clamber down, falling into waiting hands and arms. He and a convoy of his friends proceeded to the front of the protest, toward the road that would lead us out of the impasse. Following his instructions, the entire protest then marched to Westminster and Downing Street, the centre of the UK government. It was exhilarating to be led by a 15-year-old, who told us clearly what we needed to do. I thought of Walter Rodney and imagined the pleasure he would have felt witnessing the same scene, a pleasure no doubt tempered by frustration that, decades later, we were still fighting the same fight. However, more than anything else, the extraordinary Black Lives Matter movement would have thrilled and excited him. It would also have told him where he needed to be, where he always was, at the site of burgeoning rebellion. The Black Lives Matter movement has rippled across the globe, and its demand for justice and answers to decades-long violence and racism has resonated on every continent. Interviewed a few weeks before his murder in 1980, Rodney explained to the journalist Margaret Arkhurst that in Africa he was known as a historian, in Jamaica as a political figure, and in Guyana as a historian and politician. But Rodney did not link politics to personal power, nor did he see himself as a politician. Representing the most radical elements of the Working People's Alliance in Guyana, Rodney sought an empowerment of the poor and working class for themselves, by their own hand, and in their own name. He knew there could be no change that was lasting or desirable that did not come through the action and mobilizations of the poor themselves. As we gathered on that unseasonably warm day in May 2020, it would have delighted Rodney to see the crowd of protesters being led by a working-class teenager. Perhaps he would have seen himself in that child. And whatever the fate of the movement, he would have known its success depended on deepening popular involvement, until the global system of endless accumulation itself was challenged and overthrown. In a grainy film recording of a lecture that Rodney gave while he was living in the United States, he spoke of a crisis in the periphery, in reference to Africa and the Caribbean. He was a man of average height with a slim build. That day, he wore a leather jacket and sported a large afro. He was confident and spoke without notes, but there was not a shred of arrogance. On this occasion, he explained to the audience that a missing suitcase, which had his notes and books, had caused some delays. As Rodney began his lecture, he rarely dropped his eyes from the audience. The talk was characteristic of Rodney's approach. First, he unraveled the topic historically, providing a full panorama of the question. Only then would he reveal the contemporary predicament and the political and popular challenges it posed. 50 minutes into the lecture, Rodney turned his attention to the revelations that Egypt's president, Anwar el-Sadat, had recently been in France and Austria negotiating the export of their nuclear waste to Egypt. Rodney explained, "We know, those of us who are familiar with the pattern of life in this society, that capitalism in its drive for profit maximization has been totally oblivious of the effects on the environment. We know that capitalism has been killing the environment in the process of expanding capital. But the alienation which this has produced in the capitalist countries has at least sparked off the ecological movements, and now there is some resistance to the wanton development. In this country, in Germany, and Austria and France, etc., people are saying we refuse to have you planting nuclear waste in the soil when you know that you have no control over it for the next 2000 years. When you know that this is the most vicious form of pollution, and here is a foremost African head of state advancing spurious arguments that there is more space in Egypt and the substrata is more stable and he is contemplating doing some deal, so Egypt becomes the nuclear garbage heap of Europe. 1. Rodney paid particular attention to the role of the environment and ecology in his 1972 masterwork, How Europe Underdeveloped Africa, showing how many African societies, prior to the arrival of Europeans, had demonstrated a keen awareness of what he describes as the total ecology of society. This was, in his words, the soils, climate, animals, plants, and their multiple interrelationships too. When the colonialist invaded, catastrophe followed for human beings and the environment. A form of agriculture that had sustained complex societies and cultures for centuries was based on a keen understanding of soil potential, yet, in Rodney's words, when the colonialists started upsetting the thin topsoil, the result was disastrous. 3. Indeed, Rodney had a keen and historical sense of the complex interrelationship between human society, production, and the environment. For him, this total ecology was vital to sustaining human life and protecting nature. Predating the era of the climate emergency, Rodney's work remains remarkably prescient on this dimension. Completing the present study amid the global horror of the COVID-19 pandemic, a direct consequence of capitalism's destruction of the planet, has been a chastening experience. There can be few more lonely and dubious activities than sitting endlessly at the computer while people suffer and die. The pandemic has been driven by an economic system programmed to accumulate ceaselessly, no matter the consequences. After all, capitalism regards the natural environment as a product that can be bought and sold, and the increasing proliferation of viruses is intimately connected to food production and the profit margins of international businesses. As Rob Wallace, author of Big Farms Make Big Flu, has stated, anyone who aims to understand why viruses are becoming more dangerous must investigate the industrial model of agriculture and, more specifically, livestock production. Once contained, viruses are now trickling into livestock and human populations. Africa's political economy has spearheaded these developments, so, in Wallace's words, Ebola, Zika, the coronaviruses, yellow fever again, a variety of avian influenzas, and African swine fever in hogs are among the many pathogens making their way out of the most remote hinterlands into peri-urban loops, regional capitals, and ultimately onto the global travel network. 4. A world system that generates deadly viruses as a result of the climate emergency would be immediately recognizable to Rodney. Canadian activist and writer Naomi Klein wrote in 2019 that the economic system of limitless consumption and ecological depletion is at the heart of the climate crisis. Yet this is a story that begins, she argues, with people stolen from Africa and lands stolen from indigenous peoples, two practices of brutal expropriation that were so dizzyingly profitable that they generated the excess capital and power to launch the age of fossil fuel-led industrial revolution and with it the beginning of human-driven climate change. 5. It was the roots and branches of the system that Rodney sought to understand and transform in Guyana, and the world. Rodney was a Marxist for our time, a man who spent his life on political education, aware that it was only through careful and painstaking study that capitalism could be known and ultimately overthrown. Armed with this knowledge, he threw himself into efforts to change the world in Tanzania, Jamaica, and then, most remarkably, in his home of Guyana after 1974. He was a principal figure in an extraordinary period, moving through the Caribbean, Africa, and North America. He achieved a daring and exciting synthesis of Black power and Marxism. Today, the global uprising of the Black Lives Matter movement that exploded across the world in the summer of 2020 has challenged the deep roots of vicious oppression and exploitation, and it calls for us to return to Rodney's work and life for insights and answers. A world in which the monuments to the U.S. Confederacy, UK slave owners, and settler colonialism are crashing down at the hands of protesters would be familiar to Rodney. Yet it was the system behind these statues, and crimes, that was his ultimate target. Indeed, Rodney not only analyzed the historical roots of slavery and colonialism but also saw how capitalism had mutated and developed in the modern world. In Africa, Europe, the United States, and beyond, there can be no final reckoning with these legacies without a challenge to the global financial institutions and governments that remain in place. The profits of today's rich still drip with the blood and sweat of slavery and colonialism. In Rodney's practice, he attempted to show that a new kind of society could be built, but only if it was based on a sharp understanding of the past. Rodney's legacy. In recent years, there has been a flurry of brilliant books on Rodney. At the time of his murder in 1980, he was at the height of his powers as a revolutionary and thinker. He was also in the midst of drafting more than one book. One of these volumes, The Russian Revolution, A View from the Third World, was assembled only recently from copious notes Rodney had made in the early 1970s. 6 The Russian Revolution was a central event in the 20th century and, Rodney argued, in human history. Yet the Russian working class had been almost entirely wiped out in a civil war that the young Soviet state ostensibly won. In its place, there emerged a powerful bureaucracy centered around the Bolsheviks, which increasingly substituted itself for any notion of popular power. Survival of the state began to dominate all decision-making, and the very notion of socialism came to be defined not as the self-emancipation of the poor but as a state project of a communist party. Rodney's work demonstrates the breadth and depth of his reading. In his approach to research, every primary source had to be read, and he refused a hand-me-down approach to scholarship. As a consequence, Rodney's posthumous volume on the Russian Revolution spans Soviet historiography, a variety of political traditions and perspectives, and a full account of the revolution itself. One Marxist whom Rodney read with interest was Tony Cliff. Cliff believed that what had developed in the late 1920s in the Soviet Union was actually state capitalism. A small minority of the communist bureaucracy, he argued, had become a new ruling class who saw catching up with the capitalist countries as the Soviet Union's primary goal. Every decision was subservient to this aim, and every life was ultimately expendable in its pursuit. In Cliff's view, international allies, friendly states, and support for anti-colonial struggles flowed from this central preoccupation. 7. The principal export from the Soviet Union was not the revolutionary liberation of the early years of the Russian Revolution but its ugly and frequently grotesque opposite. State development, protection of industry and agriculture, and socialism in one country became the most important components for building a socialist society. Though there was enormous variety and complexity in this model, with divergent paths offered by Bulgaria, Yugoslavia, Moscow, or Peking, the project was essentially the same: state-led socialist development. There was no role for the independent self-activity of the working class, a central component of Marxism and liberation, and in the 1970s, Rodney's lodestar. Cliff added an additional level of analysis: in place of the working class's central role in anti-colonial revolutions or anti-capitalist uprisings in the Third World, another class takes its place. In the French and Belgian colonial world, this class was specifically defined as the évolus, literally, they evolved, as a class chosen by the late colonial administration to take up specific, minor responsibilities in the state. Many of those who went on to lead the independence struggle came from this social category in one way or another. Cliff saw this intelligentsia in the global South leading the revolution, with a distinct project and ambition. For those attracted by socialism, or what went by the name of socialism, it was to the model championed by the Soviet Union that they turned. For instance, Kwame Nkrumah and, to a lesser extent, Julius Kambarage Nyerere, the leaders of Ghana and Tanzania, respectively, both admired the autonomous development in the Soviet Union, a country that seemed to have propelled itself from feudalism to socialism in 2 or 3 decades. This in spite of the fact that neither considered themselves followers of the Soviet Union. In fact, Nyerere was quite anti-Soviet. The model for this new class was state development, led by an enlightened intelligentsia delivering emancipatory projects from above and directed by the state. The urban and rural working poor was entirely irrelevant to this model, a class that was expected to know its place, which was frequently inside state-sponsored trade union federations, where their interests were subservient to national development. Development had to be incubated in the national state, free of cross-border influence, and built up in the isolation of the nation-state. This analysis offers us the clearest explanation of how change in the colonial and early post-colonial world actually occurred, and the role of the petty bourgeois intelligentsia in this transformation. Rodney analyzed the behavior of this class in detail, and, in the 1970s, he became one of the most brilliant proponents of self-emancipation, elevating the activism of the working class and poor to the heart of any serious project of revolution. A number of prior studies on Rodney inform the present volume. A group of colleagues, including Jesse Benjamin, worked with his daughter, Asha Rodney, in the development of the new editions of Rodney's writings that have been republished by Verso.8. There have also been invaluable recent studies, including Amzat Bukhari Yabara's book, a detailed and passionate account of Rodney's life and work. Other works abound, including Rupert Lewis's vital 1998 biography, which brings to life Rodney's world, with his wife, Patricia, as a central part of the story. Karim Herji's brilliant analysis of Rodney's classic How Europe Underdeveloped Africa is another important volume and a passionate restatement of the book's relevance from someone who knew Walter as a friend, comrade, and teacher. A recent short biography by Chindachikwiudanma covers the major contours of Rodney's life in remarkable concision, providing a brief but incisive account of Rodney's life and activism. These sources are too numerous to list, though each has been invaluable. 9. This book is not intended as an academic contribution to the study of Rodney, as Patricia Rodney noted in 2019. Too numerous are academics who want to advance careers on the basis of her husband's writings. 10. My intention, rather, has been to write a detailed book on Rodney's entire life, with a focus on his revolutionary activism and work. The book is written in the context of the Black Lives Matter movement, responding to that movement's desire for theory, history, and practice. It is hoped that a full account of Rodney's life will help to elucidate our struggles to forge a new society. The book does not do everything, say all, or provide encyclopedic knowledge of Rodney's life and writings. For this, there are better places to turn. Instead, it attempts to put Rodney in his context, in Guyana, Jamaica, and Tanzania in the incredible, heady days of the late 1960s and early 1970s. I have depended on a range of sources and used extensively the archive of Rodney's papers at the Atlanta University Center's Robert W. Woodruff Library. What I hope emerges is a rich picture of Rodney and his world. Nevertheless, it remains a partial and incomplete one. Writing the book. To shake off lingering feelings of misery in the morning, I take a morning run or a cycle ride, normally no more than 20 minutes, as I am a lifetime asthmatic. I live by a small, pebbled beach in Kent, England, in an old fishing town called Whitstable. Increasingly, this town attracts day trippers from London, with many of the small late Victorian terrace houses bought up as second homes, while the full-time residents of the town are forced out by rising prices. I often cycle up Borstal Hill, the steep road that leads out of town. It is an exhausting climb, but this is what I need in the morning. Under leaden skies, I pant up the hill until I reach the cycle lane that runs along a main road to the coastal towns of Herne Bay and Margate. I pass a junk and antique yard with a mass of scattered goods on the roadside. Fluttering on a tall pole is the Union Jack, the national flag of the United Kingdom. Along the route back, the grassy edges of the road are carpeted with litter, disposable coffee cups, and food wrappers, thrown out by passing drivers and covered in the spring and summer by vegetation. With the onset of winter, the sea of rubbish is exposed as life is pared back and the trees and plants are laid bare. A campaign launched by the tabloids a few years ago called for a nationwide cleanup. However, Clean for the Queen was more or less entirely ignored, an indication of the place of the royal family in the country's heart. Recently, the Tory government has spoken about the glories of empire, and Prime Minister Boris Johnson, whose government has presided over the largely avoidable deaths of thousands during the COVID-19 pandemic, has spoken about the need to end a bout of self-recrimination and wetness about British history. With this comment, the Prime Minister was referring to the decision of the British Broadcasting Corporation, BBC, to play only the music, not the lyrics, of the jingoistic, imperialist songs Land of Hope and Glory and Rule Britannia, which are featured every year on the closing night of an 8-week summer festival of classical music known as the Proms. Indeed, the British ruling class continues to use patriotism to build popular support, even if it is no longer used to shore up a real empire, as it was in the 19th century and the first half of the last century. Nationalist ideology is essential to persuade us to pay taxes, fight in wars, and a lot more. As I cycle in the morning through a sea of half-buried rubbish and flags fluttering over pavement junk, I ponder how today's politicians continue to employ nationalist slogans, to speak of the glories of empire, to scapegoat asylum seekers, and to label refugees attempting to cross the English Channel only miles from where I exercise as an invasion. The racism of slavery and empire lives on. However, Global Britain, as it is called in some quarters, is an exhausted, second-rate power, an international rubbish dump of neoliberal politics and bigotry. The noise of the traffic as I cycle on the uneven path is loud. I slow down to let pedestrians pass, then make a sharp left turn onto an unpaved road that leads me back to town. Recently, even apparently left-wing politicians have spoken about how British patriotism can be wielded for progressive purposes. The history of slavery, death, and colonialism can somehow be repurposed. The island that profited richly from empire, slavery, and colonial occupation in Rodney's Guyana, for example, faces an environmental emergency, provoked by centuries of capitalist globalization, with staggering, even comical, blindness. To change this history, Rodney told us, we must do certain things. We must read and understand a history that has been silenced by academic and establishment historians, a key task. Indeed, much of Rodney's life was spent explaining, teaching from the bottom up literally, whether from an oil drum in Kingston's Trench Town, to students at the University of Dar es Salaam, or to workers and the poor across Guyana in the 1970s. Wherever he went, he talked, lectured, and taught. If there is ever a single purpose in any life, this was it for Rodney: education. In his books and speeches, he educated, to the highest and most exacting standards. But he did not do this purely for the sake of enlightenment. Rodney was a teacher who sought revolutionary change that he knew could only come from informed and grounded practice. Walter Rodney was a revolutionary socialist who understood, as he wrote in 1972, that the only great people among the unfree and the oppressed are those who struggle to destroy the oppressor. This is what he taught. Acknowledgements. Shortly before Walter Rodney published his groundbreaking 1972 book, How Europe Underdeveloped Africa, he received a note from his publisher expressing a certain nervousness. The publisher felt unequal to the task of judging the academic merits of Rodney's manuscript and wanted to send it for peer review. Rodney's response was swift and fierce. The main request, which you made, is that the manuscript should be passed on to an African historian, because you felt yourself unequal to the task of judging its worth as serious history. It is an ideological challenge. To pass it on to a serious bourgeois historian would be a sheer waste of time. The book, he explained, was aimed at secondary school students and working people. It was this audience, Rodney argued, who would judge whether it makes sense in the light of present conditions in Africa. I share his contempt for serious bourgeois academics, who stake everything on peer review, publication, and career progression. In a famous statement in his 1972 book, which came out without academic review, Rodney argued that unlike most acknowledgements, which indicate responsibility for all mistakes in the text is the author's own, he implicated his readers and comrades in the final manuscript in what, he states, is always a collective endeavor. In this spirit, I would like to incriminate a large number of friends and comrades who have helped me with this book, Peter Dwyer, Lee Wengraf, Chindachikwyudanma, Ian Burkle, Issa Shivji, Hannah Cross, Marjorie Mblinyi, Colin Stoneman, Jurgwi Gratz, Claire Smedley, Yao Graham, Reginald Klein-Cole, Hakeem Adi, Peter Lawrence, Marika Sherwood, Elisa Greco, Gabrielle Lynch, Jesse Benjamin, Janet Bajera, Ray Bush, and Anne Braithwaite. Further incrimination is owed to Ruby Abercrombie for her careful work and assistance on a late version of the manuscript. Colin Barker, who died as this book was being written, remains a continual presence and inspiration hovering over my shoulder. Yen Li endured my anxiety, and occasional jubilation, over the long, slow gestation of this book. In the final stages of revision, Sam Smith stepped in and deepened the color, clarity, and purpose of the book. Their own profound sympathy with Rodney's work, and revolutionary project, informed their careful and expert copy edit. The book was assisted enormously by a small grant from the Review of African Political Economy, which for a number of years has been my workplace, intellectual base, and political home. For fieldwork, I received funds from the Lipman and Miliband Trust, which supported a trip to Tanzania in 2018. This book would not have been possible without the extraordinary work and commitment of the Rodney family, especially Walter's wife, Patricia, and their children, Asha, Shaka, and Kananai. Their decades-long work in promoting and defending the legacy of Walter Rodney, fighting for justice while confronting the unending grief at their father and husband's assassination, is nothing short of remarkable. Patricia's patience with me with the innumerable mistakes in earlier drafts, and in her close, meticulous reading of countless versions of the manuscript has immeasurably improved the book and provided me with something I could not get elsewhere, an intimate sense of Walter as a loving father and husband who managed something that few of us ever achieve in life, a full and equal partnership with the people closest to us. As parents and activists, Patricia and Walter refused the tempting and dangerous division of life between home and politics. The children were involved in the couple's working lives and in Walter's political organizing and teaching, and they were never hidden away from a world that the couple wanted to see transformed. Through Patricia, I also experienced Walter's remarkable work discipline, attention to detail, and forensic focus on the task at hand. Each draft was carefully read and speedily returned to me with corrections and suggestions for further reading and deeper, more critical inquiry. Donald Rodney, Walter's brother, also read closely a draft of the book, and suggested sources and corrected details that only he could. His fight for justice, for his brother, the family, and himself, has been an inspiration. The astonishing archive, the Walter Rodney Papers, donated by the Rodney family to the Robert W. Woodruff Library of the Atlanta University Center, is an indispensable resource for students, activists, and researchers. The relentless and necessary pursuit of justice for Walter Rodney and the family, and the dedication to his legacy, the battle of memory over forgetting undertaken by Patricia, Asha, Shaka, Kananai, and Walter's brother Donald, is nothing short of astonishing and inspiring. The Walter Rodney Foundation, which the family established, is an invaluable resource in this battle. Tiffany Atwater Lee and Stacy S. Jones, staff at the archive in the Atlanta University Center, were expert and patient with my requests, in person and over email. For the enthusiasm, patience, and comradeship of Haymarket, especially Anthony Arnove, for his wise counsel, Rachel Cohen and Nisha Bolsey in coaxing the book to completion, and for remaining steadfast and long-suffering amid innumerable delays and excuses, I owe great thanks. I dedicate the book to my comrades Tunzak Williams, Janet Bajera, and Peter Lawrence for imparting something of the spirit of Tanzania in its hopeful heyday. Janet and Peter spent years in the country with Walter and Patricia, and have sustained their radicalism and politics through the years, perhaps because of what they lived through and experienced there. Finally, I hope this book is a useful resource for activists, students, and workers who want to plunge into the life and work of one of last century's greatest revolutionaries and historians, not to read history for its own sake, but as a tool to strengthen our movements and struggles in order to revolutionize the world today. Chapter 1. Beginnings. Born on March 23, 1942, to a working-class family in Georgetown, Guyana, Walter Anthony Rodney was the second of 6 children. Walter's father, Edward Percival, was a tailor who worked largely for himself. 1 However, when work was scarce, Edward would accept lower-paying work for a weekly wage at a small outlet in Georgetown. Walter's mother, Pauline, worked from home as a seamstress. In the 1940s, Guyanese society was divided between Indian and African, and black and white. As Walter would later recall, one interrelated with Indian families and with Indians at school, but there was little day-to-day contact with other groups. It was commonplace, among his African peers and neighbors, to accord an idealized status to those in the Indian community. You see those Indian students. They go to school and they go back home, and they help their parents. So, you must help your parents. He's studying hard. So, one must study. 2. Though this division was not always strict or again hostile, it would later become so. These racial fault lines had deep roots in Guyana's colonial past, a long history for which we must account before we can begin to understand the trajectory of Rodney's life and political development. Politics and economics in Rodney's Guyana. Since its very germination, Guyana had been structured to the demands of capitalism. Its primary exports were unprocessed raw materials ranging from sugar and rice to gold and bauxite. Sprawling sugar plantations, an instrument that would become a key area of study for Rodney, had long been a feature of Guyana's export-oriented economy. In contrast, bauxite, a rock with a high aluminum content, has been mined, and exported, for a little more than 100 years in the country. Established as a slave economy in the 17th century by the Dutch, the country saw successive occupations, including on the part of the French and eventually the British. There were numerous slave rebellions in the 19th century, the most famous of which took place in 1823, when the colony was known by its British name, Demerara Essequibo, later to be renamed British Guyana. Though it was eventually crushed, the rebellion saw thousands of slaves throw off their chains. It also made an indelible mark on the history of the territory by forcing an acceleration in the pace of abolition. When this was finally and formally accomplished 15 years later, in 1838, thousands of former slaves left their plantations, giving rise to an Afro-Guyanese peasant class. The appearance of this new working class served to undermine the planters' political power and the colony's economic activity, which remained, principally, the export of sugar from large plantations. Following the abolition of slavery, labor shortages forced the British authorities to source workers from other colonial possessions. Eventually, this led them to bring thousands of indentured workers to Guyana from India. Known as East Indians, many coming from eastern Uttar Pradesh, and a minority from the Tamil and Telugu-speaking regions in southern India, these laborers were transported to the Caribbean to work, ostensibly, for a finite number of years, where they were tied to planters. After their period of service, they were formally permitted to return to India with money saved from their work in the sugar fields. This was, however, a rare occurrence. Poverty and famine in British-occupied India drove the continuing trade in indentured labor, a form of unfree labor that bore many similarities to the recently abolished slavery. Indeed, unfree labor was a central pillar of the sugar plantation's profitability. The Caribbean activist and economist Clive Thomas, a close friend of Rodney, describes the fundamental role of the Caribbean in the new global economy. I don't think that we can easily forget that the Caribbean was the cradle of capitalism. We forged, through the plantation, and through slavery, through all of those experiences, the prototypical institutions. 3. In their nascency, these relations and means of production were, Thomas argues, cutting-edge transformations. Brutal and terrible though the plantation system was, it represented the birth of a new system built from the blood and bones of an entire people. Due to the shifting political economy of late 19th century British Guyana, sugar production gradually became less profitable, even though sugar exports continued to dominate production and exports until the 1880s. Plummeting cane sugar prices subsequently fueled a move to timber production, the cultivation of rice, and the mining of precious metals and gems. However, despite the best efforts of the scions of British Guyana's founding capitalist class, the exploitation of gold and diamond deposits in the colony remained a minor revenue stream. The political and economic landscape was dominated for generations by the London-based Booker Group of companies. By the late 19th century, its owners controlled most of the cane sugar plantations in the colony. By 1950, they held all but three. Leading the expansion and diversification of the economy in the 20th century, the Booker Group increasingly invested in rum, medicines, printing, marketing, and timber. Indeed, their monopolies and profits were so secure under the British colony that the country became known by the nickname Booker's Guiana. In sum, the company emblematized the modern-day efforts of an entrenched capitalist class to promote and profit from indentured labor. However, it was bauxite that became a larger and more important export in the 20th century, part of the country's primary product diversification. The need for bauxite, the raw material for producing aluminum, meant the country was the object of near-obsessive interest of northern countries, which increasingly depended on the metal for their development. During the US and European economic boom following the Second World War, the metal was used in armaments, airplane construction, and a host of other industries, such as cans, foils, kitchen utensils, window frames, and beer barrels. Among Guyana's bauxite customers, the United States was the most powerful of all, producing almost half of the world's aluminum. 4. US engagement escalated considerably during this era, and it would remain a powerful influence throughout the 20th century. Now the foremost and undisputed power in the Americas, the United States adopted an aggressive approach toward Guyana and its rich supply of bauxite. Without doubt, the post-war stance of the U.S. State Department was inflected by a fear of communist influence. However, there were also other, more pressing economic motivations. Uruguayan historian Eduardo Galeano, in his 1972 classic, Open Veins of Latin America, emphasized the political impact of U.S. intervention and the country's dependence on Guyana's bauxite. Minerals had much to do with the fall of Cheddi Jugun's socialist government, which at the end of 1964 had again won a majority of votes in what was then British Guyana. The CIA played a decisive role in Jugun's defeat. Arnold Zander, leader of the strike that served as a provocation and pretext to deny electoral victory to Jugun, afterward admitted publicly that his union had dollars rained upon it. The new regime, very Western and very Christian, guaranteed the Aluminum Company of America, Alcoa, against any danger to its interests in Guyana. It could continue tranquilly removing the bauxite and selling it to itself at the same price as in 1938, although the price of aluminum had since soared. The danger was indeed past. 5. U.S. involvement in the extraction and export of bauxite in Guyana dates to the beginning of the 20th century. In 1913, only a few years after the ore's discovery on the banks of the Demerara River, Alcoa President Arthur Vining Davis turned his attention to Guyanese reserves. Given the scarcity of bauxite in the United States, Alcoa was determined to capture as much of the ore as possible. Initially duping the British into thinking it was purchasing land for citrus plantations, by 1916 Alcoa had obtained access to the majority of the rich deposits along the Demerara. The same forces that had propelled Guyana and its Caribbean neighbors into the maelstrom of global capitalism in the 17th century, with the birth of the plantation system and slavery, now exposed the region once more to the iron laws of economic and imperial control, tying it to the production of raw materials for export. Ultimately, Walter Rodney would come to understand these historical shackles as the primary challenge facing the Guyanese people and would dedicate his life to confronting them. A Georgetown childhood. Walter's father, Edward, had traveled for work in the 1930s to Curaçao, a Dutch-held Caribbean island, off the coast of Venezuela, before joining the nationalist movement in Guyana led by union activist Cheddi Jugun. When Walter was 11 years old, his father encouraged him to participate in the 1953 election campaign, leafleting and canvassing for the People's Progressive Party, PPP. In fact, following the PPP's victory in 1953, Walter Rodney would be among the first batch of bright children from working-class homes to be selected for a new scholarship program initiated by the party. Rodney's schoolmate Rupert Roopnarine, who would later become a Guyanese politician, recalls, "You could not be at Queen's College at the time and not know of his skills at debating, his activities on the sports field, and his academics." 6. The Georgetown Secondary School was, at the time, exceptionally hierarchical, informally divided between the cart horses and the thoroughbreds, terms used by students. Walter was one of the school's talents. Founded in January 1950, the PPP was a merger of the British Guiana Labour Party, led by Forbes Burnham, and the Political Affairs Committee, led by Jugun. From its beginnings, the party was a remarkable formation, the first mass organization in the country, with an impressive multi-ethnic base and the support of workers and intellectuals. After the election in 1953, Jugun became chief minister. However, his reforms, regarded by some as too radical, provoked the fury of the British, who worried about the possibility that a revolution might be provoked. Walter's parents would sometimes host branch meetings at their home, and the party's activists were often coming and going. His father gave his son political tasks to carry out. "I was given the sort of humdrum task to distribute party manifestos," he recalls, "which one doesn't necessarily understand, but you come up against certain things." Thus, at the age of 11, Walter was already learning about popular politics, canvassing, leaflet distribution, and class. "Without knowing anything about class, I knew that there were certain kinds of Guyanese into whose yard we did not carry a PPP manifesto. You could tell from the kind of house or the shade or complexion of the lady reclining, sipping her tea, or whatever she may be doing." 7. This instinctual class feeling meant that he quickly understood the city, that is, he read its dynamics of wealth and politics. As such, he avoided houses with long drives but knocked confidently on those doors where you could go right up to the people. In this way, as a young boy, the struggle made sense to Walter. He felt it as children can in his gut. There was not a gender divide in political activity inside his home. "My mother," he records, "would walk far distances from our house to go to political meetings, perhaps carrying a little bench in hand so that ultimately she could sit down, since these meetings lasted for hours." 8. Walter not only studied, he excelled also at sport. It was not enough to be academically excellent, one had to be whole or complete, and that meant shining in a range of activities. He loved cricket and knew all about it. He could talk about its history and field and bowl impressively. He was also an athlete at school, a high jumper. As Roopnarine remembers, "In those days, we didn't see any great conflict in excelling academically and excelling at sports or going to parties. We lived quite fully." Walter led an extremely full life at school. He was an absolutely outstanding academic. He was a debater of rare quality. He was a sport person. He partied with the best of them. He was quite a dancer. 9. Rodney, however, was critical of the place and its teachings. There was training in what was called debating, which was to talk about nothing provided you said nothing as cleverly as possible and as entertaining as possible. Then you got full marks. If you said anything too substantial, your marks would come down. 10. Saying clever things as long as they meant nothing, a skill that was handed down to the secondary schools across British colonies. This form of public discussion, one that contemporaries of Rodney often celebrate, was in fact one of a number of devices used to herd and control political discussion. Master of the form though he may have been, Rodney was nonetheless scathing about its purposes. The desire for completeness of which Walter speaks, a refusal to be compartmentalized, lent itself to the development of a radical politics. All facets of life, he came to understand, were connected, and all skills were relevant to living in the world. Rodney seems to have excelled in all subjects, including science, literature, and languages. He took 2 languages at O-level, French and Spanish, and continued with Spanish to A-level, a language proficiency which would equip him for the archival work he would later pursue in Europe, as well as during public meetings of liberation movements in Dar es Salaam, for which he would sometimes provide Spanish translation. 11. Joining the school as a teacher in October 1955, Robert Bobby Moore encountered Walter. His peers enjoyed his self-confidence, which did not come with arrogance. They bonded with his sense of humor. They were impressed by how much reading he had done and how much of it he could quote from memory. On top of all that, his teachers were clearly taken with his writing, lucid, concise, questioning, and flavored with the Rodney wit. 12. Walter's passion for history was stirred by Moore in 1956, when he was 13 years old. At the time, the course syllabus focused almost entirely on the British Empire, starting with the 16th century and ending in the late 1940s. However, faculty and students had already caught on to the fact that changes to the history curriculum were taking place at the university in Kingston. Queens, they insisted, had to catch up. Moore explains. In 1957, there was no history textbook of the West Indies suitable for those lively teenagers of the upper fourth forms. A very scholarly history of the West Indies did come out that year, but its style was much too magisterial to ignite the interests of students in their mid-teens. After much reflection, I realized that the notes I made at Dr. Elsa Gouvea's lectures of 1953–54 at University of the West Indies would be the best temporary substitute for a textbook. She was a convinced West Indian, eager to witness the creation of a West Indian political entity. 13. Such radical improvisation captured the imagination of the students, and Walter, the keenest of all, suggested that Moore allow the students to type up his notes to create a text resource that could be distributed to every student. By this route, West African history found its way into the body and soul of Queen's curriculum. As we will see, Rodney spent much of his working and political life involved in such initiatives, curriculum development, as it is called today, in Jamaica and Tanzania. History was the essential tool in raising political consciousness. Walter grew up in an environment where slavery, the real history of the West Indies, was gradually, and hesitantly, becoming an urgent and legitimate scholarly topic. Other global issues were also beginning to influence students. After South Africa's formal introduction of apartheid, Moore's students raised questions. When he suggested that South Africa's apartheid amounted to a form of modern slavery, there was an aha moment across the class. 14. Seizing on the interest, Moore circulated Trevor Huddleston's critique of apartheid and slavery, Not for Your Comfort. When the book was returned to him, it was no longer a book but a series of chunks of print held together loosely by a bit of glues, but I knew that it existed in its entirety with the boys. 15. This prompted further revisions of the curriculum, so that the study of South Africa's apartheid became part of the new course on the history of slavery and its modern equivalents. The intellectual atmosphere at Queen's, pioneering a radical new agenda on history, meant that the school became a center of cultural and political activity for the whole city. Walter's tremendous skill as a debater was an important part of the school's reputation in the city. Moore explains, H's probing of the issues and mastery of words would draw audiences beyond the school. Teachers and senior public servants were among those who made Queen's their senior public activity during the school year. 16. For many, Walter was the attraction, and they would come simply to marvel at his control of argument and delivery. This early training while still a teenager equipped him for his work as a teacher and activist. Unlike an earlier generation of militant thinkers and activists, including Frantz Fanon in Martinique, C.L.R. James in Trinidad, and others in Africa, Rodney's path to socialism did not involve a sharp break. The PPP was already sympathetic to Marxism, and it was clear that they were endeavoring to create a new anti-capitalist society. By the time Rodney left Queen's and Georgetown, he had a keen sense of the politics from below as it appeared in popular and radical nationalist organizations, as well as in political meetings where speakers would reference socialism and speak of Karl Marx and Vladimir Lenin. There was never a barrier to surmount. Rodney explains, that's probably why my own development has been sort of very incremental. It didn't have to take a flying leap at some point over the unknown. 17. He was not required to leapfrog over a religious or moral belief system into the uncertainties beyond, as opposed to Fanon, for example, who had been devastated by the collapse of his moral universe in the Second World War. There were shifts and turns in Rodney's early life, but not breaks and ruptures. Strikes, coups, and colonialization. The emergence of these radical figures, and the PPP, came on the back of an almighty struggle of the working class in the 1940s. Interestingly, this struggle was frequently, indeed overwhelmingly, led by rank-and-file bauxite workers in the country's open-pit mines around the mining town, Linden 18, and against the established trade union bureaucracy. In A Powerful History of the Period, Odi Dakwamina writes that from the 1940s onwards, wildcat strikes throughout the industry have been the result of management's autocratic rule, on the one hand, and the union's oligarchic rule, on the other. 19. The rank-and-file movement, and worker-led groups, came together to provide leadership against the official union movement. One of these was the Manpower Citizens Association, MPCA, founded in Georgetown in 1937, which was brought into the mines after it had shown itself able to speak and advocate for workers on sugar plantations. The MPCA gathered support in opposition to the British Guiana Labour Union. The MPCA was put to the test between 1946 and 1947 with radical, escalating strikes and action across the mining region. In April 1947, a general strike was called in the mines over demands on pay and services for mine workers. The risks of an all-out strike were great to the thousands of workers, but perhaps no greater than those of the work itself. As one worker commented, "We felt no safer on the job than on the picket lines. We went to work every morning wondering if we would last the whole day. When we survived the day, we merely extended the anxieties to the following day." 20. After the 64-day general strike ended on June 16, 1947, two major mining companies agreed to implement recommendations, but they refused to re-employ the union's branch president and other executive members. The Demerara Bauxite Company, DEMBA, was then the largest of the country's two bauxite companies. Kwamina explains, again the response of the more militant sections of the workforce was very positive. If the company did not reinstate their leaders, they would return to the picket lines. 21. The threat of another strike was sufficient to ensure that the leaders of the mine workers were reinstated by the end of July. By 1950, the MPCA had won respect and recognition, and its branches came together to become the British Guiana Mine Workers Union, on independence renamed the Guiana Mine Workers Union. Wildcat strikes had established union recognition and set the scene for working-class militancy against a trade union bureaucracy that would continue through the 1960s and 1970s. The strikes also gave a major boost to the emergence of the Radical Nationalist Party, the PPP. In 1953, the British government executed what historian and journalist Mark Curtis refers to as a coup in British Guiana, which, at the time, had been permitted limited self-government. In short, the colonial authorities overthrew the Georgetown government, to which Chetty Jugun and the PPP had been elected on a pro-poor program of redistribution and economic transformation. The British interpreted these radical policies as an existential threat to their rule and economic interests, especially those of the Booker brothers, who controlled much of Guyana's economy and sugar plantations, an important export crop. The colonial government in Westminster therefore sent 700 troops to unseat Jugun's administration, claiming that his party was part of the international communist conspiracy in British Guiana. New elections were deemed too risky, given the likelihood that the PPP would be re-elected. Under a British edict, the PPP government was removed by force from office, and by the time fresh elections were held in 1957, the party, which had been, for a moment, a mass multi-ethnic movement, had split into two blocs, which now were pitted against each other in the elections. Jugun won the election, and the die was cast. Burnham's bloc abandoned the party and founded the People's National Congress, PNC, which sought the support of the Afro-Guyanese community, with the PPP left to represent the Indo-Guyanese. Brutal inter-ethnic violence would plague the next 2 decades, informing much of Rodney's political efforts to forge the unity of the Guyanese working poor. Nervous about Jugun's left-wing politics and convinced he was a communist, the United States helped compel the United Kingdom to campaign to expel the PPP government. Civil unrest followed colonial efforts to stir up divisions between the different communities, with many killed in 1962 and 1963 as anti-PPP rioting destroyed large parts of the capital of Georgetown. In 1963, what is often regarded as a second coup took place in Guyana, with blatant US and British involvement. Though in the 1964 elections the PPP won more seats, the PNC and the United Force, a conservative political party whose support base came from the country's Portuguese population, together were invited to form a government. In the dying days of British rule, Jugun was removed from office by Governor Richard Leo Zeilig. Independence came in 1966, and, in the elections 2 years later, the PNC, led by Burnham, won another disputed victory. The political scene was brutally scarred by ethnicity, even if Burnham announced, in 1970, a republic based on socialist values. Few believed the lies of the new apparently radical and non-aligned government. To Kingston. Walter's passion was history. Stimulated by Moore's encouragement and teaching, he became the president of the History Society at the school, as well as vice president of the Debating Society and editor of the school magazine, The Lictor. In 1960, at the age of 17, Rodney left Guyana for the first time to start a degree at the University of the West Indies, UWI. Like many colonial universities at the time, it was set up in 1948 as a satellite of the University of London, the apparent font of all learning and culture. Regarded as an elite institution training students who would become civil servants, politicians, and minor intellectuals, it was envisaged that the UWI would provide the West Indies with the cadre needed to run ex-colonial states. Initially, Walter thought of pursuing a career as a lawyer, and his father wanted him to be a diplomat. Finally, however, he decided to pursue his interest in history under the tutelage of Douglas Hall, Roy Augier, and Elsa Gouveia, whose lectures he had used to prepare an improvised book at Queen's. Though popular at university among both students and lecturers, Walter's spontaneity and his radical opinions, in a conservative environment, occasionally worked against him. Rodney's radicalism was clearly unpopular among some students who saw his increasing interest in the poor and marginalized in Jamaican society as a worrying sign, as seen in his 1962 loss in an election to join the Student Council. 23. Nevertheless, the university was changing, and Rodney absorbed the new mood. As he recalled in 1975, Tehe University had begun the nationalist pilgrimage. University faculty and students in disciplines such as history and in other fields such as economics, politics, and sociology had made the breakthrough against a purely externally oriented kind of syllabus. 24. This was a process that Rodney labeled the nationalist phenomenon, in which the people of the Caribbean could start seeing themselves as a nation, a collective, with the task of overturning a rotten and racist history. The faculty and program at UWI were helpful in this regard. They were at least raising the nationalist question, and by raising the nationalist question it ultimately pointed me, for instance, in the direction of Africa. From Caribbean history, from looking at the slave trade, one decided that one needed to understand slavery and understand the cultural background of Africa. 25. These were early days, and the connection between the Caribbean and Africa, automatic and obvious as it seems today, was still felt mainly at the intuitive level for Rodney. However, he was moving toward a deep and connected understanding of the people, politics, and history of the two regions. Rodney was not just a bookworm, he was also a young man who wanted to live fully. Arriving in Jamaica in 1960, he saw a society and people who were a breed apart, lively, dynamic, and energetic. He siphoned the spirit of the island into his work and life, and was changed by the island. His praise was high, for staying power, for sheer energy. Jamaican people seem to have us all beat. He saw rebellion cut deeply into the people's psychology. Jamaicans can curse more proficiently than any other Caribbean people, and I think this is a testimony to their combativeness. 26 He would later credit this energy and mettle for their ability to nip British racism in the bud. Jamaicans had a way of striking back that did not brook too much playing about. They would behave in what I used to think was an amazingly bellicose and provocative manner. And would take on a whole railway station if necessary, and would move forward to single out a white man, snatch him and hit him. 27 The Jamaicans had shown Rodney, as a university student, their cheeky, rebellious irreverence in the early 1960s, but he would see this again in the UK, and later in the 1960s when he returned to the island. In London, the Jamaican brothers were out there in the street defending the whole race, as it were. 28 People who could do this survive and resist in a hostile land, and run the entire transport, healthcare, and welfare system, were clearly people who had almost unlimited capacity for change. 29 Times were also changing, and it was not in Washington or London but in the countries of the global south where the new world would be made. Less than 250 miles away in Cuba, a revolution in 1959 had recently overturned the brutal US-backed puppet dictatorship led by President Fulgencio Batista. Walter watched these developments with keen interest. Declining an invitation to attend a meeting of the USSR-backed, Prague-based International Union of Students, IUS, in Moscow in June 1961, he instead undertook a tour of the Caribbean. Returning to Kingston, Walter was immediately on the radar of the Jamaican Intelligence Services, the Special Branch. Worried, they contacted their Guyanese counterparts to find out if they had a file on him in Georgetown. On a trip to Cuba in January 1962, the Jamaican security apparatus, who were now keeping close tabs on Walter, wrote with exaggerated imaginings that there is reason to believe that whilst in Cuba Rodney and his companions were visited in the hotel by Castro himself. When the group of 3 students returned to Kingston, they had with them, as the intelligence service recorded, a considerable amount of communist literature and subversive publications of the IUS, including Che Guevara's guerrilla warfare. The books were seized by customs and temporarily held. 30 In a student newsletter, a defiant Rodney denounced the authorities for seizing what was a quite innocuous gift from the Cubans. In a tone of panic, a brief in Rodney's intelligence file complained that he was consorting with students, most notably Colin A. Moore, a Guyanese and communist sympathizer, to form the Students' Democratic Party, the aim of which was to spread Marxism throughout the West Indies. 31 Interestingly, at about this time, in early 1962, Rodney, according to the intelligence files, made his first contact with the Rastafarians. Rodney's political agitation on campus also continued, undeterred by state surveillance, as the global development scholar Michael O. West writes, he tireless agitator threw in his lot with the working people. By May, Rodney was apparently attempting to instigate a strike of the subordinate staff of the UWI 32. In August 1962, Walter traveled to Leningrad to attend the annual meeting of the IUS that he had not been able to attend the previous year, flying first to Havana. Traveling over such an enormous distance to the Soviet Union, likely on board Czechoslovak State Airlines, CSA, which directly linked the island to the Soviet bloc by commercial aviation in 1961, was no mean feat, for it required refueling at multiple stops on the way, possibly in Conakry, Guinea, a newly independent West African state aligned to the Soviet Union, or in Prague. Passenger air travel was still the technological avant-garde in the early 1960s, and it was not until 1963 that there was a regular non-stop service from Havana to Moscow, which was still considered dangerous and involved refueling in Murmansk. In fact, an entire CIA file in August 1963 was dedicated to the opening of this route. Using these opportunities to travel far from the prying eyes of Jamaican censors, he continued to read the abundance of literature on the history of revolutions and socialist politics. These expensive international trips were facilitated by success at the university, winning the Student of the Year prize in 1962, for example, had awarded Rodney the funds for his extended trip to various islands throughout the Caribbean. Years later, Rodney would recall the impression that his visit to the Soviet Union had on him. I was struck on arrival at the airport by the physical demeanor and the social aspect of the people in the airport. They were workers and peasants, as far as I could see, who were flying on those 2104s to Moscow, to Leningrad, etc., as though they were using a bus. 33 There is some exaggeration in Rodney's account. By 1950, passenger air travel was only 1.4% of total passenger turnover, rising to almost 19% in 1987.34, but the country had pioneered one of first passenger jets in 1956, and the rate of expansion was rapid. By 1968, for example, air travel was possible to 3,500 cities and towns, 35, though the cost was still high and certainly out of reach for most workers and peasants. When Rodney traveled to the Soviet Union on tours organized or choreographed by friendship organizations, he was amazed, he explained, at the number of books they sell in the streets, on the pavement, all over. What is more, there did not seem to be such a sharp social division in cultural activities. Rodney was surprised to see ordinary people going to the Bolshoi Ballet. This was not the elite activity of the ruling class. Exaggerated though these observations might now appear, Rodney was also responding to the fact that the Soviet Union had emerged from semi-feudalism only a few decades before and now seemed to be at the vanguard of highly technical and complex development. If Rodney reacted to the sights and sounds of the Soviet Union with awe and surprise, in Cuba, a neighboring island in the Caribbean, the effect was one of inspiration. I got some insight at an early period into the tremendous excitement of the Cuban Revolution. This was 1960, just after the victory of the revolution. One has to live with the revolution to get its full impact, but the next best thing is to get there and see a people actually attempting to grapple with real problems of development. The Soviet Union had appeared settled and smooth to the young traveler. The revolution had taken place years before. However, Cuba still moved and throbbed to the beat of the transformation that had just taken place. The Cubans, Rodney recalls, were talking and bustling and running and jumping and really living the revolution in a way that was completely outside of anything that one could read anywhere or listen to or conceptualize in an island such as Jamaica, which is where I was still 36. Returning to the classroom in colonial-controlled Jamaica, Rodney confronted tutors and lecturers still steeped in the suffocating, self-obsessed tedium of academic privilege and superiority. Writing a term paper on Lenin and the Russian Revolution, Rodney observed that the founding Bolshevik was a man of doing, or practice, and, at the same time, intellectualizing a revolutionary intellectual as Rodney labeled him. For academia, there could be no greater insult. Rodney's tutor stated, "There is no such thing. One can be an intellectual or one can be revolutionary. You can't combine the two. The moment he moves into practical activity he must abandon intellectualism. To be chastised in the classroom, told or ordered onto the correct path, can work in exactly the opposite way it is intended." In this case, Rodney learned the lesson. I felt that somehow being a revolutionary intellectual might be a goal to which one might aspire, he recalls, for surely there was no real reason why one should remain in the academic world, and at the same time not be a revolutionary. 37. Rodney was exploring a world that was beginning to emerge from centuries of slavery and colonialism. Clive Yolanda Thomas, a comrade and friend, describes the period in terms of the possibilities and the sense of hope. We felt the world was really our oyster. So many people of our generation were motivated to do something toward the development of a more prosperous society, and certainly to re-establish dignity and development of the West Indian people. 38 None of these extraordinary trips alone made Rodney a Marxist, but they did constitute one of the little levers that pushed him further along the path. By mid-1963, Rodney was finishing his first degree, the first step toward an academic career. The intelligence report on Rodney recorded that from December 1962 to June 1963, he seems to have been politically inactive, probably because he was preparing for his finals. The file acknowledged Rodney's seriousness, a diligent and intelligent student, who graduated with first-class honors. After pausing to complete his studies, he quickly returned to activism as a sympathizer of the Young Socialist League, a left-wing grouping within the opposition People's National Party, PNP, whose objective, according to the intelligence file, was social revolution in Jamaica. It was non-violent. 39. The University of Guyana was ready to secure him a post, on condition that he continue his studies and obtain a higher degree. The Institute of Social and Economic Research at UWI offered him a short-term contract as an assistant researcher. However, Rodney decided to apply for a doctorate in the UK at Cambridge, Oxford, and Edinburgh, and, in last place, the School of Oriental and African Studies, SOAS, at the University of London. In an entry dated June 1964, his student record a document noting his academic progress from school to his completed bachelor's in history at UWI states. Walter Rodney entered the University College in October 1960 on an open scholarship. He was nominated for the Faculty of Arts Prize at the end of his first year. Awarded the BWIA Prize, a Student of the Year award sponsored by the British West Indian Airways as the outstanding second-year male student in the college. Walter's professor of history commented in the report, "Rodney is a first-class man. Intends to specialize in African history and has an excellent future before him in that field." 40. Studying in the UK must have seemed an obvious choice for Rodney. Still, he had no illusions. He knew that the UK had been the violent center of the slave trade, and that Europe was a center of the modern world of which he was already an astute critic. Moreover, Rodney's life in Kingston had not been solely about debate and academic study. While he was at the UWI, he had also started a relationship with Patricia Henry, who lived in Guyana and, quite soon after they met, left to study nursing in the UK in 1961. They kept in touch by letter, then resumed their relationship in London in 1963. Their life together soon began. A young historian in London. Walter arrived in the UK in September 1963, after a sea voyage on the Zolingen, part of the Hamburg-America line, which docked in Hamburg for a few days before going on to the UK. Arriving in the UK must have been exciting and disturbing. This was the country whose history of kings and queens he had been taught, where the school textbooks in Georgetown were written, and where the profits from the slave plantation of the New World had been amassed. The country had been transformed by the arrival of large numbers of Caribbean workers, recruited to work in an expanding welfare state that had emerged in the aftermath of the Second World War, which had ended only 18 years before. Between 1948 and 1970, almost 500,000 people left the West Indies to live in Britain, traveling on boat from more than 20 Caribbean islands. When Rodney arrived in the UK, there was already a considerable number of people who had recently arrived from Jamaica, Barbados, Trinidad, and Guyana. Many came to work for a short time and then returned home. Others had been recruited because the UK was chronically short of workers to run hospitals and an expanding transport system. Some were former soldiers from the West Indies who had fought in the Second World War. Some figures will serve to indicate what the country and London in particular would have felt like to a 21-year-old Guyanese student. Linda McDowell, a UK-based human geographer, writes, "From 1948, when the Empire Windrush arrived, until 1952, between 1,000 and 2,000 people from the Caribbean entered Britain each year, followed by a steady and rapid rise until 1957, when 42,000 migrants from the new Commonwealth, mainly from the Caribbean, entered. The numbers declined by almost a half in the two succeeding years, but by 1960 had increased again to 58,000, and then in 1961 more than doubled, in anticipation of the 1962 Commonwealth Immigrants Act that would restrict opportunities for entry. By 1961, according to the National Population Census, the number of people living in England and Wales who were born in the Caribbean was just over 161,000, 90,000 men and just over 71,000 women. 41. Many of these newly arrived workers were highly skilled and experienced, yet they faced immediate prejudice and were frequently consigned to menial positions, street cleaning, portering, and general laboring. McDowell, for example, reports that over half the men from the Caribbean initially accepted jobs with a lower status than their skills and experience qualified them for. 42 As demand for skilled labor increased through the 1950s, the UK's National Health Service became more aggressive in their recruitment strategy, sending managers and politicians to various islands of the Caribbean to employ trained nurses to come to the UK, offering some training to become nurses, an opportunity that Patricia had taken up. The process of recruitment in the Caribbean was fairly systematic. Across the UK's colonial empire in 1955, 16 had established recruitment agencies to supply candidates to travel to the UK, many of whom trained as nurses. As Marxist historian Peter Fryer wrote, in his magisterial history of black settlement in the UK, W-iling black hands drove tube trains, collected bus fares, emptied hospital patients' bedpans. 43. Contradictions were also rampant. For instance, in 1963 the Conservative Health Minister, Enoch Powell, who later led a racist campaign for tighter controls on immigration, was personally involved in a campaign to employ trained doctors and nurses from the former colonies, now increasingly part of the British Commonwealth. More than 18,000 were recruited from India and Pakistan alone. These were processes that involved the continued underdevelopment of the former colonies by the metropolitan power relationship that had been established over centuries of exploitation. Wealth, education, and expertise were systematically drained from the colonies in recruitment drives and publicity campaigns that spoke of a new life that could be led in the UK. For thousands, however, the reality was very different. One woman, who had come to the UK from the Caribbean in the 1950s to train as a nurse, recalled. "We were told to clean lockers and the beds, we were made to go and clean the wheelchairs and the commodes, we did a lot of menial jobs. When I first started coming in the country and was nursing, the older patient was not used to black people, so they were very nasty. They will take their things and throw at you or call you black and whatever and things like that." 44. Orchestrated racism whipped up by politicians and racist groups was also part of the welcome party for new arrivals. However, it was also a time of record levels of employment. With real wages rising by more than 25% between 1952 and 1962, the economy drew in thousands, which meant that the most menial jobs were left to the skilled workers arriving from the Caribbean and elsewhere. Most of those who arrived inclined toward the big cities, especially London, but also cities and towns in the north, like Bradford. 45. The reception of those who arrived was harsh and frequently brutal. Academic Ruth Brown writes that by 1964 virtually no member of Parliament in the House of Commons would speak out openly in favour of unrestricted immigration, and by the mid to late 1960s levels of immigration from the Commonwealth were down to virtually zero as a direct result of government legislation. 46. But what had changed? The UK economy was no longer as buoyant as it had been, and new arrivals became useful scapegoats for politicians. Increasingly, restrictions on immigration, supported by Tory and Labour politicians alike, came into force. Racist violence had been a serious threat to black communities across the country since the late 1940s. Even by the mid-1950s, white working-class teddy boys were organizing openly against newly arrived black families in the country. In addition, white working-class attitudes were exploited by Oswald Mosley's Union movement, a fascist organization with a long pedigree on the far right of the British political scene, and other explicitly racist groups, such as the White Defence League. Violent attacks and rioting by groups of racists marked the period, including a 1958 episode in Notting Hill when approximately 400 white people attacked a West Indian community in the area. 47. This was Rodney's welcome a divided and racist UK, full of prejudice and misinformation, but that offered a brilliant young scholar from Guyana opportunities to study in its most prestigious universities. The experience was simultaneously exhilarating and repellent. Walter explained in an interview his impressions of arriving in the UK in vivid detail. I was within the society which had dominated our way of thinking in the British Caribbean. It's the kind of experience which has to be lived to be understood, for it's very difficult to communicate to others. Probably the only people who have succeeded in some measure in communicating what it means to be a colonial going to the metropole have been novelists, because there is an emotive quality that must be conveyed by the artist. There are a host of emotions and fears, phobias and illusions and disillusionments that come from looking at that very, very cold society, the cold buildings, the cold people, the cold food, and everything else that one had to come up against. 48. To start with, it looked as though Rodney was heading for Oxford and Nuffield College. In the end, though, he opted for SOAS, in the centre of London's Bloomsbury district, an area of the city that is wealthy and cosmopolitan, with bookshops, high-end stores, and universities. Life in the metropolis. When Walter arrived in London, Patricia was already living in the city and studying nursing at the Royal Northern Hospital. She lived at a facility run by the hospital on Holloway Road. The couple passed much of their time in Islington, which was not the chic, upper-middle-class neighbourhood that it is today, in southeast London, a poor working-class borough of the city with a large African and Caribbean population. London was the only real choice for Walter. Indeed, life in the pretty, green university city of Oxford would have been stifling. When Walter arrived in London in 1963, he lived with Albert, known as Al, Parks in the South London district of Brockley. Walter and Al had been high school friends in Guyana, so it was natural for them to share an apartment. When Walter and Patricia got married in January 1965, they moved, with Al, to an apartment in Golders Green in North London. In London, there was life and action and communities and faces from around the world. Walter and Patricia were welcomed by friends along with Al Parks. They were reunited with the Jamaicans Richard Small and Orlando Patterson, their Guyanese friend Ewart Thomas, and several others. Rodney also immediately connected to his elder brother, Edward, or Eddie, whose birth name was Lawrence. Eddie had stowed away from Guyana at age 15, arriving in Liverpool as a minor. He was held at a Borstal, a youth detention centre. He later joined the Royal Air Force, then settled for a time in London. In the 2 years since Walter's arrival, his relationship with Patricia had blossomed, and Al served as a witness when they married on January 2, 1965. The couple's wedding was simple, with a few friends and then a meal. Somewhat unusual for the time, it was not held in a church. Walter's father approved, and Patricia did not mind remembering, years later, that Walter did not believe you had to go to church to do good things. 49. Patricia provides a vivid description of their lives together in London. Walter was extremely active politically and socially. The young couple attended debates and meetings at the already famous West African Students' Union, WASU, which was based in central London's Covent Garden. Formed in 1925 in London, the union was regarded as the training ground for nationalists and for several generations had welcomed students from West Africa and, increasingly, from the Caribbean. For some, WASU provided accommodation and financial support. However, it was principally not a welfare organization but a political and campaigning union. By the time Walter and Patricia started to attend its events, the union had already spent years denouncing colonial racism, forced labor, the expropriation of land, and the unequal relationship linking the colonial metropoles with their African and colonial dependencies. 50. In addition to these debates and meetings, Walter was a regular at Hyde Park Corner, where street speakers would discuss political issues to assembled crowds. This was not the London tourist attraction that it is today, nor a peculiar Cockney tradition of the city, but a real forum of debate and political discussion. Rodney's skills as a debater were perfect for this weekly street scene. He spoke on African and Caribbean politics, and racism in the UK and the United States. His passionate desire to speak from below, from the soapbox on the London streets or the oil drum in the Kingston slum, rather than in lofty debate chambers, university venues, or official government buildings, never left him. In 1975, Rodney described the atmosphere at these Hyde Park gatherings, and the mix of real debate and freaks. It was, of course, a place where a number of freak shows were also held, a place where things were said that weren't serious. But quite a number of West Indians did go there as a meeting place, as an expression that they were under pressure and they wanted to find ways of talking and dealing with their exploitation and racism. 51 This was a time, Rodney later recalled, when he was reading Marx extensively and had realized the urgency of relating to working people. Hyde Park was one of the forums where he could do this, speaking there for the 3 years he was in the UK, every summer from the time it got warm enough to speak until the time it was too cold to speak. 52. Patricia, describing her impressions of Walter, says that what attracted her to him was his simplicity. I think he was a very sincere person. I think he was a very attractive man. He was a very interesting person, a very intellectual person, but he did not behave in that way that most people who had higher education behaved. He wasn't arrogant, he was a very simple person who could talk about anything, could associate with any and everybody. He was always somebody who I felt very comfortable with, and I think we enjoyed a lot of the same things. He liked dancing, he liked music. 53. Throughout their life together, they shared the domestic work. When Patricia was working night shifts at the hospital, Walter would prepare the meal when he returned from the library. Though Patricia was the mainstay of the family, there was not a strict division of labor. Walter was a very good cook, Patricia recalled, and taught her a number of recipes. He loved Chinese food and he is very good at Chinese food. Coming from a large family, I didn't have to cook and I never had to cook, so really he did a lot of that. 54. Rodney was fully aware of how his experience, as a reasonably well-funded graduate student, was distinct from most Caribbean men and women, who were forced to scrape together a living at the bottom of an inhospitable and racist society. These contradictions he felt through his life as a scholarship student, as a PhD candidate in London, and then as a university lecturer in Tanzania. Simultaneously, in his political life and activism, Walter sought constantly to break down these barriers. In London, living with his friend Al, and then with Patricia, mixing with his friends in southeast London, he was never far from the realities of life for most black people in 1960s England. However, he felt the differences acutely when attending university seminars, socializing with other PhD researchers and lecturers, and traveling around Europe for his research. Reflecting on this period years later, he explained, "Here was I, as a young migrant if you like, part of a migrant community, but functioning in exactly the same way as most of my brothers and sisters who were worker migrants. They were directly involved in production. They had to deal with discrimination where it mattered, at the job and in getting a job, and having got the job they had to deal with discrimination in housing, which as a student, if you wanted to, you could avoid. In fact, though, I was living outside the university all the time, so that I did have a touch of what it meant to go to doors in answer to an advertisement and knock and be told that it was already taken once the landlady perceived the color of my face. 55. Consciously surrounding himself with real experiences and people, not the rarefied and privileged minorities at university. Even among other African and Caribbean students, Rodney immersed himself in the world of his brother Eddie, Al, who worked in London, and later in his wife's daily toil in a city hospital. Learning from Eddie and the political migrant life his brother led, Walter absorbed, in his words, from the mass of migrant workers. 56. He quickly became part of London's migrant working community. Indeed, this was perhaps the most important thing for him. Walter and Patricia took in a Guyanese woman, Ms. Duncan, who became a kind of adoptive mom to the couple, along with many other young Caribbean people living in the city. She was a caregiver for children and piece worker seamstress in London's sweating system, where workers would receive the materials to do the work in their own homes. Patricia recalls how important Ms. Duncan and Al were to the couple. Al was a major part of our life in London. He and Mom were witnesses at our civil wedding. 57. Toward a PhD in Bloomsbury. This cocktail of experiences, Rodney's life as a student, dedicated to his research and reading, and his permanent, Conscious jostle with the real experiences of migrant life in the UK drew him closer to Marxism as a lived practice, as opposed to a mere component in a course on political thought. As he remembered, for the first time, I realized that this was not just material within a course, or a segment within a totality of bourgeois knowledge, but that it had something fundamentally different to offer. Contemporaneous developments in the world also contributed to Rodney's intellectual work, specifically the transformational experiences in China. He explained the Chinese Revolution as having an important emotional appeal because it was a non-white country at a time when one's racial consciousness was very high. 58. The experience of trying to make it in a UK university, in a hostile city, was grueling, but Rodney survived. Indeed, the prejudice came quick and fast. As he enrolled at SOAS, the question was raised of whether he was suitably qualified to start a PhD, despite his first-class honors from the UWI, then known as the University College of the West Indies, UCWI. Until 1962, it was a branch, literally a college of the University of London, no different, theoretically, than any other college in London or elsewhere. But Rodney had come from the colonies, and to the deeply conservative staff at SOAS, UWI was merely a colonial outpost. The process of enrolling, never mind Rodney's glowing references, academic record, and extracurricular achievements, was arduous and humiliating, even though his student record from the UWI clearly stated that the college was in special relationship with the University of London, and its courses and examinations are of the same standard as those of London University. 59. The issue of his enrollment had to be debated, as he later recalled, he had to vindicate oneself. 60. The wider significance was not lost on Rodney. The colonial had to show that colonized people had the same capacity. The moment you go there, you're under that load, that you're not just you, but you are a representative of a whole people, who have been victimized, and who not only have been victimized but who are also regarded as agents of their own victimization. 61. SOAS, which had until recently been an openly colonial institution that was training officials in native affairs in Africa and the Orient, was still overwhelmingly bourgeois, without a hint of the creeping radicalism that had started to infect the London School of Economics in the period. For example, the institution was dripping in the defense of bourgeois ideology, as Rodney put it. He describes the Tuesday seminars as the most urbane seminar that you could think of, led by all these deans of knowledge on Africa, who had this tremendous flair for keeping everybody at a lower level. Even if one were an African or West Indian, and one wanted to talk about the questions in the seminar, they could dominate, partly because of their greater expertise and familiarity with the paper, and partly because they had been at this for a long time. 62. Shocking though this description is, 30 years later, when I myself studied at SOAS, the seminars held now on Friday afternoon were similarly august events, deeply hierarchical and often unpleasant in the time-honored manner of academic discussions. Seminars were full of senior scholars, as Rodney remembered, with a well-honed flair for keeping people in their place. If you wanted to leave intact, you either said nothing or spoke in deference to the scholarly hierarchy, citing the relevant literature and authorities. Rodney recalls how these authorities represented the outgrowth of centuries of an intellectual tradition. 63. Well-trained, disciplined, and frequently, though narrowly, bright, these pillars of the academic establishment were both a deadweight on learning and guardians of the correct scholarship. The history department, in Rodney's time, was led by Roland Oliver and John D. Fage, conservative Africanists typical of the period, though Fage moved to the University of Birmingham in 1963. 30 years later, it was Richard Farden and Graham Furness who played the same role as gatekeepers of the university's academic standards. It is one thing to experience the force of this world, as a white man in the 1990s, and be disgusted by it. For Rodney, 3 decades earlier and from the Caribbean, the impact was far more dramatic. Yet there was no one better equipped to deal with the experience than Rodney. He could have abandoned the misery of the weekly seminars, and shrunk away into his research, but he dealt with them differently, My own response was to try and cope with it, he explained. 64 He was helped in this determination by a sympathetic supervisor, Richard Gray, who had, as Rodney recorded, certain basic skills as well as integrity. Though he was a liberal bourgeois historian, Gray encouraged Rodney to develop his own view, while directing his research where necessary, including toward Italy and the archives held at the Vatican, where Gray had direct experience and expertise. On Gray's recommendation, Rodney was invited to be the keynote speaker at an event in February 1966 on African history, held at an adult education college in Buckinghamshire called Miss Enden Abbey. Lecturing on the early history of Africa, he was the only non-white speaker in the entire program. Following the weekend conference, he was praised in a letter from the organizer for his first-class lecture. This set the scene admirably for the weekend, and the splendid way in which you handled the discussion. 65. Quite soon after the two became student and supervisor, Gray sent typed letters to Walter, who was already visiting an archive in Lisbon, with brief feedback on a seminar paper his student was planning to present later that term. In the first of these, sent January 27, 1964, he writes of his student's PhD, "I had hoped that the paper would help to focus your ideas for the subject as a whole and act as an interim plan of campaign." He observes that the last time they met, only months after the PhD had begun, he was left with a vague impression of what the problem was that Walter was planning to deal with. In a subject so large as the one in which you are engaged, it is, I think, imperative to keep redefining in greater detail your major questions, and this is all the more important in a subject such as this where the evidence is so scattered and fragmentary. He encourages his student to jot down, once the seminar paper is done, the preliminary chapters and subheadings, highly tentative as they will be at this stage. He then urged Walter to target specific files in the archive in Lisbon with details of writers and documents he could consult, then concluded his letter, "You must be prepared to sift through a lot of irrelevant material to find your grains of gold." 66 He opened the second letter, sent February 4, by typing "Dear Walter," and then writes in pen, "May we drop formalities and please feel free to drop the Dr. G." Richard's letters to Walter are supportive and friendly, commenting on his student's seminar paper, which he liked very much indeed. He encourages his student to include ethnographic background, and, at the end of the short note, he queries Walter's use of the word native. Would not African, or the name of a tribe, be more appropriate? 67 All of this advice, thoughtful, and not overly directive, was sound research supervision. Additional funding for the research was provided by a grant from Senate House, the administrative centre of the University of London, which allocated the funds on the advice of the Central Research Funds Committee. Rodney was already well versed in the academic nightmare of applying for research funding for every trip or research expedition, not to mention extra expenses. This pattern of applications, deadlines, and submissions for funds was one that would continue, uninterrupted, for the rest of his life. The approval of the committee included £256, a little under $7,000 today, for travel to Spain, Portugal, and Italy, and additional maintenance and travel in these countries. 68. There was a habit of thoroughness playing by the rules that Rodney learned at SOAS. He recalled, "One had to master that because, if one didn't, it was as though one was speaking of sour grapes. One could never challenge them unless one was up to those criteria. In a way it was good thing, too, because even if some of the extensive reading was reading of useless material which, in the end, you found out was loaded and ideologically very hostile, nevertheless, it was an intellectual exercise, a mental exercise that lent discipline." 69. There were no shortcuts for Rodney, and he applied himself to mastering details in his work and encouraged, a few years later, his students to do the same. This rigor was necessary, he believed, to better take on the gatekeepers of the academic establishment, by challenging their hegemony over scholarship and learning. As Rodney understood it, one had to master the fundamental techniques of boxing: the jab, the uppercut, the cross, and the hook in order to knock out the opponent. Without this training, Rodney believed, you were simply leaving the ring in the hands of the enemy. However, Rodney argued, one had to establish a clear boundary. If it was not, there was the danger rife in academic life that a radical student would simply be transformed by the academy into yet another establishment scholar. According to him, the format in which you operate, the journals in which you publish, the language in which you express yourself, the people to whom you feel responsible for justifying this or that position, the books that you are called upon to review and so on, makes you a part of this bourgeois academic community. 70 Rodney saw SOAS as a training ground, on which much of his learning had to be rejected. However, this could only be accomplished on the basis of mastering the academic ropes in the first place. The game is to show that, after all, if one is in a given field, you must start with so and come down the line and pay your deference to each one of these authorities through your intellectual work. That is ultimately self-defeating, and in fact has quite clearly defeated a number of us who have entered this field. 71 Many more, Rodney admits, have been defeated by the field, failing to knock out the opponent in the academic ring. The main purpose of Walter's life in London was his PhD, and he dedicated himself to the research with his typical dedication and brilliance. Completed under circumstances that were far from straightforward, his research entailed intense study and archival work on the genealogy of the Portuguese slave trade in West Africa. Like many PhDs, the work and research initially suggested to him by his supervisor, Richard Gray, meant he had to visit archives, which in this case included ones in Lisbon, Seville, and Rome. He delved into old Portuguese manuscripts, the writings of friars of the Spanish Catholic Church, who carried out mission work in Africa, and the Vatican archives, where he examined records on the Jesuit missions to Guinea. Already proficient in Spanish, Rodney also learned to read Portuguese and Italian. Travel was not always straightforward for him, given that he was a black man from the Caribbean traveling to dictatorships in Spain and Portugal. However, because he was proficient in the country's languages, he was able to navigate them relatively easily. Of course, both Spain and Portugal had African colonies, and long, and brutal, histories with the continent. Therefore, black people were not uncommon in either of their capitals. Navigating the complex labyrinth of SOAS while trying to develop his own understanding of Marxism meant that Walter had to work out numerous concepts for himself, with little formal assistance. SOAS, at the time, was entirely devoid of radical scholars, or anyone seriously engaging with Marxism. The task, therefore, of reading Marxism by himself, and then attempting to apply it to the historical data, was painful. Nevertheless, on July 5, 1966, a few hours after the birth of his first child, Shaka, Walter became Dr. Rodney upon the successful defense of his dissertation, A History of the Upper Guinea Coast, 1545-1800. Completed in less than 3 years, the PhD was not published as a book until 1970. The text traces the history of a part of the West African coast from modern-day Gambia to Liberia, beginning from first contact with Hispano-Portuguese sailors in the mid-15th century. In 1965, Rodney described his research as covering the coastal areas between Gambia and Cape Mount, and seeking to reconstruct the society of that region, and to measure the impact of external forces acting from the interior and from the Atlantic. He continued, both the wide time span and the general nature of my inquiries have led me to reflect upon the Upper Guinea coast in the context of the whole West African littoral. 72. Rodney challenged contemporary scholarship on account of its cautious and conservative approach, and its imposition of colonial borders and frontiers on pre-colonial societies. The work traces the complex network of coastal societies prior to European contact, challenging still fashionable fallacies of primitive stateless coastal societies. In the text, Rodney also embraces the nuanced complexity of the evolving Afro-European trade, illustrating the shifts in African social formations as they were transformed, and deformed, by the slave trade. He emphasized that while the continent was fundamentally shaped by European contact, Africans were not simply passive observers of these processes. The complexity of the book and its nuanced reading of history, a debunking of colonial and academic myths that accorded Africans agency, showed the influence of Rodney's reading of Marxism on his research. However, 10 years after it was completed, he was clear that it was certainly not a strong statement of Marxian scholarship by any means. It was just strong enough, let's say, to upset some members of the establishment who perceived the direction in which I was trying to move. 73 The book is better than that, and it remains an exciting and important study today, a remarkable achievement for a piece of work written by a 24-year-old. All chapters in it are worthy of study, but perhaps the final one, Slave Trading, 1690-1800, is the most astonishing. It powerfully debunks myths current at the time, and still popular today, including the argument that the Atlantic trade was somehow built on pre-existing slavery in West Africa. This is nonsense, says Rodney. One comment notable in its way gives a sense of the shibboleths he was challenging in the book. Discussing traditional society, Rodney writes, "Far too often there has been a ready acceptance of reports on West Africa in the 18th and 19th centuries as representing certain timeless institutions, and it is even assumed that field studies of indigenous African societies in the 20th century disclose a fundamentally unchanged pattern." 74 This attitude is totally misleading. He explains all aspects of society, social, political and economic in West Africa, had become reorganized over the centuries of the Atlantic trade to secure a flow of slaves to the coast. For the purposes of the PhD, Rodney had managed to survive the bourgeois trapeze, delivering a work of serious, radical, and respectable scholarship to pass his exam, but also managing to say things that were in many ways groundbreaking. Nigel West-Moss, a scholar of Rodney, explains the power of the book's contribution, which rings out loudly even today. His analysis of the slave trade was significant for the manner in which he parted company with the method of European scholars who had tended, up to that point, to examine and measure the slave trade from the vantage point of its repercussions on Europe and the Americans. In direct contrast, Rodney's emphasis was clearly the impact of the slave trade on Africa, especially in the West Coast and interior. He dissected the ways in which these traditional African societies were weakened in economic, social, political, and cultural terms. 75. London's Marxists. In the story of Rodney's self-education as a Marxist in London, the Caribbean radical C.L.R. James played a significant role. Rodney found the political climate on the left in the UK inhospitable, remote, and not conducive. There was nothing on the English political scene as such that was helpful. 76 This is a harsh statement. The radical left was small, but vibrant. On the anti-Stalinist left, serious and important developments were taking a new and revolutionary direction as they attempted to chart a path between Maoism, Guevarism, and Stalinism. Yet these groups were minuscule, almost entirely white, and seemed extremely remote, even irrelevant to Rodney's political concerns. The tiny groups of the Trotskyist fringe, who were fairly unique in developing a thorough anti-Stalinist critique, offered little to this young radical from Guyana. In fact, these groups were lumped together in Rodney's mind as old Communist Party types. The official Communist Party of Great Britain, CPGB, at its peak in the 1940s, had a membership of almost 60,000. By the time of the 1956 crisis, after the Hungarian Revolution, it was only about half that figure. Indeed, the Hungarian Revolution was a shocking wake-up call for the left. The country was formerly communist and under Soviet influence, and the revolution, led by the militant working class and youth against the government, caused a deep and lasting period of soul-searching for the international left. The revolution was crushed by a Soviet intervention. By the mid-1960s, it had hemorrhaged membership, though its influence continued, especially in the unions and the labor left. The one or two young Trotskyite types Rodney did encounter appeared to him as pompous and ridiculous, particularly in their assertion that they constituted a movement. Rodney records that from then and until now 1975, I've always found it difficult to understand what Trotskyism is because I couldn't really get anything out of these people's positions. It tended to be inarticulate. It tended to be whimsical. It tended to be downright foolish on many questions. 77 For Rodney, the Trotskyist left in the UK would also have seemed overwhelmingly white, Eurocentric, and focused almost exclusively on questions that did not directly address his concerns, or those of the developing world and specifically the Caribbean and African world. Many members of the radical, anti-Stalinist left were lukewarm on Third World issues, unlike the CPGB, which had an Africa section under the leadership of Jack Wattis, who wrote a number of studies on the continent. The Soviet Union also had strong connections with some of the liberation movements, and members in the UK were active in anti-apartheid movements and other organizations. Prominent Communist Party members like Ruth First and Joe Slovo had settled in the UK in the 1960s. It is worth citing Rodney extensively on his experience of the left in the UK, both inside and outside the Communist Party, one that is hauntingly familiar to many who know the radical left then and now. All I knew was that I didn't want to be in some of these movements that were called Marxist, neither the Communist Party, which was old and effete with an average age, it seemed to me, of about 60 or 65, with most everybody there past working age, nor the Trotskyists, who were something else again, the result of a period of sectarianism that had gone on for decades. One would come across Trotskyist factions within which I found majority and minority elements. And then I heard about factions. And one would go to conferences and you would find that there was a faction comprising two people. They had been struggling and defending the truth for 30 years, since the 1930s, and of course, if one of them died, that would leave one person to guard the whole destiny of the human race by concentrating on this particular version of what was accurate. And often, as I said, it was just foolish. From any perspective it didn't make any sense. It certainly was not about struggle against capitalism. 78. However, remembering the period later, Rodney was careful to distinguish between Trotskyism, as it presented itself to him the mid-1960s in the UK, and Trotsky's role in the Russian Revolution. More on this will be said later, but Rodney had high praise of Leon Trotsky's historical involvement in the revolution, as well as his towering history of the Russian Revolution. In his later writings, Rodney touches on an even more uncomfortable truth about the period and its left politics. He found the small groups remote and obscure, removed from the realities of working-class life and people. The left appeared to him divided and sectarian, in spite of serious efforts and developments that were underway. Of course, many of these would have been difficult to see from the vantage of the early and mid-1960s. Small groups like the International Socialists, formerly the Socialist Review Group, were unorthodox Trotskyists who had broken, under their leading figure, the Jewish Palestinian Tony Cliff, with the sectarianism of the Trotskyite left that Rodney caricatures. The group developed an important part of their politics from an analysis of the anti-colonial movements and the role of class and organization in the Third World. They did not simply beat the drum of Third World revolutions in Cuba and parts of Africa and Vietnam, but attempted to understand and unpick what they characterized as deflected movements, led by a petty bourgeois elite. Yet during Rodney's relatively short sojourn in the UK in the 1960s, the group was small enough that it would have been difficult, though not impossible, to glimpse their activities. Until the mid-1960s, there were between 200 and 300 members in the International Socialists, and its base was not so much students as Labour Party Young Socialists, mainly non-student, white-collar workers. It did, however, have a relatively high profile on account of its publication of the youth paper Young Guard, which had a certain impact in the Labour Party. 79 In fact, some of their class analysis and critiques of the early post-colonial experiments in socialism were remarkably similar to ones that Rodney developed himself over the next 15 years. When it came to the part of the left that surrounded the New Left Review, NLR, a publication set up in the aftermath of the Hungarian Revolution by former Communist Party intellectuals, Rodney was scathing. From my brief meetings with some of them and my readings of their materials, he recalled, my impression was that they tended to be very facile, within a tradition of attempting to be clever. The idea was who could put forth clever formulations, that such individuals were arrogant and Pretentious may well be true. But the NLR did publish some important work on Africa that would have been relevant to Rodney's concerns, not least Tom Wengraf and Roger Murray's important article on Algeria in 1963, or Perry Anderson's work on Portugal and its colonies. The NLR also had links to the so-called African Research and Publications Bureau, run by a Tanzanian exile Dennis Fambia. Yet, Rodney argued, in none of these groups were there any serious efforts to mobilize workers or to address the situation of migrants. Running through Rodney's criticism of the far left in the UK at the time is a far more unpleasant fact. In his contact with activists, the NLR intellectuals at the London School of Economics, or Trotskyist students, he later described his relationship with them as upsetting. Behind the politics and declarations, he found a latent racism, as he recorded, sometimes coming in paternalism, sometimes coming out in hostile manifestations. 81. This amounted, Rodney noted, to a complete lack of curiosity and respect, and an inability to listen to someone from the Caribbean, and from a British colony, for his insights into political developments. Instead, Rodney encountered the habit of interrupting, belittling, and talking over with supposedly superior formulations and cleverer perspectives. Anti-racism, Rodney knew, had to do not simply with taking the correct position but also with the directness with which one-to-one relationships were conducted. Beneath the surface, Rodney detected hostility and even racism on the radical left. Many of the radical left in the UK at the time had grown up with a whole set of imperialist assumptions, and they did not recognize just how deeply rooted they were. However, Walter did find a political home on the British left that was more conducive. The extraordinary Caribbean intellectual and revolutionary C.L.R. James had returned to the UK and was living in London with his wife, the writer Selma James. James was a towering figure. A Marxist of astonishing erudition, he had been a supporter of Trotsky in the 1930s and visited him in exile in Mexico City in 1939. Later, he was a champion of the Ghanaian Revolution led by Kwame Nkrumah in 1957. He was widely known as an editor and activist in Trinidad and a historian of the Haitian Revolution. One comrade and friend of James, Ajit Mukherjee Roy, wrote of James in the 1930s. I had rarely come across a finer political polemicist than C.L.R. James. His attacks on Stalinism were absolutely devastating. He was then thinking in terms of building an independent Trotskyist party. I joined him readily. There was no doubt in my mind that all we had to do was to start with a clean slate. We had the answer to all the problems. 82. When Rodney met James, he was a man in his 60s but still strong, tall, athletic. He too had been a keen cricketer, and he had just published a book on the sport, Beyond a Boundary. James was always elegantly turned out. The effect of meeting him for the first time must have been electrifying on Walter. Rodney had already read James's book The Black Jacobins, on the Haitian Revolution of 1791 to 1804, while in Jamaica, and its impact had been profound. One could recognize oneself in that history. One could feel with it. The Black Jacobins, which was about black people involved in revolution, involved in making choices, involved in real movements of history, in which there were splits and some people fell by the wayside. 83. James's influence on a radicalizing Caribbean was immense, and Walter felt his presence long before they actually met. James exercised a sort of model image for many young West Indian progressives. Again, and even before one had fully come to terms with the question of Marxist ideology, he did stand out. It was as simple as that. 84. Curiously, C.L.R. had a reputation as a prominent Marxist and, former, Trotskyist, a fact that was not missed on Walter. By 1963, the Jameses were in London, though still traveling back and forth to the Caribbean. For 2 or 3 years, Walter was a dedicated member of a study group organized around the presence of the couple. Meeting regularly, the group gave him the chance to do the studying and reading that was not taught or encouraged at SOAS. As he explained, it helped him to acquire a knowledge of Marxism, a more precise understanding of the Russian Revolution, and of Historical Formations 85 run by Richard Small and Norman Girvan. The study group was organized around CLR and Selma and held in North London. The group focused specifically on West Indian students in the city. The requirements were considerable, with occasional papers prepared by members of the group, and a substantial range of readings that extended beyond Marx, to include Hegel, Heidegger, and many others. The group was fortunate to have CLR as its guiding influence, but also for not having a strict political or party line to enforce. There was no encouragement to learn quotes or memorize passages as you might do in a Bible study group or in another left-wing reading group. The aim was, rather, to be immersed in the history and method of Marxism. Through his participation in the group, CLR James gave Rodney a full historical understanding of Marxism, explaining that it was not enough to study Lenin's State and Revolution. It was important to understand why it was written and what was going on in Russia at that precise point in time. 86 With James at the service of the group, this vital, indispensable context, the historical situation, was always at hand. After all, here was a man who had met one of the leading revolutionaries of the Russian Revolution. At a public meeting called for the 50th anniversary of the Russian Revolution in London in October 1967, James remarked on the Trotskyist movement in the 1930s. At that time in the Trotskyist movement I more or less was the third world. 87. During their meetings, James ensured that Marxist theory, the focus of the group, was tightly threaded with history, without which he believed it would be unmoored and rootless. He would often interrupt the discussion to provide historical details to the group or to explain where a polemic had originated. As Rodney recalled, James would explain, "His is what Lenin was about, this is what Trotsky was doing, he had just come from this conference or this debate, or this was his specific programmatic objective when he was writing," and so on. 88. Reflecting in 1980 on this time, James remarked on the differences between the generations that had come from the Caribbean. The foundations of analysis in the 1960s, he argued, had already been built by a former generation that included Aimé Césaire, George Padmar, W.E.B. Du Bois, and Frantz Fanon, whose work Rodney would come to admire greatly. James, too, was a representative of this group. As James wrote, W.E. had to fight the doctrines of the imperialist powers in order to establish some Caribbean foundation or foundations for the underdeveloped peoples. Walter did not have to do that. Walter grew up in an atmosphere where for the first time a generation of West Indian intellectuals was able, not only to study the revolutionary and creative works that had been created in Europe, but also to benefit from and be master of what had been done in the same tradition in direct reference to the Caribbean. 89. These foundations were central to who Rodney could become, and how he was able to quickly access a body of political work that asserted the history and politics of the Caribbean, written by its colonial subjects. As James described, to be born in 1942, Rodney's birth year, was to have behind you a whole body of work dealing in the best way with the emerging situation in the Caribbean and the colonial world. That was Walter Rodney. He grew up in the world, where Nkrumah succeeded in securing independence for the Gold Coast and establishing Ghana, then a little later Nyerere did so for Tanganyika, which united with Zanzibar to become Tanzania. Walter had an upbringing and development which many of you cannot quite appreciate, because to you it is natural. To him, it was not, it was something new. That is why when he completed his studies, he was able to build on these foundations. The work that had been necessary to motivate him to study Africa and the Caribbean had been done already. That is an aspect of the importance of the personality and particular politics of Walter Rodney. 90. There might be some exaggeration in James's formulation, though. Rodney and his classmates in Guyana were, after all, forced to fashion for themselves a course on slavery and history in the Caribbean. However, many of these foundations were taught in London, and James was central to that pedagogy. Rodney would soon become a pioneer in his own work, contributing in ways that James could not have predicted. Selma James was an impressive figure. An American, she was a Marxist, feminist, an activist with many years' experience. While Selma was almost 30 years her husband's junior, she was nevertheless an intellectual force to be reckoned with, and this was abundantly apparent in the group's meetings. She was proud, forceful, opinionated, and sharp-witted, a sort of personality quite unfamiliar to Walter and the other students. Walter explained that she would take a ridiculous position, and when she was finished indicated why it was foolish. One had very little doubt about its foolishness. She did, along with CLR, exemplify the power of Marxist thought. 91 One could not go into a discussion with the Jameses ill-prepared or take a position of a leading bourgeois critic and expect to get away with it. The group had a lasting influence on Rodney's work, as well as his own study and appreciation of Marxism. He went on to run similar study groups with students in Tanzania and Guyana. CLR James was also an influence on Walter in another respect. By the time the men met, James was a proven public intellectual. He readily addressed not only large crowds, such as at the end of a demonstration in Trafalgar Square, but also small groups of Caribbean students in the kitchens and living rooms of the capital. Even as an old man, James was ready to get his hands dirty in the daily nitty-gritty of building cotters among Caribbean and working-class youth. 92 Rodney noted, in the mid-1970s, that James has become a model of the possibilities of retaining one's intellectual and ideological integrity over a protracted period of time. In other words, I've always said to myself that I hope that at his age, if I'm around, I will still have some credibility as a progressive, that people wouldn't look around and say, this used to be a revolutionary. 93. Heading south. Walter and Patricia had a plan, but, like all plans, it came with interruptions and unforeseen circumstances. The couple were on a temporary stay in the UK, while Walter completed his studies. When this was done, they would return to the Caribbean and eventually to their home in Guyana. Nothing in the UK disabused them of this plan. The politics, climate, and life were meager in comparison. Walter was clear from the start that his commitment was to Guyana and the Caribbean, where his political heart and duty resided. He felt the pull of responsibility to a society and people who had facilitated his study, travel, and privileges, while most of the population remained impoverished. Initially, the couple envisaged working for a time in West Africa before returning to the Caribbean and the University of the West Indies, in Rodney's words, to teach African history and to relate to our people on the African question. Specifically, he notes, I was returning to the Caribbean by way of Africa. 94 At the encouragement of his supervisor, Richard Gray, in November 1965 Walter wrote to Professor Terence Ranger, head of history at the University of Dar es Salaam, about an appointment as lecturer in West African history. He explained that he was only seeking a temporary post at the Tanzanian University, on account of his commitments to the University of the West Indies, which meant that he needed to return to Jamaica in October 1967 to start a program in West African Studies. 95 In a letter dated March 14, Ranger wrote, I am glad to be able to inform you at last that you are offered a post as lecturer in history here in Dar es Salaam. In this instance you will be offered an 18-month period of appointment. Once more, Walter made a move between the University of London's affiliated colleges, from Jamaica to London and on to Tanzania. The University College Dar es Salaam, too, was an affiliate, through the University of East Africa. The college paid the airfares of the young family and provided accommodation on campus. They encouraged him to travel at the start of July shortly after the formal completion of his PhD for the start of the academic year in Dar es Salaam. In a welcoming tone, Ranger suggested the new lecturer take advantage of your time in East Africa to attend the specialist East African lectures and seminars and to add an East African expertise to your West African. He concluded the letter, may I again say how pleased I am that we shall be seeing you. 96. Rodney's appointment in Tanzania was to be brief, only 18 months, after which the family would return to the West Indies. Chapter 2. Socialist Africa or African Socialism. Walter and his small family, Patricia and Shaka, arrived in Tanzania at different times. Walter left for Dar es Salaam a week after the couple's son, Shaka, was born. As Patricia recalls, Walter had sent a telegram to his uncle Henry stating, "Shaka and PhD received on the same day, June 5. Patricia and their son joined him 3 weeks after Walter had left, traveling with N, Ms. Duncan's youngest daughter, aged 7. There was no time for family travel or a holiday, or even to take stock. He had been given clear instructions to begin work at the start of July, in preparation for the beginning of the academic year." As Patricia describes her first impressions of the country, "Tanzania immediately entered my soul." The country had been independent for only 5 years and bore all the contradictions of decolonization. A year after official flag independence, on December 9, 1962, Tanganyika became a republic, with Julius Nyerere as president. From 1954, Nyerere had run the Tanganyika African National Union, TANU, whose principal objective was national sovereignty and independence from the British. He became prime minister in 1961, and president a year later. Nyerere, a scholar famous for his writings on African socialism, cut an impressive profile. Less known, though, were his Kiswahili translations of Julius Caesar and The Merchant of Venice for Oxford University Press. He was an African socialist who promoted the ideology of ujamaa, familyhood in Swahili, rather than Marxism-Leninism. He had studied at Makerere College in Uganda, then at Edinburgh University in the United Kingdom. A slight man with a high forehead and an ever-present stamp-sized mustache, he was always elegantly dressed, charming, and focused. Like many other new leaders of independent African countries, he presided over a nominally independent state, a contradiction in terms, to say the least. At the time, Tanganyika still depended on the British to purchase its exports of sisal, gold, coffee, cashew nuts, and cotton. The supply chains where the exports went and how were all tied to the former colonial state, its companies, businesses, and agents. Point 2. The early years of the new state had been stormy, and at times its very existence was in peril. In 1963, a disputed election on the island of Zanzibar off the coast of Tanzania's capital, Dar es Salaam, led to an uprising in January 1964 that overthrew the Arab dynasty, which had long claimed the island as theirs. Initially, the revolutionaries' actions were met with horror by the former colonial power, which threatened to intervene. In the end, however, the island united with the mainland, and on October 29, 1964, the country, which now included Zanzibar, was renamed the United Republic of Tanzania. Only a few years after its independence, the country faced another crisis. On January 19, 1964, a mutiny broke out among the Tanganyika Rifle soldiers known as the Dar Mutiny against their overwhelmingly white officers, which was crushed by British military forces who were ordered in by the president. The soldiers were clear about their demands: a substantial pay rise, the immediate dismissal of all the British officers, and assurances of no subsequent victimization of the mutineers. Similar anger was spilling over in other newly independent countries, expressing the slow pace of change, the frustrations at the continuity of colonial power on the continent, and continued massive inequality. The mutiny in July 1960 in Congo's capital, which helped to unravel the country's newly won independence, would have been present in Nyerere's mind. In the first decade of independence, new governments would call in the ex-colonial power to establish order from insurgent populations in Senegal, Gabon, and the Congo, for example. Even in Ghana, which was led by the militant father of African independence, Kwame Nkrumah, Britain had left officials in charge of the army. By October 1964, Tanzania declared itself committed to socialist development. In proclaiming its socialism, the new country was not particularly original. For decades, varieties of socialism had dominated the political scene around the world, and especially among anti-colonial activists and movements. Whether these movements were Maoist proclaiming loyalty to the Chinese Communist Party or saw in the Soviet Union's rapid industrialization a model for Africa's own development, or even if these new governments did not align themselves explicitly to a communist bloc, the influence of Marxist ideas and models was overwhelming. There were important differences, and these were frequently fought over. At the same time, some neighboring states rejected all association with socialism in the 1960s, for example, Kenya. In the early period of independence, the ideas of African socialism were increasingly celebrated. They were seen as promising an authentic path to development based on the continent's supposed historical predilection to socialism or communalism. Kwame Nkrumah in Ghana, Tom Mboya in Kenya, and Julius Nyerere all presented their own versions of African socialism. Mboya, a trade unionist and leading nationalist, noted in 1963, African socialism has an entirely different history from European socialism. There is no such division into classes in Africa. So there is no need in Africa to argue over ideology or define your actions in terms of doctrinaire theories. 3. Such ideas were unsurprising, given the centuries of imperial and colonial control, in contrast to which proponents of African socialism declared the continent to have its own rich history that would determine its future development. But in the eyes of many, the ideas of African socialism, varied and nuanced as they were, quickly took the form of state ideologies that denied the blindingly obvious, that the continent was deeply and irrevocably divided by class and dominated by capitalism. Nkrumah and Nyerere, with different emphasis in the early 1960s, proclaimed a socialist and humanist pre-colonial Africa. Nyerere's socialism, Ujamaa, essentially appealed to Africa's egalitarian past as a model for future development while proclaiming a socialist system of village cooperatives and nationalization of foreign capitalist activity. Across the continent, Africa's apparent classless past was celebrated by states eager to control a chaotic and class-ridden present. Ujamaa would not enter widespread public discourse until 1967. Until then, Nyerere's socialism remained less well-defined and was certainly not acted on. When Rodney arrived in Tanzania on July 12, 1966, important and varied political changes had already taken place on the continent. Algeria, which had fought a long and brutal war for independence, became independent in 1962. The French state claimed 141,000 were killed in war, while the new Algerian state referred to 1 million martyrs. Even though the actual figure was considerably lower than the Algerian estimate, the number of Algerians killed was nevertheless staggering. The war was bloody. Ghana's transition to independence, compared to Algeria, was relatively peaceful, with Nkrumah leading a popular mass party, the Convention People's Party. In Gabon, the first president, Leon Mba, declared, "Gabon is independent, but between Gabon and France nothing has changed, everything goes on as before." For as crude as the statement was, it honestly expressed the reality of independence for much of the continent in the early 1960s. Despite such a variety of experiences, South African activist and writer Ruth First wrote that the entire era of decolonization had been little more than a bargaining process with cooperative African elites. The former colonial government guarded its options and, the careerist heirs to independence preoccupied themselves with an Africanization of the administration. By the end of the first decade, independence had begun to seem like a charade to a whole generation. The proclamation of the states, whether openly capitalist or socialist, appeared largely irrelevant to most people who lived there. Thus, almost as it was born, independence was stolen. The Congo's case was illustrative not so much as a unique case study but as an exemplar of the whole continent. Patrice Lumumba, who would become the country's first independent leader, led the anti-colonial revolution in the late 1950s, and the country, which had been brutally governed by Belgium, became independent on June 30, 1960, years before the colonial power had planned to relinquish control. No sooner was independence declared than it started to unravel. Lumumba fought efforts to undermine the new nation. Subsequently, when mineral-rich areas of the country seceded weeks after formal independence with the encouragement, arms, and troops of the former colonial power, he organized a resistance. Deposed in September, he eventually fled the capital to rally his supporters in the east, only to be arrested by United Nations forces. They transported him back to Leopoldville and into the hands of Joseph Mobutu, who sent him to the independent province of Katanga to be murdered by a Belgian firing squad. Lumumba was killed on January 17, 1966, and a half months after independence. When news finally broke, the world erupted in impotent rage. A few thinkers drew important lessons from the outcome. In a forthright analysis, the Algerian revolutionary Frantz Fanon argued that Lumumba had been mistaken to call in the UN. Fanon wrote, "In reality, the UN is the legal card used by the imperialist interests when the card of brute force has failed. Africa must remember this lesson. If we need outside aid, let us call our friends. They alone can really and totally help us achieve our objectives because, precisely, the friendship that links us is a friendship of combat. 6. By 1964, the country was being convulsed by rebellions led by Lumumba's former supporters. One of them, Laurent Kabila, backed by Ecobedo Che Guevara, who fought in the east of the country, was determined to end Yankee imperialism in Africa. Both the United States and Britain were worried. After all, Zanzibar's revolution had also just overturned its conservative rulers, and, now united with Tanganyika, the island's Afro-Shirazi party was busy advocating for Cuban-style reforms. The fear in Washington and London was that Africa, or at least its eastern and central parts, were about to turn. With South African support, the CIA funded the fight against the rebellion in the Congo. Cuban exiles, now marooned in the United States, were hired to fly missions against rebels in Central Africa. In 1964, Belgian paratroopers were flown into Central Africa on U.S. Air Force planes from British and then Congolese bases. Air support was provided by U.S. Air Force B-26s, flown by Cuban exiles who had been trained by the CIA. The whole of the Congo, briefly the greatest hope on the continent for independence and freedom, was awash with mercenaries, imperialist armies, and their advisors. Soon other developments shook the hopes of independent Africa. Ben Bella, the leader of Algeria's new state, who had promised radical reforms in Algeria and socialist transformation, was overthrown in a coup by his defense minister and thrown in prison. Meanwhile, hundreds of supporters fled into exile, while others were imprisoned, many of whom were tortured and killed. While in Ghana, Nkrumah, regarded by some as the father of independence on the continent, was popular abroad but increasingly unpopular at home. He was toppled by a CIA-backed coup on February 24, 1966. Whether noted at the time by Walter or not, the uncomfortable fact was that Nkrumah's fall was lamented in demonstrations around the continent by students in Dakar, the West African capital of Senegal, for example, but celebrated by students in Ghana. Nkrumah had lost support. The country had seen a period of mass mobilization between 1949 and 1951, subsequently, a wave of protests, strikes, and militancy had led to independence in 1957. However, Nkrumah became increasingly isolated in the political administration and centralized state he had inherited from the British. While many lamented his downfall, he had already grown unpopular, distant from what had been his mass base across the country. The edifice of Ghanaian African socialism collapsed. 7. When Walter and Patricia arrived in Dar es Salaam in July 1966, the continent's independence had already been unmasked. The promise of transformation from the first generation of African leaders was beginning to look threadbare and problematic, assailed from within and without. For millions in Ghana, Mali, Mauritania, and Guinea, social change was seen increasingly as a project instigated by a state machine that bore a strong resemblance to that of the previous colonial state. Yet Tanzania was different. Indeed, it promised an entirely untried project that could still break from the past. Dar es Salaam, a new city, a new culture. When Walter and Patricia first arrived in Dar, as the city was affectionately known by its inhabitants, what did they see? The city had a population of around 250,000, in a country of 12 million. The airport was small, with a single landing strip and a modest departure and arrival hall. When Patricia, Shaka, and Ms. Duncan's youngest daughter, Anne, arrived at the end of July, they were picked up by Walter and then driven through the town to the university, which is situated on its outskirts on a series of rolling hills. Today, the city is large, with a population of over 6 million and choked by traffic, jam-packed with informal housing, office blocks, and factories. Then, however, much of the area was green, with abundant palm, baobab, acacia, and camellia trees. The downtown area, comprised of the ex-colonial city and its administrative buildings, was neat and orderly. Smart policemen stood in the road directing traffic, while government workers and civil servants walked to their offices, and in the morning and afternoon, school children noisily gathered around buses. This was the couple's first experience of the continent, which Rodney would later describe as his return to Africa. The contrast with the city and continent he had just left was great, but the climate was familiar to the couple. The embrace of the sun was immediate, unavoidable, and satisfying. Like Georgetown, Dar was humid, hot, and located near the coast. Overlooking the Indian Ocean, the city lies just south of the equator. The couple would have been struck by the smell of the sea, the faint salty fragrance in the air, and possibly a breeze rolling inland. July is the end of the rainy season, a time that is normally cooler, with less cloud cover and sunshine throughout the day. It was a good time of the year to arrive. At first sight, the university would have been impressive. This was not a large building in the middle of a busy city, squeezed between apartment blocks for middle-class Londoners and department stores on Tottenham Court Road. The winding road on the campus snakes up lush, green hills and past houses built specifically for academic and administrative staff. Curiously labeled the hill by those who know the university, the campus is actually built on a series of hills, with faculty offices and lecture halls perched atop them. Linking them are paths that run along the grassy, knotted valleys and groves of the campus. To Walter and Patricia, the campus a peculiarly privileged space would have seemed at once magnificent and familiar. After all, Walter had spent 3 years in Jamaica at the University of the West Indies, similarly remote from the island's poverty and worries, beautiful, verdant, and overwhelming. Arriving in the country 2 years later, in June 1968, Peter Lawrence was then a doctoral research student from Leeds University, conducting his fieldwork in various parts of northeastern Tanzania, as well as in Dar. He describes the atmosphere on the campus. I arrived in Dar in June 1968. The weather was pleasantly temperate, especially on the hill. The rainy season had ended, and the air was fresh. The campus was still relatively small and surrounded by bush. There were wild animals close by. Dar was known as town and had some posh hotels and some not so posh with bars. There was a drive-in cinema and an ordinary one, so our entertainment was either drinking or films or wandering in and out of each other's houses and apartments, and of course there was the open-air swimming pool. The night skies were stunning, no pollution then. It took around 10 to 15 minutes to get to town by car compared with up to an hour now. It was both an environmental and political paradise. Giovanni Arrighi, John Saul, Lionel Cliff, Walter Rodney, Arnold Kettle, Thomas Zintz, and Seidman, and others, and there were always people visiting during my time: Emanuel Wallerstein, Samir Emin, Colin Lees, etc. And then there were the radical students, of course: Yoweri Museveni, a radical Marxist then, Issa Shivji, Kareem Hirji, and the late Henry Mapala come to mind. Point 8. Arriving a couple of years before the Rodneys was Akiligba Sawyer from Ghana. Like Walter, he had recently graduated from the School of Oriental and African Studies with a master's in law and was a qualified barrister. He had also been encouraged to apply for a job by a university colleague in the UK. Sawyer describes the astonishing political atmosphere in the country. I was thrown into the Tanzania of the 1960s. Independence had come in 1962 sick, and I got there in 1964 at the height of the political ferment in Tanzania's history. I was thrust right in the middle of the African Revolution, as it were. What was striking about Tanzania at that time for a young lecturer in law like me was the atmosphere of openness to new ideas that prevailed under the leadership of President Julius Nyerere, an extraordinary phenomenon. The thing about the Dar es Salaam experience was that, at the time, the country was going through a process of actively exploring radical alternatives to the status quo in economy and politics, and there were, therefore, a lot of new ideas and much contestation at the university and within the national political atmosphere generally. In addition, with Dar es Salaam hosting the Liberation Committee of the Organization of African Unity, many of the African liberation movements and the freedom fighters were based there. All this, combined with Tanzania's openness to outsiders who were willing and able to contribute to the various struggles, created an incredible atmosphere which drew in progressive thinkers and scholars from all over the world. Before I went to Tanzania, I hadn't been particularly leftist or radical, but I responded to the lived experience there. That was the beginning of the development of my progressive posture. Not only were we involved in exploring new ideas, radical thinking, but also, there was much reading of the progressive literature. Thus began my introduction to Marxism in the Dar es Salaam years. 9. The Hill was familiar to the Rodneys, in both its construction and social organization. The university was a uniquely rarefied space, and intentionally so. Academic life was meant to be separate, even peculiar. As Lawrence indicates, large numbers of expatriates from Europe and North America were senior members of the university, comprising much of its teaching staff, researchers, and professors. For a university in the heart of East Africa, the faces seen around campus were remarkably white. Writing in the UK's Guardian newspaper in 1970, the left-wing journalist Richard Gott noted that for all its socialist practice, the Tanzanian government and the nationalist business concerns are still forced to rely on expatriates in senior posts. Increased government spending, the complexity of operations, and the emigration of many Asians had forced the country to continue importing foreign advisors and assistants. 10. What was true of society at large was also a dominant fact of life on campus. Colonialism had drained the country of capacity, sucked dry its resources, and left it dependent. Rodney could see this stark reality on campus. Across the continent, the university was seen as an institution that could be mobilized for development. Therefore, it was not entirely surprising when President Nyerere explained in 1966, "I believe that the pursuit of pure learning can be a luxury in society. Both in university-promoted research, and in the content of degree syllabuses, the needs of our country should be the determining factor. The real problem is that of promoting, strengthening, and channeling social attitudes which are conducive to the progress of our society." 11. The university was seen as the force par excellence that could bring about the desired transformations. In Tanzania, this relationship was relatively informal, but in the case of Nigeria, every university was under the direct control of the government. There, the federal government assumed control over regional universities in 1973, with administrative command flowing from the head of state through federal governments to the National Universities Commission, then to university councils and vice-chancellors. At the university in Ghana, repeated opposition and violence arose over the question of academic freedoms. Nkrumah struck what would become a predictable pose: if reforms do not come from within, we intend to impose them from outside, and no resort to the cry of academic freedom is going to restrain us from seeing that our university is a healthy Ghanaian university devoted to Ghanaian interests. 12. There were distinct and sharp tensions between the interests of the government and students studying at the new national universities. Turmoil and hope in Tanzania. Largely in response to the mutiny in 1964, the ruling Tanganyika African National Union created the National Service to serve as a political and paramilitary organization for the country's youth. Its creation was, in fact, a tacit acknowledgement of the grotesque inequalities and the failure of the government to raise living standards. This would soon lead to a crisis for the Hill, starting in October 1966. It would be Rodney's first experience of Tanzania's post-colonial paradox. Student protests erupted as soon as news reached the campus of the new, mandatory national service requirement for graduates. It stipulated that students spend several months in national service camps, widely regarded as repressive, after which there would be a deduction by the university bursary or conferral of a grant. A few protesters carried incendiary placards that read "Colonialism was better," which infuriated Nyerere. In one protest, led by the police, demonstrators marched to the State House, where they met with Nyerere and some of his senior cabinet ministers. The students raised what they saw as naked hypocrisy: high salaries for politicians and now enforced youth service for university students. Nyerere addressed the students. "You are right when you talk about salaries. Our salaries are too high. You want me to cut them?" Some applause. "Do you want me to start with my salary?" "Yes, I'll slash mine." Cries of "No, I'll slash the damned salaries in this country. Mine I slash by 20% as from this hour. The damned salaries. These are the salaries which build this kind of attitude in the educated people, all of them. Me and you. We belong to a class of exploiters. I belong to your class. Where I think £380 a year, the minimum wage that would be paid in the national service, is a prison camp, is forced labor. We belong to this damned exploiting class on top. Is this what the country fought for? Is this what we worked for? In order to maintain a class of exploiters on top? You are right, salaries are too high. Everybody in this country is demanding a pound of flesh. Everybody except the poor peasant. How can he demand it? He doesn't know the language. What kind of country are we building? 13. These protests were not limited to the campus but quickly came to dominate Tanzania's national political agenda. They ultimately resulted in the expulsion of 338 of the university's students. 14. Essentially, the issue centered around TANU's attempt to dislodge the university's students from what they regarded as a privileged position. The Hill was thus both an achievement of the new government and an irritant. TANU's agenda of a socialist future saw them attempt to draw university students away from their educational advantage to participate fully in the state's efforts at social and political transformation. In turn, the period led to deep and profound soul-searching within the university. Josephat Kanawonyi, a comrade and colleague of the Rodneys, was pursuing his master's at the University of California, Berkeley, in 1966, on secondment from the law faculty. Removed from the center of the action, he nevertheless followed events closely. As Kanawonyi explains, there was a general attitude among radical teaching staff that orientation needed to be given to the students, to make them a bit more patriotic. Returning to the university later that year, he found colleagues, departments, and faculties in flux. Lively debates were taking place about what needed to be taught and how each discipline required urgent reform. In law, for example, faculty members would talk about law and development, or law and class, while researchers in the political sciences would increasingly emphasize radical political economy. This shift marked the origins, within disciplines and across faculties, of what would become known as the Dar es Salaam School. A historical and socio-economic approach to learning and teaching, its adherents stressed how education could assist Tanzania's efforts to build a socialist society. 15. In February 1967, as a direct result of the student crisis, Nyerere's TANU formalized its intention to build Ujamaa in the Arusha Declaration. A bold and impressive statement of the country's commitment to socialism and self-reliance, the declaration centered on an idealized notion of socialism as a way of life, and as a belief. Much like other notions of African socialism, it had at its center a definition of socialism as egalitarian principles and not specific relations of production in the classical Marxist sense. Nyerere was of the opinion that socialism and democracy were deeply embedded in African history. The document also made it clear that the previous capital-dependent model of the first wave of independence, from 1961 to 1967, had failed. Self-reliance was the new doctrine, distinct from direct investment and neocolonial networks, which had already proved themselves insufficient for the project of industrialization. A large number of companies, the commanding heights, were nationalized in the aftermath of the declaration, while a leadership code was also introduced in a bid to stem accumulation of the political class. Nyerere was making good on his promises to students at the gates of State House a few months earlier. Perhaps more startling than the statement itself, however, was the response to the declaration. The UK-based scholar Patrick Norberg writes that it led to a popular political awakening, as Nyerere's socialist policies saw the springing up of grassroots movements across the country. 16 The university was one example. Rather than standing aloof from the process, university administration, faculty, and members from the party met from March 11 to 13, 1967 to discuss the role of the University College, Dar es Salaam in a socialist Tanzania. According to Issa Shivji, who had started his degree there in 1967, a group including Walter Rodney and fellow faculty members, John Saul, Sol Picciotto, Giovanni Arrighi, Grant Kamenju, and Catherine Hoskins, presented proposals on a new curriculum and the reform of the university administration, which was still based firmly on a Western and colonial model of higher education. They rejected any notion of standing apart from what the Nyerere and TANU had declared in the Arusha Declaration the previous month, arguing that the university should be mobilized to support the development of socialism in Tanzania. The university, they insisted, had a responsibility to throw its weight and energies behind the project of social transformation, a deep process of decolonization. Though he had only been in the country for a few months, Rodney was at the forefront of these discussions and committed to the project announced by the state. By Christmas, his shock at the demonstrations in October and the role of students, regarded by many as defending their privileges against a progressive government, led him to request a salary cut, in conjunction with other comrades and colleagues. Bizarre as it may seem that a faculty member would make such a request, the move reflected the intensity of the debates taking place at the university. A letter from the registrar in January reiterated Rodney's request. Your interest of joining the Tanzania members of staff in cutting down your salary and contributing to the Tanzania development by giving that part of the salary to the treasury of the government of Tanzania. I am quite sure the members of the staff of Tanzania nationality as well as the government Tanzania and the people will very much appreciate your generous gesture by offering this contribution. 17. What is clear from this letter is that it was an initiative of the Tanzania members of staff and not the expatriates. Thus, Rodney was already clear about where and with whom he stood. Though he worked collaboratively with colleagues on political and university matters, coexistence with white expatriates was not always straightforward. For example, he would later be accused of behaving racistically for following a Black Power agenda. 18 Rodney was a leading member of what has been described as the group of 9 expatriate radical scholars and comrades that challenged what was seen as the university's autonomy, or isolation. They set themselves the task of reorienting the university to what was actually happening in the country. One of their main recommendations was an interdisciplinary, university-wide course on social analysis. At the conference, there was the argument that a common course could provide the bridge between the university and society, though there was still little clear sense about its content. Eventually, the program began, starting in July 1967 as a non-examinable common course. Shivji argues that the course was heavily directed from outside the campus by the party. 19 However, set up in haste, the course was in fact a loose muddle of political, cultural, and economic topics, organized by an interfaculty committee, with classes that often resembled political rallies. Other initiatives were also taken. In the same academic year, the Faculty of Law launched a compulsory first-year course called Social and Economic Problems of East Africa under Sol Picciotto. Shivji recalls as one of the first students of the course that it was very well organized, and the 9 authors of that proposal participated in teaching the course. 20 The Social and Economic course, unlike the Common course, was popular with students and the faculty. While the Common course only survived 2 years, it grew into the thorough and well-organized Development Studies, led by the left-wing academic Lionel Cliff. The Development Studies course was succeeded in 1971 by East African Society and Environment, EASE, team taught by Abdallah Bujayra, Gilbert Kwasa, Peter Lawrence, Marjorie Mbilinyi, and John Saul, with Kwasa handling the history part of the course. EASE was part of the contentious faculty reorganization in which Saul, Archie and later Lawrence were involved. As we shall see, they later burned their fingers when they failed to fully accept the position of the Tanzanian staff. Apart from the changes that were taking place in the university's curriculum, there were exciting political shifts among the students. The flowering of radical creativity and expression that followed the declaration saw a small group of people organize the Socialist Club, which brought together Malawians, Ugandans, Ethiopians, and other students to discuss radical and socialist change, explicitly taking up Nyerere's call to debate socialism. By 1967, the group became the University Students' African Revolutionary Front, USARF, founded, in Norberg's words, to promote radical left-wing ideas to transform East African campuses from spaces of reaction to hotbeds of revolution. 21 student radicals declared loudly that they were not an elite in waiting, though they acknowledged that they might be a political vanguard. The actual number of USARF militants was relatively small, approximately 100 out of a student population of 1,600.22, though the group was inspired and, to a large extent, galvanized by the declaration. USARF was more than a mouthpiece for the state's political projects. After all, TUNU Youth League, with its branch on campus, was more than adequate to play that role. USARF embraced a broad and largely theoretical Marxist canon, in contrast to the idealism of Nyerere and the Declaration. They were supportive of the Tanzanian socialist project, but at the same time they remained keenly aware of its contradictions and limitations. Shivji records that Walter was one of the few young faculty who was involved but purely within a relationship of equality. There was no professor and student there. 23 Compared to the university-run courses, these meetings were more radical, as they were generated by debates among the students themselves. Typical of Rodney, his natural milieu was not in bureaucratic faculty meetings, or mixing with senior colleagues in academic seminars, but grounding with students on radical politics. The texts they discussed were varied, including the history of Marxism as well as more recent political texts like Fanon's The Wretched of the Earth. First published in English in 1963, the book described the rise of a petty bourgeois in independent Africa who would usurp independence, only too glad to accept the dividends that the former colonial power hands out to it. They also studied the writings of Paul Baron, Samir Emin, and Paul Sweezy, among other Marxist classics. The group's activities extended well beyond those of more typical discussion circles. During spirited meetings, students discussed the emerging civil rights movements in the United States, the struggle against the American war in Vietnam, and later the global protests in 1968, and how they could respond. 24. DAR was also a hotbed in another respect. It had become a headquarters for the Southern African liberation movements, serving as a base for groups from South Africa's anti-apartheid movement, Mozambique's struggles against the Portuguese, and the Zimbabwean movement against the white minority regime, 1,000 miles further south. More will be said on this below, but this irresistible force camped out in DAR, comprised of actual movements and their organizations, quickly drew students from USARF into its orbit. Vigorous and challenging debates were underway about the experience of independence, and the new projects to radicalize it in a second wave of struggles, amid the unfinished revolution still going on across the continent, particularly in Portugal's colonial possessions. The politics and motivations of USARF were not homogeneous, rather, the group reflected an admixture of the left politics of the era. Lawrence describes the group as principally anti-imperialist. Some were pro-Chinese, and I got the sense of some being anti-Soviet. Whether they could be described as Marxist-Leninist reminds me of a brief conversation I had with a Stalinist one time who asked me if I was a Marxist-Leninist. I said, well, Marxist, yes, but Leninist, I'm not so sure. You intellectual cunt, he exclaimed. I obviously associated Marxism-Leninism as Stalinism, but I am not sure the USARF students did. They read Marx, they read Lenin. They called their magazine Chech, Spark in Kiswahili, the name of Lenin's celebrated Bolshevik paper, Iskra, and were told to change its name because of the connection to Iskra. So, it became Maji Maji because that was a Tanganyikan rebellion against colonialism. 25. The attitude of radical staff and students toward Tanzania's Ujamaa was complex. Many believed it to be a popularist movement with no real foundations for socialist development premised on a socialism of ideas, with a Christian or Fabian element. For example, Nyerere wrote in 1974 that human equality before God, which is the basis of all great religions of the world, is also the basis of the political philosophy of socialism. 26. Socialism was thus a moral challenge and depended on individual honesty and integrity. Lacking, in the analysis of Yusuf, was an understanding of the Tanzanian and African political economy, its ties of economic dependence on core capitalist countries and companies. These aspects of the post-colonial situation were independent of individuals. Development was not stalled by lazy and greedy capitalists but because of capitalist production, and how it had developed in a poor, underdeveloped country like Tanzania. Yusuf, therefore, saw their role not as party crashers but as fraternal comrades who regarded the Arusha Declaration as a start toward a break with capitalism, pushing Tunu's weak and idealistic notions of socialism toward a thorough and rigorous scientific socialism. Teaching, politics, and neocolonialism. Rodney was immediately thrust into teaching and university work, and he had little time to fully inhale the new world. As soon as he arrived in July, Rodney had begun to prepare his first lectures and courses, typed instructions that were distributed to his students. They were required to answer the question, to what extent can we reconstruct the history of stateless societies? Discuss with reference to at least 2 communities in West Africa and 1 in East Africa. The readings, provided by him on the same sheet of instructions, were extensive and impressive for an undergraduate class. E. Evans Pritchard on African political systems, J. D. Fage on West Africa and Ghana, and Basil Davidson on the general history of West Africa were among 30 suggested readings. Other questions included, in what ways were the contacts between the West African coast and its hinterland influenced by the arrival of the Europeans, and comment on the assertion that the Africans took an active, one might even say a predominant part in the Atlantic slave trade. These questions for a course on the slave trade and West Africa were central themes in the debates within African history at the time. 27 Rodney's students would have been thrust into them by someone who was aware of how they were not simply academic questions, but pressing issues on how the present was understood, and with what analytical tools. In 1967, Rodney, on top of what was already a heavy schedule of writing, increasing engagement with campus, and debating countrywide, prepared for a new, first-year course, History, African Outline. In his suggestions and recommendations to students, they were equally encouraged to read Frantz Fanon, as essential theoretical reading, but also, on the other extreme, mainstream accounts like those of Elliot Berg and Jeffrey Butler on trade unions in tropical Africa. The term papers he assigned, prepared 2 weeks in advance and then written under exam conditions in the Arts Theatre Lecture Hall, included, the reasons why mass nationalist parties were formed and won independence in either Ghana or Nigeria or Malawi, and, even more topical, right on the causes of the Algerian Revolutionary War of 1954, 61-28. Even at this early stage, Rodney encouraged his students to dig deeply into the class dynamics of African nationalism. In a question on the aims and organizations of the African National Congress, he urges his students to read a brilliant sketch of the social background to the Congress dilemma in Leo Kuper's An African Bourgeoisie, noting that the photographs in the book are wonderful. 29. Though shaped and inspired by this first trip to Tanzania, Rodney's experience and political perspectives were already well defined. Unlike many, Rodney already felt himself as a product of a neocolonial society, that is, one quite distinct from a colonial society. This had been the experience in Guyana, with its tentative democratic experiment in the 1950s and the suspension of the elected authority in 1953 by the British. Indeed, Rodney's vision of the neocolonial world had already been sketched out in his early adolescent activism in Georgetown. As he explained in 1975, "Ailed Hawk, we hated the British, it was very clear from then 1953 right up until 1966 when we got independence, that the issue was no longer just Guyanese versus the British. It was one set of Guyanese against another set of Guyanese. 30 He had lived through many of these years, first as a politically aware teenager, then as a university student in Jamaica, where he faced, once more, the same experience, progressive Jamaicans with a vision for a post-colonial society and more conservative elements. Unlike many of his contemporaries in Tanzania, Rodney arrived ready equipped with a clear sense of the class nature of independence, which he regarded as a vital step toward lasting socialist transformation fought on an open class basis. As he recalls, I would say that already my consciousness of West Indian society was not that we needed to fight the British. This fight, after all, was almost complete. However, it was necessary to fight not only the British but also their indigenous lackeys. That, he explains, I see as an anti-neocolonial consciousness as distinct from a purely anti-colonial consciousness. 31. By 1967, it was clear that this anti-neocolonial consciousness was seeping into Rodney's lectures, reading lists, and class and campus discussions. Though inspired and infected by the atmosphere of political hope and optimism in Tanzania, he knew that a much deeper struggle and consciousness was required. He was also a point of contact for activists and radicals from the United States and the Caribbean. By then, the civil rights movement had been raging in the United States for a number of years, and 1967 saw the emergence of an explosive new militancy, Black Power. In October 1967, Stokely Carmichael, then regarded as the young radical spokesperson of the Black Power movement, traveled to Tanzania as part of an international trip and speaking tour. His biographer Amandla Thomas Johnson writes that the trip to Dar took him to the nerve center of Southern African liberation movements, where he spent hours in conversation with then-President Julius Nyerere. 32 His guide at the University of Dar es Salaam was Rodney. The 5-month global tour, which began in August 1967, had the effect of radicalizing Carmichael even further. The impact on the 26-year-old was made clear a little later, as historian Clive Thomas, then teaching in Tanzania, writes, he glimpsed what armed struggle, coalition building, sacrifice and transnational solidarity looked like. He also witnessed the resilience of ordinary people. As Stokely himself wrote, for me, the international struggle became tangible, a human reality, names, faces, stories, no longer an abstraction. And our struggle in Mississippi or Harlem was part and parcel of this great international and historical motion. It was both humbling and inspiring. I felt recommitted, energized. During this first sojourn in DAR, Patricia and Walter never lost sight of their family's trajectory. They were heading back to the Caribbean. Part political, part emotional, the return to the West Indies felt to the couple like a political duty. Yet they had already set down roots in their new home. Friendships, debates, and parties in DAR. The Rodneys met an extraordinary group of friends in Tanzania, many of whom became lifelong comrades in the heady atmosphere of Tanzania. Marjorie Mbilinyi had come to Tanzania in autumn 1967. An activist of some experience, she had been an active participant in the civil rights movement in the United States. Therefore, Mbilinyi did not arrive in Tanzania naive to racial politics and the pernicious danger of racial arrogance. As she explains, her experience had taught her how to be and how not to be as part of a movement. 33. Mbilinyi explains that some of the white students who participated as Freedom Riders activists who traveled to the segregated southern states in the early 1960s to challenge the non-enforcement of the U.S. Supreme Court decision on desegregation regarded their role as to teach. Indeed, their participation posed important questions. When you talk about organizers from outside the community coming in, do you come to lead? Do you come to teach? Do you come to work in solidarity? Yet what they encountered were organized movements. Her own position quickly became clear: we were not there to teach people but to bear witness. Married to the Tanzanian academic and nationalist Simon Mbilinyi, she had a distinct relationship to the white community in Dar. Early into her arrival in Tanzania, Marjorie became a mother. As mothers, she explains, we had our own circles, and it included spouses from all the different sides of the department and faculty debates. She spoke to her children in fluent Kiswahili and was very much part of the Tanzanian community, even if there was community bonding between the different groups on campus. Bilinyi noted that there was an attitude that without the white Marxist expatriate staff, the left on campus would disappear. This betrayed, she believed, both an arrogance and a failure to have built lasting bonds and roots with the Tanzanians, through which a left could flourish and grow. You need to create people to work with, in order to generalize these ideas, and generalizing to all Tanzanians as if none of them were progressive enough was not helpful. When the young couple came to the university in autumn 1967, Bilinyi was pregnant with their first child. They moved into a campus house next door to the Rodney family. It was Pat Rodney who introduced us to Mwamvua Sadie, otherwise known as Mama Shija. She was the young wife of their cook. They said, "We know you have a new baby, and we would like to introduce you to Mama Shija." They explained that she had been helping them with their children and didn't have a proper job. "We hired Mwamvua and she has been a member of our family ever since." The kids, the Rodneys and the Mbilinius, were back and forth. 34. Widely known today as a leading Tanzanian feminist who has pioneered feminist research and activism, Bilinyi makes a critical point: the focus on Walter often eclipsed the role played by his partner, Patricia. That is the thing, everyone is talking Walter, Walter, Walter. Yet Pat is still a figure. She recalls the Rodney house being a base of social activity, a place of frequent parties, jointly hosted and organized by both Walter and Pat. Rather than incidental facts in a life of a revolutionary, ephemera in a serious study of politics and activism, these gatherings made up the central bone, muscle, and cartilage of their life. Indeed, in Dar, parties, whether in the form of dinners, drinks, or dancing, were the lubricant of a full engagement in Tanzania's life. If the worst Marxists are entirely bookish, incapable of communicating with the world, Rodney was a party animal, and Pat also thrived on socializing. As Marjorie Mbilinyi explains, the Mbilinius and the Rodneys were both party people, and our households had this reputation. Walter was perceived as charming by just about everyone, especially women, she remembers. Shaka, then a toddler, often attended public lectures with his parents. Mbilinyi remembers vividly how unusual this was, how easy it would have been to leave their son at home with their live-in nanny. He was just a little kid, she recalls, but they would come together, exposing him to these kinds of things. Infused by the radical and highly politicized environment inside Tanzania, Rodney was inspired and challenged by what he saw. At the height of Ujamaa and the possibility of a Tanzanian path to socialist development in the late 1960s and early 1970s, President Nyerere would visit the university and debate with the students. According to Akilig Pasayur, more widely known as Aki, he would appear on campus unaccompanied and could occasionally be seen wandering around the campus by himself, stopping to talk to people. 35 Whether this story is true or more of a nostalgic myth, it reflects a prevailing attitude toward Nyerere at the time. Bilinyi explains how in the university's Kruma Hall, staff and students would be encouraged to write down questions and submit them to Nyerere to answer. On one occasion, he addressed the revolutionaries in Yusuf directly, "Use a language that my mother will understand. Do not be so far ahead," he cautioned, "that you are out of touch with the community." Bilinyi's story illustrates the atmosphere at the time: peculiar, exhilarating. Indeed, it electrified Pat and quickly, in her words, entered their souls. This was a unique community. While there were sharp political differences on nearly every question, there were also clear objectives, hopes, and aspirations shared by all. Bilinyi is clear about this: we were all a family, we were all families together in a new society being created, with lots of debates at the university. In that sense we were all a part of it. To some extent, the parties and socializing served to break down the barriers that existed at a political level. However, this environment was not utopian, it existed to some extent inside the rarefied atmosphere of a beautiful, well-provisioned university campus. Even for a mixed couple like Marjorie and Simon Bilinyi, there were issues. Their daughter struggled as a mixed-race child in a Tanzanian school, not from racism but from what Marjorie describes as parochialism. This was only resolved when Simon went to the school to give his daughter money for lunch, in front of the teachers and pupils. A black father taking his mixed-race child to school sent a powerful message, and one that helped eliminate the parochialism his daughter had experienced. There were other problems and contradictions too. Bilinyi was clear that she could not countenance expatriate tea parties, or the events organized for the white wives of Tanzanian husbands. This would have been counterintuitive and meaningless to her, because her hopes and instincts were to forge a multiracial coalition of thinkers and organizers. Nor did she want her children to be raised in European schools, unable to speak with their own grandparents in Kiswahili and alienated from their Tanzanian roots. Her commitment and connection, both personal and political, to Tanzania gave Bilinyi a deeper, perhaps more direct, connection to the Rodneys than she felt with other white staff members and comrades at the university. We also shared a family connection, she remembers. The person who came to work for us was the wife of their employee. There were lots of different ways that we were connected. 36. Walter's colleague and comrade Josephat Kaniwanyi recalls him as being very articulate, a very clear mind, for what he believed and for what he knew. He was always ready to share his views and what he knew with us, discussing ideology in social meetings and in homes. Quite unlike the stereotype of an arrogant and remote intellectual, Rodney brought himself down, in order to able to have a comradely relationship with the students. He was able to relate very well with everyone as a comrade, as a friend, as a person who shared ideas and was ready to engage in discussion. 37. Rodney was a man of great seriousness when necessary, but he also knew how to enjoy himself. Sometimes we would meet at his house and enjoy ourselves at his expense, but we all did this. So, we socialized, he invited us, we went, we invited him, he came with his wife, with his children. Our children were playing together. The environment on campus among close comrades, colleagues, and friends, sharing a fundamental outlook, was a family. Like Marjorie Bilinyi, Kaniwanyi remembers Patricia's force of character. She participated in whatever we were doing. At meetings where Rodney spoke, she was there. At public lectures we held at the university when people would travel in from the city, she would, once in a while, stand up and speak. Even though he only met the Rodneys briefly before they departed for Jamaica, Kaniwanyi was left with an impression of Walter as distinct, with qualities that set him apart from everyone else in DAR. When Rodney brought himself down to speak, he explains, he was making a fundamental point about the nature of political work. It could not simply be conducted from above, in front of a class, or as a preacher in a pulpit. It had to take place exactly where people were. Kaniwanyi explains that this meant going down to his people, living their life, eating their food, speaking their language, and taking up their cause, to be able to make their demands and refusing to see things being done to them and to do nothing. Rodney's profound love for working people, Kaniwanyi argues, is what marked him out. Rodney was on some kind of a mission that he had to fulfill and would die for. There was something about this man that separated him from all of his comrades in Tanzania, in the Caribbean, and in North America. For Kaniwanyi, it was his commitment for the downtrodden, the marginalized, and the oppressed. Nevertheless, Walter's ability to speak Kiswahili was limited, a frustration that he would have felt acutely as a socialist and activist. Kaniwanyi recalls. He tried to learn Kiswahili. The language of instruction here is English, and most of the time he was with the students and the staff. Patricia learned more because she had to go to the market and buy food. But he would know how to greet, although he would have a difficulty because he would go at such a speed that the person didn't understand what he was saying. Social interaction was in the English medium, and in the village, he had to be carried around. He never really settled into Kiswahili. The children learned the language at school, so at the family level he was the least articulate in Kiswahili. 38. In spite of the relative brevity of the Rodney's time in Tanzania, it was an experience that would change them forever. Reflecting on that powerful ferment, Akiligpa Sayur remarks, In Dar es Salaam, the reality of experience moved everybody on. I recall people who came to join us as fairly regular middle-class liberals, but who, by the time they left, had adopted a progressive stance. Everybody moved on, I moved on. The interesting thing was that the radical scholarship at the university encouraged innovation, fresh thinking among the students as well as faculty, which fed back into classroom work and what was happening all round. It was just an extraordinary experience of feeling totally involved and belonging. It also meant that the atmosphere attracted some of the most serious thinkers in the field. 39. When Walter left the country to take up his appointment in Jamaica in early 1968, there is little to no doubt that he had also moved on. Tanzania was transformative to all that he would later write, think, and do. Jamaica. At the conclusion of Walter's 18-month teaching assignment in DAR, Walter, Patricia, and Shaka left for the Caribbean so he could take up his new position at the University of the West Indies. Leaving the country and university must have been a wrench for the young family, who had laid down roots, made friends, established reputations, and found momentum on Tanzanian soil. It was Patricia's first visit to Jamaica. Returning to the University of the West Indies, Mona, in Kingston, Walter threw himself into his teaching and research. However, he was also characteristically repelled by the stuffy and colonial atmosphere at the university. Walter and Patricia had a life set out for them, and most of this life they rejected. The couple could have lived like expatriates, in a campus house surrounded by lush, tropical vegetation. Jamaica is a dramatic and deceptive paradise with Jurassic mountains that plunge into white sand beaches, turquoise lagoons, and mangrove creeks and rivers. It would have taken resolve to resist the seduction, especially with such ready access to it, untrammeled by the daily struggle for survival. The couple knew this well. Jamaican society was undergoing multiple crises, including political upheaval, popular resistance, and deep, national soul-searching. The country had become independent in 1962, yet, apart from the paraphernalia of independence, the national flag and anthem, and annual holidays, the country was remarkably unchanged. It remained a former slave society populated overwhelmingly by black people, but where there was little consciousness of being black or of the history of slavery. As one observer reported at the time, to examine these questions could be subversive of 400 years of the colonial viewpoint and the colonial relationships on which the present society is based. 40. Such was the complex situation into which Walter threw himself, bringing his astonishing knowledge of African history, as well as his modesty and commitment to socialism. He quickly orientated to the popular forces off campus, especially through a series of mass democratic talks to the island's Rastafarian community that would come to define his time in Jamaica. The couple arrived in Kingston inspired by the extraordinary developments taking place in North America. Indeed, what sentient revolutionary could not be? For years, the United States had been in the grip of a radicalizing civil rights movement. 3 years before, in February 1965, the iconic African-American activist Malcolm X had been murdered. Meanwhile, civil rights leader Martin Luther King Jr., previously more cautious in his rhetoric, had radicalized and now focused increasingly on social and working class issues, accompanied by an explicit anti-capitalist agenda. King was an outspoken opponent of the American war in Vietnam, and it was in December 1967, as the Rodneys were packing for their move to Kingston, that he launched the Poor People's Campaign in Washington, D.C., mobilizing mass civil disobedience to compel the government to end poverty. Before his murder in April 1968, King's radicalization had deepened with his involvement in the Memphis, Tennessee, Sanitation workers strike. Indeed, black struggles in the United States were rapidly growing, radically mutating into a far more systematic challenge to power and capitalism. The slogan Black Power was already reverberating across North America and the Caribbean. A loud and declaratory demand for a full and unapologetic struggle against racism and social injustice, the movement did not limit itself to constitutional means or nonviolent protest. Rodney followed the developments of these movements avidly. As exciting and urgent as Tanzania had been for the couple, the whole world seemed to be alive to the beat of a new generation who were not simply asking for equal rights but increasingly stating that they were, in the words of the singer Nina Simone, young, gifted and black. However, Walter Rodney's second stay in Jamaica, which the couple expected to last for years, would not go entirely according to plan. Chapter 3. On an Oil Drum. When Patricia and Walter arrived in Kingston in 1968 with their 18-month-old son, Shaka, it was winter. However, this is not an entirely meaningful seasonal category in Jamaica. The climate on the island is tropical, hot all year round, with just a few degrees difference between winter and summer. That January, daytime temperatures would have risen to around 86 degrees Fahrenheit, falling to 68 degrees at night. The contrast with DAR was vast, not only in terms of the sights, but also when it came to the people, the music, the food, and the smells. The island was already on the map for wealthy tourists and expatriates. Like other islands in the Caribbean, famous and wealthy interlopers had started to make it their second home, among them the writer Ian Fleming, writer and actor Noel Coward, and, in the 1950s, actor Errol Flynn. Soon, parts of the island, apportioned into exclusive resorts and housing estates, became redoubts of the rich and famous. Commercial flights, first from Miami then direct from New York and London, made Jamaica accessible to anyone who had the money. Even as the region became dominated by the demands for self-rule or, in the case of Cuba, overwhelmed by rebellion, Jamaica in the 1960s saw foreign investment serve mainly to open new hotels, resorts, and restaurants. The capital, Kingston, boasted lavish hotels, intra-city trams, and thriving shopping districts. Indeed, it had everything an aspirant middle-class family could have desired, though not the Rodneys. Walter might have wielded his immense knowledge and command of African history and politics to become a university superstar. The academic world could have been at his feet if he cared to have it. However, Walter and Patricia had other ideas. Their ambitions for society and their own family did not involve career promotions, material pleasures, or new, more comfortable housing. One of the principal scholars of Walter Rodney, Rupert Lewis, wrote in 1998. The mid-60s had seen him making decisions that resulted in his rejection of much of what was considered conventional West Indian middle-class values: the striving for status, the distancing from one's social background, the imitation of an English accent, the marrying of an English wife, or marrying what was considered the next best, a light-skinned woman. In fact, Walter's life is notable for exactly what he and Patricia didn't do. As the middle-class pressures of university life and salary attempted to pull him from his foundations, he fixed his feet firmly on the ground and resisted any possibility of being drawn further from the roots he had known as a boy and to which he owed everything. The Rodneys also looked different. Walter wore an afro hairstyle and a trimmed beard, looking like, as Lewis observes, an unexaggerated 1960s black radical. He would wear colorful dashiki shirts, a dominant style in West Africa. Pat kept her hair cut short and wore African-patterned wraps. It was a far cry from the Western-influenced attire of suits and the haircuts worn formally around campus. As in Tanzania, the couple did things together and not just on weekends and evenings. They shared activities whenever their timetables corresponded, and Pat was free from her work as a nurse at the University Hospital. 1. In love with the island's astounding beauty, the couple traveled to other towns as well as the lush, rolling valleys of the island's interior. Nevertheless, Walter, Patricia recalls, cautioned against any romantic ideas. Walter took me down to Trench Town and I met a lot of his friends. I saw the poverty, I saw the other side of Jamaica. It upset me because I saw people rummaging through dustbins. But Walter said he never wanted me to get a false image at any time of wherever we lived, or what life was really like for the majority of the people. 2. There was no gap between Rodney's political statements and his behavior, his practice, his capacity to speak from the oil drum to friends and comrades in the slums and working class communities. Smart, articulate, and well-read, he could be devastating in an academic setting, but among Kingston's poor he was humble and sincere. He was there to listen and learn as much as he was to teach and educate. The couple made a deliberate decision to live off campus. Walter despised what he regarded as the elitism of his university colleagues, whose lives revolved around seminars, lecture halls, and drinking in the senior common room. The couple lived in Trafalgar Park, a centrally located, comfortable neighborhood located only a short drive from the university and a walk to the shops. The family would have been able to look out at the Blue Mountains and breathe in the winds blowing in from the nearby coast. Importantly, they were also not far from the famous West Kingston slum, the Dungle, after the English dunghill that surrounded a garbage dump. Their home's proximity to the Dungle allowed Rodney to familiarize himself once more with the shanty town where he had spent so much time during his undergraduate studies at the university years prior. Following the contours of Jamaica's past, the Black Power movement in the Caribbean was at once inspired by events in the civil rights movement in the neighboring United States and distinct from them. Historically, the island's communities were obsessively demarcated by color and were divided into a small class of white planters and businessmen, who could trace their descendants to plantation owners and original settlers, mulattoes, and black people. The color hierarchy had continued to work as sharply, and crudely, as this. On the island, pigmentation, specifically the whiteness of your skin, to a large extent determined your trajectory in life and your sense of self-worth. The relatively large number of mixed-race Jamaicans, about 6% of the population today, were somewhat privileged, receiving the best jobs and promotions, and regarded by the colonial authorities, right up to independence, as being more like them. This was the profound impact of slavery, which had equated skin color with status and racial superiority. The lighter you were, the more cultivated and intelligent. Through the 1950s, Jamaica slowly edged toward independence from the United Kingdom, attaining greater powers of self-government and autonomy. Like other countries in Britain's Caribbean colonies, in 1958 it joined the Federation of the West Indies, an effort by the British to control political independence and maintain the influence of and connection to the UK. Jamaica left the Federation and became fully independent on August 6, 1962. Since World War II, a two-party system had taken shape on the island, with the emergence of the Jamaican Labour Party, JLP, led by Alexander Bustamante, and the People's National Party, PNP, under Norman Manley. Bustamante became the country's first independent prime minister. The few years of Jamaica's independence had already been tumultuous. The so-called Henry protests in 1960 reflected regional turmoil. Buffeted by the success of the Cuban Revolution the previous year, as much of the Caribbean had been, it led to efforts by Reverend Claudius Henry to launch an attack on Jamaica from a base in New York to mimic the revolution that had taken place on neighboring Cuba. The First Africa Corps was foiled in their attempts, and Henry was tried and then imprisoned for much of the decade. Nevertheless, until 1972, during its first decade of independence, the country experienced consistent economic growth of about 6% per annum and was led by successive JLP governments. This impressive macroeconomic indicator was deceptive, largely generated by private investment in bauxite, an emerging tourism sector, and, to a lesser extent, manufacturing and some agricultural growth. Geopolitically, for the first years of independence, the country remained firmly tied to its former colonial power and to the United States. However, positive as these elements seemed for the state, Jamaican society at the bottom was still desperately poor. Independence had, if anything, brought the pre-existing inequalities into sharper focus. Among Afro-Jamaicans, the overwhelming majority of the island's population of around 1.7 million, little or none of the benefits of growth had trickled down to the poor. Walter and Patricia would have seen this on their trips to Trench Town and in the shanty towns and slums in the city. Political frustration was widespread. Indeed, anger at the slow pace of change was palpable to anyone who ventured into the city's poor neighborhoods or the island's poverty-stricken rural areas. It was this sense of frustration and injustice at a decade of promises and failures despite the growth of the economy that led to the electoral victory of the PNP, led by Michael Manley, a self-declared democratic socialist. However, Manley's government would soon have to deal with the economic tsunami that was about to wash over the entire Caribbean and much of the developing world. In October 1973, members of the Organization of Arab Petroleum Exporting Countries proclaimed an embargo, which saw the price of oil rise almost 400% in just a year. Poor oil importing states like Jamaica were plunged into turmoil. Despite this, Manley's government managed to bring in various reforms, including a minimum wage, land reform, women's equality, and housing and education for the poor. Manley also edged the government closer to the communist bloc and publicly challenged the apartheid regime in South Africa. His success in carrying out these reforms, even as the country fell deeper into economic ruin and crisis, was an act of considerable virtuosity. However, as the crisis began to bite, long-standing rivalry between the two major parties, the JLP and PNP, deteriorated, so that by the mid-1970s gang-related political violence had become a major issue on the island. By 1980, Jamaica's gross national product had fallen by 25% from its 1972 level. Some have associated the advent of Black Power in the Caribbean with the Rodney riots, the protests that took place when Rodney was expelled from the country in October 1968, but this incorrect. 3 Hakeem Adi, a UK-based activist and scholar of Pan-Africanism, writes that Black Power has much deeper roots in the region. Black Power in the Caribbean, he argues, was often a manifestation of opposition to the emergence of neocolonialism, for there was a convergence of color and class. While the majority of the population of African descent was poor and without economic power, the metropolitan imperialist interests, in Rodney's words, were white and racist. These were the underlying facts, the political economy of Jamaican society, that provided a ready base for Black Power. Moreover, the organized presence of Black Power had arrived on the island before Rodney, earlier in 1967. Rodney, for his part, helped to spread the influence of these ideas into the university and poor neighborhoods of Kingston. In turn, he became one of the most celebrated exponents of Black Power across the Caribbean, adding and elaborating complex historical, and Marxist, layers to its development. Groundations. Walter was a rarity on campus and in the intellectual life on the island. He was an activist, already known to many from his student days, but he was also an expert on African history and had just returned from the continent. Robert Hill, Rodney's friend and fellow historian, notes, "Anything about Africa has instant appeal to Rastafarians, so when they heard about this young brother who had lived in Africa, taught about Africa, they immediately established contact on campus with Walter." 5 Rodney spoke in public lectures at the university on Black Power, at the same time that he deepened his connection with the Rastafarian community off campus. This behavior, for the authorities, was quasi-illegal and certainly subversive. One could say what they liked in the safety of the campus, shielded and protected to some extent, but to attempt to spread these ideas beyond the boundary wall, to the poor, was seditious, to put it mildly. Rodney's groundings with the Rastafarian community were an exceptional occurrence. Here was a young scholar with an international reputation speaking as an equal to a small but militant Rastafarian community. The Rastafarian religious and political movement, which had been founded on the island in the 1930s, combined various religious practices, including Protestant Christianity, mysticism, and Pan-Africanism. Influenced by the Old Testament story of Exodus, they see people of African origin across the world to be exiles in Babylon, tested by Yah, God, in slavery and the presence of economic hardship and racial oppression or downpression, in the Rasta lexicon. Rastas believe in their release from captivity and ultimate return to Zion, an allegorical name for Africa based on biblical sources. They see Ethiopia as the site of a hereditary power and the final and true home for all Africans. Some Rastas believe that the Ethiopian emperor, Haile Selassie I, crowned in 1930, was the second coming of Christ, promising the redemption of all black people. The very name of the movement originates from the emperor's original appellation, Ras Tafari. The community in Jamaica, however, is small, approximately 30,000. In the most recent census, in 2011, the community made up approximately 1.1% of the population. 6. Rodney was aware of the complex political role of the Rastafarian community across the region, and its history. The richest account of the Rastafarian movement is Horace Campbell's Rasta and Resistance, first published in 1985. He sees the development of the movement as a protest against massive population movement in Jamaica. For between 1943-1970, he writes, the biggest movement of the population took place since the time of slavery, when over 560,000 rural Jamaicans were uprooted from their provision grounds by bauxite tractors and earth movers. This dislodged large sections of the rural poor. It was into this ferment, largely animated by the Rastafarians, that Rodney connected himself to the activities of this group in 1968. Rodney identified them correctly, Campbell argues, as a leading social force in the black consciousness movement in the Caribbean. Rodney's genius was not to tail the movement, or simply to nod and agree, but to bring his expertise as a historian and radical to the community. As Campbell explains, he did this in an effort to lift the movement beyond the myths of Ethiopia and Haile Selassie. Rodney saw a possibility in the racial expressions of the Rastafarians, a role they could play in freeing the region from foreign control. Campbell writes, he was fully aware of the negative influences of the movement, but he was sure that if the positive attributes could be harnessed, without complexes and without underestimating the importance of the positive contributions of other cultures, the Rastafari movement could be part of the dynamic regeneration of the working people in their search for complete freedom. 7. In 1968, Kingston was a desperate place, to anyone who looked properly. The unemployed numbered approximately 150,000, a quarter of the population. A third of this number was regarded as permanently cut off from the labor market, a lumpenproletariat, what Fanon had described in 1961 as the supreme revolutionary subject. This third were involved in much of the city's already notorious informal economy based in petty crime, theft, prostitution, and trade in marijuana. Quite a number were involved in the Rastafarian movement. 8. The groundings in which Rodney participated were particular to the Rastafarian community. Hill gives a powerful description. There were never flyers. There was nothing ever announced. Rastafarians evolved this ritual practice that Walter adapted to. And it basically consists of Rasta sitting around campfire, lighting a pipe, singing praises to His Majesty, reciting prayers, but the thing that keeps fueling it and driving it are reasonings. A topic will emerge, and different individuals will approach it and start to debate it. 9. On Sundays, when these groundations would take place, Walter was a frequent speaker. They were not political rallies but ceremonies at which as many as 300 people would sit around and talk. In these talks, some of which were later brought together in the collection The Groundings with My Brothers, everyone took turns. When it was his turn to approach a topic, such as African history, black power, or racism, he would speak clearly, fluently, and calmly. The talks were often at the Wembley Sports Ground, but he would also speak in other open spaces where people met, talked, and organized. Alien to Rodney was any sense of superiority, and after all, superiority was what he was expected to feel, given that the entire middle-class training of the university was predicated on elitism. Then as now, hierarchy was deeply embedded in the university system, and intentionally so. Students, administrative staff, other more junior staff, and auxiliary workers sit in clear and demarcated positions in the university pyramid. Thus, Rodney was subverting the whole, rotten structure when he taught as an equal alongside the poor and among the Rastafarian community in Kingston, learning from their extraordinary pedagogy of debate and politics. Meanwhile, his teaching at the university continued, including through public lectures. Although Rodney was frustrated that he was not allowed to teach more African history on campus, he ultimately preferred the meetings in the gullies. In fact, he regarded these venues in the open air, with the poor as the most fertile ground. The interaction was dialectical. Rodney learned as much as he taught, and the impact of others' lectures or groundings shaped and developed his own thought. He knew, as his collaborator and friend Richard Small wrote in 1969, that those he was speaking to had already arrived at the conception that Africa has a history and they only required the illustration of that belief. People who believe that exist all over the island. Rodney did not organize them. They existed there before, and that is because of what Walter Rodney taught and what was done to him. 10. At this time, Rodney was not engaged with any particular group or party, nor did he build any. He was well connected, though, and was widely known as a deft speaker with a committed and modest manner. He was frequently invited to lecture by Rastafarian community groups, and high school students, while also quickly developing a following on campus among his students and fellow activists. The appetites were vast, questions were raised about African history, decolonization, and black power, areas where Rodney had already given great thought. A compelling portrait of one of these meetings is given by Rodney's principal biographer, Rupert Lewis, who attended Rodney's meetings when he was a young man. On August 17, 1968, Rodney spoke at a meeting commemorating the 81st birthday of Marcus Garvey held at his shrine in Kingston. Garvey had been born in 1887 in St. Ann's Bay, on the north coast of Jamaica, and was a pioneer of Pan-Africanism and advocated the centrality of African history throughout his life. Lewis sets the scene. It was drizzling in George VI Park and a youth was distributing copies of a resolution to be sent to the government protesting the banning on books by Stokely Carmichael, Elijah Muhammad, and Malcolm X. It was a motley gathering of youths, Rastas, university students, UNIA Garveyites, New Creation Tabernacle members, curious individuals, Babylon the Police. 11. Rodney spoke to the crowd, addressing them, he assured, not as a university lecturer but as a black man from Guyana. He went on to criticize the university, its authorities, and his colleagues for refusing to engage with those outside of the campus. As he spoke, Lewis records, the Jamaican Special Branch, the country's intelligence service, took copious notes. Lewis recalls a meeting in mid-1968 with Reverend Claudius Henry, a radical black preacher who had recently been released from prison. Henry ran a church that was also a self-help center comprising a bakery, a farm, several houses, and a factory for making concrete blocks. The two men, Lewis and Rodney, were given a tour of the complex, and it was explained that Henry had about 4,000 followers, with 1,000 active members. Rodney did not speak but listened and learned a vital part of his character and politics. Lewis writes, an important aspect of Rodney's activity in Jamaica was doing this listening and observing and trying to understand the specific qualities of mass activity. 12. Rodney was impressed with what he saw. Commenting in 1969, at which time he had been forced out of Jamaica for, among other things, consorting with Reverend Henry, he appealed. I must ask you to turn your attention also to another unique individual who champions the cause of the black man in Jamaica, and he is the Reverend Claudius Henry. Rev Henry has gathered together a number of black brothers and sisters, and they have turned themselves into an independent black economic community. In less than a year they have built themselves an attractive church and several dwelling houses. They have proper plumbing and electricity, and in case the local supplies are inadequate they have their own water tanks and electrical generator. 13. A convinced communist with an interest in black power. We have seen how the Jamaican Special Branch took an active interest in Rodney's activities when he was a student at the University of the West Indies at the start of the 1960s. In January 1968, when he returned with Patricia and Shaka, the Secret Service was immediately onto him. In Michael O. West's definitive account of the activities of the Jamaican spymasters, he quotes their conclusion of Rodney's 7-year record of the young man, who, in their eyes, was a convinced communist with pro-Castro ideals, and latterly to have taken an interest in Black Power 14. While their accuracy varies, the reports from the spymasters provide insight into Rodney's activities. They recorded that he was impressed by neither the People's National Party nor the New World Group. One was the apparently radical opposition to the ruling party, and the other was a group of activists who were too academic and not sufficiently in touch with the masses. Rodney had purportedly labeled both groups reactionary. Rodney, the spies indicated, sought rather to circumvent existing political groups. They wished, he said, to meet the working people anywhere and everywhere in Jamaica. He expressed interest in the Rastafarians. Rodney, the reports explained, had insisted on a complete break with the capitalist system, and criticized the official Jamaican slogan, "Out of many, one people." The spies operating, it seems, quite openly, attending meetings, taking notes. Note that Rodney argued the island was a predominantly black and not a multiracial community. Therefore, they should be governed only by black people. They claimed that this objective could be achieved only by revolution, adding that no revolution has ever taken place without a violent struggle. There are many aspects of these reports that are interesting, as highlighted in West's brilliant research. At the same time, across the Gulf of Mexico, U.S. authorities were involved in an intensifying repression of the Black Power movement across America. This would have been impossible for the Jamaican state and its apparatus not to realize. The threat from Black Power was international, and Rodney's activities proved it. As West writes, U.S. diplomats not only closely monitored Black Power activities in Jamaica, and elsewhere in the Caribbean, but they also worked in concert with the Jamaican government to rein in Black Power movements and militants, even as the Americans sometimes took a jaundiced view of the activities of the Jamaican authorities. Rodney's commitment to building coalitions of the poor threatened the heart and soul of the post-colonial regime in Kingston. He is potentially dangerous since he might succeed in bringing together various disaffected elements in Jamaica, the files reported. Rodney was the force, they believed, who might be able to cohere the disparate political energies and discontent into a meaningful movement, with communist-inspired Black Power at its core. By September, the reports had become more hysterical and urgent. The intelligence service had for some time been pushing for Rodney's expulsion from Jamaica. They cited his close association with Reverend Henry, along with evidence that he was planning to speak at Henry's network of churches on the island and to Black Power organizers in Kingston. However, it was the potential impact on tourism that was of serious and grave concern to the spies. Apparently, they had uncovered evidence that Rodney had been inciting Rastafarians to carry out attacks on tourists in the December season. Absurd and unfounded in any documentation as these claims were, the intelligence service knew that these allegations would ring the right bells in government circles. After all, tourism was, then as now, sacrosanct. Even U.S. diplomats cautioned against overzealous reports, which were founded on no evidence and likely to be counterproductive. Point 15. Whatever the lies and absurdities, the government had received what they wanted. Now, with the tourist industry under imminent threat according to their trusty field agents, they moved against Rodney. They began to target the most coherent and brilliant spokesperson for Black Power in Jamaica, focusing on his consciousness-raising activities among the poor. Prime Minister Hugh Shearer's cabinet met on October 14 and proclaimed Rodney as persona non grata. Even if the increasingly hysterical and fanciful reports about Rodney's subversive organizing had been read weeks before, the Minister of Legal Affairs, Victor Grant, argued that in this country there is neither black nor white nor pink. What we are interested in this country is the quality of the individual, not the color of his skin. 16 Prime Minister Shearer justified the decision 3 days later, on October 17, after riots had already broken out, claiming Rodney was carrying on activities which constituted a danger to the security of the nation. 17. Within hours of the ban's imposition, word had spread on the UWI campus. Students were enraged. Their comrade and brother, who was in Montreal for the Congress of Black Writers, speaking on the political situation in Jamaica, would not be allowed to return. Wasting no time, they arranged for transport to take them to the Prime Minister's office on October 15. When the next day the buses and trucks did not arrive, the students attempted to march into town, but they were beaten back by police tear gas and baton charges. The emerging dynamic of the movement, dismissively referred to as the Rodney riots, was impressive and served as a sign of Rodney's twin constituency, on and off the campus. Unable to entirely shed their elitism, students attending the protests initially came well dressed in their red academic gowns and carrying homemade placards. However, they quickly abandoned such academic decorum, picking up stones in what became an all-out fight with pro-government supporters in town. The city supporters of Rodney included urban youth, the unemployed, and the groups with whom Rodney had been working and speaking since his arrival in Jamaica in January. West provides an excellent account of what happened next, once most of the student protesters had dispersed. Armed with stones, missiles they doubtless were more adept at deploying than the students, and Molotov cocktails fashioned from soda bottles and gasoline, roving bands of rioters scoured the business district. They singled out the holdings of international capital, prominent among them banking, insurance and oil concerns. Some rioters turned their wrath on the merchant class, everywhere a conspicuous symbol of oppression to the poor, breaking store windows and looting goods. Others burned the foreign-owned city buses, which, in addition to having a record of poor service, had recently increased fares. While U.S. government officials thought the rioting, hitting at the heart of the neo-colonial fraud of independent Jamaica, was homegrown, the Jamaican authorities saw things differently. As far as they were concerned, this was a Cuban and Black Power inspired movement, the handiwork of foreigners and their internal confederates, as government reports stated. 18. Speaking in Montreal in the aftermath of the crisis, Rodney was clear: the uprising was not simply a student riot, but something far more profound. Rodney saw it as black people in Kingston seizing on an opportunity to begin their indictment against the government of Jamaica. According to his own account, 50 buses were overturned and destroyed. There were 14 major fires across the city, and certain known enemies of the people were targeted, dragged from their cars, and beaten. Shops were also identified and looted. Rodney wrote, "I gather downtown Kingston looks as if Hurricane Flora has just passed through." The rioting was a revolutionary act, reflecting a deep social malaise that suffused the entire structure of Jamaican society. The violence, as it was labeled in the international press, was neither random nor wanton. The buses, for example, were run by a private company, the Jamaica Omnibus Service, which had seen repeated strikes and had recently hiked fares. Now, he told the audience in Montreal, imagine poor people in Jamaica standing in the hot sun, waiting on the bus, having to pay increased fares, and while they are struggling, there is a whole set of guys flashing by in some cars longer than you can see out here in Montreal. That little middle class there, they love to show off. 19. The ban might have been the spark that detonated the fury underlying Jamaican society, but it was not the entire reason for the uprising. Rodney was careful to explain the issues involved and to make clear that the buses were burned for good and justifiable reasons. The impact of this rioting, a popular rejection of both Rodney's expulsion and the entire edifice of a corrupt and backward independent state, was dramatic. Scholar and activist Jesse Benjamin notes that Rodney's praxis was so powerful in 1968 Jamaica, at such a significant time, that he was expelled from the country in under 9 full months, leading to the Rodney Riots or Rebellion, an event of national, Caribbean, and arguably world historical significance. 20. Nor were the events limited to Jamaica. Robert Hill, who was with Rodney in Canada in October 1968, records. October 1968 really constitutes a political divide in the modern history of the Caribbean, because it not only developed a protest movement in Jamaica but throughout the Caribbean, Trinidad, Guyana, Grenada, Antigua. It's as if what took place in Jamaica just lit a spark, and that the modern political history of the Caribbean can be defined as before October 1968 and after October 1968. That is how important Walter was. Point 21. The ruling Jamaica Labour Party government never recovered from the Rodney affair. 22. The political crisis led to the PNP winning a decisive victory in elections in 1972 with a new leader, Michael Manley, trading on his connections to Ethiopia and the Rastafarian community. Michael, who took over from his father, Norman, was careful to distance the party from the previous leadership's complicity in Rodney's expulsion even as he delayed lifting the ban. In fact, he would leave it in place indefinitely. Rodney's deportation. Declared a prohibited immigrant when he attempted to return to Kingston, Walter was rapidly deported, on the same flight back to Montreal. During his brief return to Montreal, he was again with Robert Hill, who was also teaching in Jamaica and with whom he had also spoken at the Congress of Black Writers. Patricia, several months pregnant, was left in Kingston with Shaka. As details started to come through of the protests breaking out in Jamaica, Walter was anxious about her safety. Walter sent a letter to Patricia with Hill, who returned to Kingston soon after, arriving on October 20th. Arriving that Sunday evening, Hill went straight to Pat knowing how worried she must be. Hill recalls. My mother met me at the airport, and we drove straight to the campus and it was ringed by soldiers and police with machine guns aimed at the entrance. And no students, no one was allowed on or off the campus and I argued and insisted that I should be admitted. I was a student. I had every right to go to the university and I took the letter. As we have seen, Patricia was a radical and a militant as well, part and parcel of her husband's revolutionary activism. At the time, she was a full-time student and had started classes in September 1968. Learning of the ban, she was worried for her partner, but also enraged, so when protests erupted, she joined the march. On the first day of action after the ban was imposed, Tuesday, October 15, Patricia demonstrated with the students as they tried to reach the city as the group attempted to march from the campus to the town. No sooner had they come to the major junction outside the campus than police attacked them with tear gas. Patricia was temporarily blinded by the gas, and in the chaos, with demonstrators bent over, running for cover, and trying to help each other, she was injured as the protest dispersed. Several months pregnant with their second child, there was fear that she might miscarry. When Hill tried to get the letter to her, Patricia was not in the family home in Trafalgar Gardens but under the care of Lucille Maturin Mayer, the warden of Mary C. Cole Hall. Patricia was in bed being monitored by doctors. Hill remembers, I wasn't allowed to actually go into the room. I think they said she was resting, but I left the letter with someone I knew who was taking care of her. The situation was serious, touch and go, Hill remembers. However, eventually Patricia's condition began to improve. As she grew stronger, and was no longer in danger, she was able to pack and make preparations to join Walter abroad. Point 23. Always grounding. Walter and Patricia finally met in London in late October 1968, before traveling to Cuba. Patricia remembers, Shaka and I were expected to join him. John LaRose accompanied me to the Cuban High Commission many times, but we were unable to obtain a visa in a timely manner. During that period, air travel after 7 months of pregnancy was not allowed, so we made the decision that Shaka and I should go on to DAR, which we did in December 1968. 24. News of the ban had reverberations in other parts of the world. In London, for example, Eric and Jessica Huntley recalled in 1983, many of us who had participated in the symposium in Montreal and others came together and organized protest action against the ban. 25. The story of the publication of the groundings with my brothers is tied up with events surrounding Walter's expulsion from Jamaica. Before leaving for Tanzania, he left notes from the recent Kingston talks with comrades. Subsequently, a committee that included Richard Small, Dale Saunders, Earl Greenwood, and Jessica Huntley raised funds to print the collection. The committee also included Ewart Thomas, who edited the speeches that appear in the Groundings. In fact, it was upon the launch of this book that the publishing house Bogolilovicha was born. The book, an astonishing, forthright denunciation of white power and centuries-old racism, was, to some extent, a departure for Walter. Walter was the consummate scholar, rigorous and focused, mastering the methods of academic work and research, and his work within his discipline had won him many supporters, even among those who did not share his politics. However, he knew when this training needed to be abandoned. This was his first widely circulated activist publication, and it was also a clear illustration of who he really was. Gone were the academic formalities and the University of London etiquette. Rodney also realized that as a black man writing within the academic establishment, he had to be meticulous and thorough. He read everything, he digested and critiqued each book, thesis, and text, no matter from what political tendency it came, even if he was scathing about bourgeois scholarship, and entirely partisan in his approach to research, writing, and life. His approach to study was thorough and entirely unsectarian. He continually learned as he went, on the basis of what he encountered. Jesse Benjamin gives a powerful description of the rigor of Rodney's thought. How real and urgent his search for truth and answers was, but also how undoctrinaire and creative he was in his thinking. The Groundings approach he already typified and then greatly refined during and ever after his Jamaican sojourn in 1968 was a very rigorous mode, one of self-reflection as to one's role and capacity in a given space, one of studying thoroughly the deep historical roots of each place, and then the process of decolonizing our thinking sufficiently to the task of liberation. The archives at the Atlanta University Center's Robert W. Woodruff Library, where many of his papers and correspondence are held, attest to this astonishing curiosity. They include not only his correspondence and notes but also, for instance, an essay he penned on Buddhism. Rodney followed this broad array of interests into an examination of physics, the natural world, and the environment. Benjamin explains that he went wherever the questions and issues took him, and he was always independent in his thought, reading the original texts and forming his own analyses in the process, never skipping steps as a scholar, meticulous in his language and his argument. In his 20s he was openly contesting with the doyens of the field of African history and African studies in their peer-reviewed journals and remarkably holding his own point. 26. Rodney's experience in Jamaica in 1968 informed much of this approach, particularly when it came to listening and learning in humility. Even at this stage, many people commented on his ability to speak fluently and confidently without notes, not as an act of flamboyance or self-regard, but as a way of connecting directly with his listeners. Nor was his approach overly subject to prevailing trends in black decolonial thought. Forthright and adamant though his Jamaica book was, it spoke of the incorporation of the Black Power movement into his work and thought, but also his contribution to its development. Benjamin explains concisely, Rodney gives us a Marxism in which Black Power is central. In 1969, when the Groundings first came out, he was also declaring loudly and publicly his anger and celebrating the astonishing political movement that was Black Power, which was waking up the entire world. Robert Hill states the significance of Rodney's period in Jamaica in the correct terms: his achievement, in 1968, represented one of his foremost political legacies. 27. However, the book's publication did not meet with universal acclaim, as seen in the responses of some of his academic friends and contacts. Many, no doubt, thought he could be contained within the walls of the academic establishment. One of his colleagues, the head librarian at the University of the West Indies, expressed this sentiment with alarming honesty, writing to Rodney on March 20, 1970, that his book A History of the Upper Guinea Coast, 1545 to 1800, had arrived with the author's compliments. Approvingly, the librarian, W. E. Gocking, leafed through the book and found it to bear the marks of scholarship one would expect, offering his humble congratulations on this happy issue of your researches. Gawking goes on to explain that he is unlikely to read the book closely but knows others who will be eager to do so. Then he writes that the library has also recently acquired a few copies of The Groundings with My Brothers, which I believe many are anxious to read while they can. That's a little work of quite a different kind, being polemical rather than scholarly. Indeed, in parts I find it shockingly and surprisingly vitriolic, but that I suppose is its intention, alas. We are putting one copy of this also in our university collection for historical reasons. Point 28. Rodney obviously found the letter amusing enough that he saved and filed the letter. Interestingly, Gawking did not end up reading the monograph, but he did read The Groundings. Rodney's most significant books, read by thousands, were not written for the Academy. Indeed, in the case of The Groundings, the book was actually written against the university. Its very purpose was to disseminate the talks, the dialogue, between Rodney and the poor of Jamaica about African history. These two souls of Rodney were complementary, but also in conflict. The academic work, rigorous, scholarly, and to some extent, respectable, could find a home in university libraries, but his activist writings and work were predictably rejected and even despised as dangerous. However, Rodney was never fully rejected by the Academy. He was forgotten to some extent, and certainly pigeonholed, but his work was too thorough to be entirely expelled or dismissed. While there was always an attempt to divide his work and life between the serious scholarship and the polemical and vitriolic, in reality, no such divisions were possible. All of this begs the question, what exactly had Rodney said in The Groundings that was so subversive? Chapter 4. African History and Black Power. The preface to The Groundings with My Brothers was written by Ewart Thomas, a close childhood friend of Rodney. Thomas explained who the book is addressing. Black primarily refers to those people in the world who lack economic power and who do not control their own destinies, i.e. the oppressed, and white refers to the oppressors. Within this category of black, there is a subcategory of people whose skin color is black, who are visibly African and who are easily identifiable by the oppressors. It is to these people that these lectures are dedicated in the first place. Though the book was Rodney's first, published when he was only 27, it is also the foundation stone of so much of his work and politics. The Groundings, as Thomas writes, is an effort to uproot myths and lies about Africa and blackness, and to correct the historical record. Rodney sought to do this as part of his lifelong project of addressing the deep and profound sense of inferiority of black people, inculcated by generations of systematic racism, colonial and imperialist theft of land, and the colonizing of the mind. Rodney worked furiously against these deadening habits of thought and self-awareness in whatever shape they took. In the Black Power movement, he saw a possibility to implant in the minds of black people their history of revolutionary action and pride in an extraordinarily rich and complex African history and culture. Thomas writes in the first pages of The Groundings that the process of awakening, or implanting, takes two forms. The first is a private or individual act, involving subjective logic and psychological needs, an act of knowing oneself, an idea similar to Frantz Fanon's belief in re-cerebralizing thought. The second form involves turning to the external world, the process of being political and achieving black power. This involves a collective and revolutionary realization of black power. This initial existential awakening is essential for the revolutionary act. Thomas argued that Rodney's words served to bring awareness and understanding of this. If there is to be any proving of our humanity, it must be by revolutionary means. 1. In an introduction to the first edition, Rodney's friend Richard Small provides a disarmingly simple biography of Rodney as of average height, articulate, gentle, quiet at times but with strongly held views, and an unassuming presence. As noted in numerous other accounts, this quietness, Rodney's capacity to listen and to refrain from weighing in, gave his speech a particular force. Small goes on to explain that Jamaicans were ignorant of African history, in part because they were actively discouraged from studying it. Yet Jamaica, like much of Africa, was independent and in 1962 could proclaim its so-called freedom from colonial rule. Rodney set about correcting the gaping absences in official accounts of independence. In a post-slave society, blackness is the key determinant, the measure of all things, the original foundation of a society based on slavery, where advancement is determined by how non-black the blackest man can be. Therefore, Small explains, to gain a sense of oneself as being black, and being proud of that blackness, must be secured as the sine qua non for being a full human being. As we have seen, the highly charged atmosphere of the late 1960s, in part on account of the radical and exciting ideas coming from North America's black communities, had brought about an inflection point in political and intellectual debate on the island. Rodney was uniquely able to throw himself into these debates. He was already a historian of rising fame, with knowledge of Africa's history and contemporary trajectory, in addition to being an activist from the Caribbean. Small takes up the story. He went to the middle-class clubs, groups of people searching for an identity, and he spoke about Africa. Within a few weeks the news of a man who knew about Africa, who would talk to anyone who wanted to hear him, spread. Too increasingly, demand for this man who knew about Africa spread beyond the privileged circles, to less respectable groupings across Kingston's varied urban space, and to villages and towns in the area. Rodney was not the only prophet of black power in the Caribbean. Small reports how in Barbados it was expounded by a former boxing promoter, Leo Zeilig. After being confronted by the island's poverty, Zeilig gave up his main line of work and instead began to hold street corner meetings. By 1968, he was speaking about black power and its meaning in the Caribbean. The response Zeilig reported was amazing: 20, 50, 100, 200, sometimes 3,000 came to listen. 3 Likewise, in Trinidad, the unemployed, both schooled and unschooled, were part of this rising swell of black power. Student groups, Small wrote in 1969, were active in the social issues of the island. Similarly, the Antigua Workers' Union called a general strike to force the country's elites to recognize it, indicating the rising tide of radicalism, one that reached into every aspect of political and social life. The Rodney riots in October 1968 were part of this regional and continental trend. In turn, what was created, Small explains, was a synthesis of what Rodney taught and what was done to him for the situation in Jamaica. The eclectic speeches that make up the groundings were made over the 9-month period Rodney spent in Jamaica, many of them from the Sunday mornings he spent at the Wembley Sports Ground. The book's first chapter is one of these talks. Made on October 13 and subsequently presented on October 18, 1968, at the Congress of Black Writers in Montreal, it is a statement on the Jamaican situation. Written in a cogent and accessible way, the statement itself is an analysis of a society in crisis. The starting point of the statement is the 1938 riots and strikes in the country, when the sugar workers and Kingston workers' strike paralyzed the country. 30 years on, Rodney laments, little has changed, except for the intensified oppression of our black brothers by a class of exploiters, local lackeys of imperialism. Against the national myth proclaimed in the slogan "Out of many, one people," Rodney declares that a new phase is beginning for the black humanity of Jamaica. The collapse of the lie of a harmonious and multiracial society reveals the hypocritical claim of the state regime to be a representative in any way of the black masses. 5 It is the powerful Rastafarian brethren who have most thoroughly broken with Jamaican society and its national lies, he argues, and who have adopted a culture based on Ethiopian orthodoxy. Looking at black liberation in North America, Rodney pours scorn on Jamaica's ruling class, for banning B. Rothers Carmichael, H. Rap Brown and James Foreman 6 and prohibiting the writings of Malcolm X and Elijah Muhammad of the Nation of Islam. These acts have occurred, Rodney tells us, even as Jamaica is sponsoring International Human Rights Year. Rodney decries the oppression of black people, pointing in particular at the charges brought for the possession of marijuana, which then carried a minimum sentence of 18 months. Since 1963 and independence, the black police force, Rodney notes, have proved themselves to be as savage as their white counterparts in New York. The Prime Minister has given the police authority to carry out brutal methods to confront these criminals. In 8 months between August 1967 and April 1968, Rodney reports, there were at least 31 people who were set alight by police guns. 7. As repression escalates, he observes, so does stagnation and poverty for the poor. In rural areas, sugar estates have gone out of business, leaving hundreds out of work. As life deteriorates, the government fails to make provisions for increased water consumption and electricity. In a cutting tone, Rodney perfected in his masterpiece How Europe Underdeveloped Africa, which would be published 4 years later, his analysis of how the ramshackle nature of the neocolonial structure has been cruelly exposed, and it was the very middle class, who recently complained most bitterly when they suffered simultaneously from water rationing, and no police protection for their property. Yet it is into this decay that the black masses have stepped, he observes, as the real arbiters of the shape of things to come. The racial question is no longer buried. The Rastafarian brethren have pulled in a large number of Jamaicans interested in these questions, many influenced and inspired by the struggles of black people in the States. Rodney is particularly excited by the literary manifestations of this renewed self-expression of black people: pamphlets, news sheets, and so on. These independent efforts are essential because of the complete control which imperialism and its local puppets maintain over the various established news media. Excited by the emergence of new forms of workers' struggles that are not tied to the reactionary trade unions, Rodney notes a wave of strikes and the appearance of independent workers' movements concerned with unity in action. In a pattern set by the two warring political parties, Rodney is hopeful that black youth will reap praise the ways they are being used by the two parties, as supporters of the parties in 1967 gunned each other down on the orders of the political bandits of the two parties. 8. It is with these possibilities of militancy and reappraisal that Rodney ends his statement, and the first chapter in the Groundings. African History as Black Power. Rodney then plunges into the meaning he gives to black power, an urgent and necessary reassertion of an obliterated history. He is speaking to black people, and he states that skin color for his brothers and sister is the most fundamental and important thing about them. At another time, in different circumstances, he writes, he would have liked to be colorblind, to choose my friends solely because their social interests coincided with mine, but in today's world, no serious, conscious black man can allow himself such luxuries. 9. Of course, this text was not originally envisaged as a book. It was spoken words delivered for a radical audience in public lectures. It was part of the community education, or, in a term from the period, consciousness raising, in which Rodney engaged throughout his life. Rodney draws his lines harshly. Black people, he writes, are non-whites, the millions of people whose homelands are in Asia and Africa, with another few millions in the Americas. 10. Black people exist as the oppressed by a white world. Rodney comments, almost as an aside, that black individuality is denied. I've found out that a lot of whites literally cannot tell one black from another. It reflects a psychological tendency to deny our individuality by refusing to consider us as individual human beings. Rodney takes his listeners through a historical survey, the process in which white power has asserted itself. In one country after another, where whites took power, black people, indigenous populations were marginalized as second-class citizens, in the colonization of Africa, or murdered in genocides of occupation, in the Americas and Australia. These processes in Africa followed on from 400 years of slavery that transferred millions of people to work and die in the New World. Rodney concludes, the essence of white power is that it is exercised over black peoples. It is exercised in such a way that black people have no share in that power. 11. After 1911, he reflects, white power faced increasing challenges globally. For this reversal, he partly credits the victory of the Russian Revolution in 1917 that put an end to Russian imperialism. Nevertheless, he asks, what sense is there to blackness in a revolution won by the poor working class and peasantry, whose skin color was for the most part white? Equally, The Chinese Revolution in 1949, also named in the same paragraph, emancipated the world's largest single ethnic group from the white power complex. Rodney clarifies the first part of this seeming contradiction: the Russians are white and have power, but they are not a colonial power oppressing black peoples. The white power which is our enemy is that which is exercised over black peoples, irrespective of which group is in the majority and irrespective of whether the particular country belonged to whites or blacks. Here, Rodney uses black power, to some extent, as a device to get the attention of his audience and to make an argument. White power over black people is not a universal rule, and white power, as used here by Rodney, seems to specifically denote the colonial and imperialist world, with their racist power and rule over black people and lands. Reflecting the influence of dependency theory on his thinking, Rodney speaks about the nature of the relationships, as he says, between color and power in the imperialist world. Power in the world resides with white countries, the United States, Britain, and France, for example, which dominate and control black countries and formerly colonized states. He also warns his audience not to be fooled by independence, since a black man ruling a dependent state within the imperialist system has no power. In Jamaica, Kenya, or Tanzania, this person or group is merely an agent of white power living in the imperialist metropolis. In this talk, Rodney, with his reading, knowledge, and scholarship, moves effortlessly across the world, through Africa, providing examples of such agents or puppet regimes. Indeed, there was no shortage of examples. The starkest of these was the Congo, whose independence was snatched away in 1960, almost as soon as it had been won. Yet the Congo was a well-developed Congolese empire of the 15th century that was brutally ripped apart by Portuguese slave traders. Thus, they went from conditions of enlightenment and development to being regarded as one of the darkest spots in dark Africa. Independence in the Congo was a sham, with white former colonial states intervening to install a palatable, acceptable agent of white power. 12. Poverty and wealth also have a color code. Wealth, he argues, is a white commodity, and poverty a black one. This division, Rodney explains, is built into the structure of the imperialist relationship that enriches the megalopolis at the expense of the colony. Taking his listeners across the Atlantic to Central and Southern Africa, Rodney explains that Spain, and all of Europe, developed on the basis of looted gold and silver stolen from indigenous peoples. As Europe developed, fueled by pilfered minerals and slavery, indigenous populations in Central and South America were decimated and societies, cultures, and civilizations were dislocated. In this global tsunami of suffering, Rodney says, it was Africans who suffered the greatest of Europe's crimes. In words that tingle and buzz even today, Rodney writes, Europeans have climbed higher on our backs and pushed us down into the dirt. 13. It is against this background that his narrative of black power emerges. In the United States, slavery created the wealth, the capital that drove the development of industry and agriculture, making the vast country the foremost capitalist power. This wealth and power were built on the back of black labor, even as today many black people in the richest country in the world live at a level of existence comparable to blacks in the poorest section of the colonial world. 14. Relentless in his approach to teaching history, Rodney pulls the audience from the present back to the past. Black people in the United States, he notes, briefly held a modicum of formal power after the Civil War, when former slaves could vote as free citizens. As a majority in some states, they even elected black representatives to help rebuild the South, promoting education for all. This, Rodney argues, is a paradigmatic example of black power, which was briefly alive and vibrant in a period known as the Radical Reconstruction. By the 1890s, however, its force was broken as the old ruling class sought to fully rebuild themselves, reinstating racism to break a left-wing populism that was struggling to wrest power from the rich. The renewed black power movement, Rodney argues, stands against the powerlessness. Though he does not specify the shape U.S. society will ultimately take, Rodney explains that some form of coexistence with whites is the desired goal of virtually all black leaders, but it must be a society which blacks have a hand in shaping. To get that, they have to fight. Charting the development of the movement in the United States, Rodney discusses violence and explains that while in the recent past in the 1950s and early 1960s it was common practice to pray, "We were on our best behavior, we asked the whites please, we smiled so that our white teeth illuminated our black faces. Now it is time to show our teeth in a snarl rather than a smile." 15. Violence, he argues, is a tool necessary to free yourself from oppression from white power but also to recover one's humanity. As a consequence, it cannot not be measured with the same attitude as the violence of white fascists. 16. Notable here is how deeply, almost instinctively, embedded Fanon's work on violence is in Rodney's. Fanon was by no means an apostle of violence, rather, he understood that in the face of an irredeemably racist society, the struggle to recover dignity and humanity would require a self-conscious, and frequently violent, assertion of black personhood. Fanon argued that the process would lead to the radical mutation of black people and repair the deep sense of inferiority as a result of centuries of bondage, slavery, conquest, and colonialism. We can read Rodney's 1968 book as a companion volume to Fanon's The Wretched of the Earth, which had expressed the rage of the post-colonial world when it was published in 1961. The groundings was Rodney's contribution to that rage, which was now most forcefully articulated in the Black Power movement. Black Power and the Caribbean. Rodney goes on to discuss the consciousness of Black Power in Jamaica, particularly as it emerged at the University of the West Indies. The events that have inspired this interest, he tells us, are international ones: the hangings in Rhodesia, 3 black Zimbabweans were executed on March 6, 1968, and others later in the year, and the murder of Martin Luther King Jr. on April 4 in Memphis, Tennessee. He credits a handful of charismatic individuals for organizing such Black Power activities, a pantheon within which historians would ultimately include Rodney himself. Black people, Rodney asserts, must take the offensive, rather than simply plead for fair treatment or concessions from white power. Why, he asks, should we be embarrassed or worried about offending the feelings of the oppressor? It was not black people who carried out the worst atrocities of the 20th century, did black people roast 6 million Jews? Nor was it black people who killed the indigenous populations of the Americas and Australia, or who enslaved and killed millions of Africans. White imperialist society, as he formulates it in this talk, is incurably racist. The Caribbean, he reminds the audience, is at the heart of this violence, an area of the black world that is among the most oppressed. Here was a slave society where the legacy of human bondage still weighs down the population. Rodney then proceeds to the lecture. It is important to remember that these were not just polemical community interventions or rallying cries for black power, but educational engagements where Rastafarian community groups and militants would not only be informed of their history, but also invited to debate Rodney's contribution. With his usual scholarly precision, Rodney begins by outlining the structure of his talk. He starts with slavery. C.L.R. James and Eric Williams, he explains, describe slavery in the West Indies as an economic, rather than a racial, phenomenon. Nevertheless, it was quickly racialized as white labor withdrew from the fields and black people were confined to slavery. Out of this practice grew a set of scientific and social theories that stated the inferiority of black people, who were destined to be laborers and slaves. West Indian societies became the highest, purest expression of this theory. According to Rodney, black people also became convinced of their own inferiority. 17. Rodney then moves on to the subject of emancipation. In Britain, at the end of the 18th century, most of what could be extracted from slavery in the West Indies had been. In Rodney's words, slavery and the slave trade had made Britain strong and now stood in the way of new developments. 18. It was time to end the practice. In exchange, massive compensation was paid to slave owners, guaranteeing a supply of black labor through the first years of abolition. Addressing his audience directly, Rodney says, The Rastafari Brethren have always insisted that the black people were promised £20 million at Emancipation 19, yet in the West Indies it was the exploiters, the slavers themselves, who were remunerated for the termination of the institution from which they had profited. Although the purchase and sale of slaves ended in 1807, making the trade illegal across the British-controlled Caribbean, it was not until the implementation of the Slavery Abolition Act in 1834 that the institution of slavery was actually banned. However, to center the role of the British Crown in these developments would be to conceal the rebellions and revolts in Jamaica as well that forced the pace of this abolition. Rodney moves on to discuss Indian indentured labor. Even if slavery had come to an end, the plantation system remained. In the years after 1834, he tells his audience, black people increasingly left plantations to establish themselves as independent peasants. This resulted in a new demand for labor, which was satisfied by importing Indian labor under indentured conditions. At the end of slavery, indentured labor from India thus became a system of bonded labor whereby workers were recruited to work on sugar, cotton, and tea plantations or on infrastructure projects in British colonies. They were paid meager wages, or payment in kind, and promised return passage at the end of their contract, which was typically several years in length. The labor crisis in one part of the British Empire was resolved by creating a crisis in another. Rodney writes how the impact of British commercial, military and political policies, was destroying the life and culture of 19th-century India and forcing people to flee to other parts of the world. Rodney exclaims at the hideous irony of this situation, a sensation you can almost hear reading the text. The West Indies, a site of dreadful suffering, poverty, and misery, is a place black people want to leave, not to come to. 20. Further on, Rodney discusses how Britain found ways of prolonging white power in the West Indies. One key instance was the empire's crushing of an 1865 revolt led by Jamaican preacher and activist Paul Bogle in Morant Bay, a small town in southeastern Jamaica, about 25 miles from the capital, that was proximate to several large sugarcane plantations. In what became known as the Morant Bay Rebellion, Bogle led a march for the just treatment for all Jamaicans, the culmination of local protests and action that had started weeks before. He was captured, tried, and hanged on October 24, 1865. Rodney explains how after 1865 the British government removed the Constitution of Jamaica and put the island under the direct control of the Colonial Office. Rodney draws attention to the distinction made by the British government by the end of the 19th century between white and black colonies. In white colonies, Canada and Australia, the British Empire moved quickly to establish self-rule, while in the black colonies, the West Indies and Asia, the British were busy taking away the political freedom of the inhabitants. 21. Next, Rodney proceeds to 1938, another year of revolt. Even though slavery had come to an end in the British Caribbean 100 years earlier, the black people of the West Indies were still rebelling against the unfreedom of a society that remained largely untransformed. In the context of the Great Depression of the 1930s, the British state was shaken by a series of mass uprisings and strikes in the Caribbean. These revolts reached a peak in Jamaica between April and June 1938. According to Jamaican activist Richard Hart, who was personally involved in the protests, they were organized in opposition to low wages, high unemployment and underemployment, arrogant racist attitudes of the colonial administrators and employers in their relations with black workers, lack of adequate or in most cases any representation, and no established structure for the resolution of industrial disputes by collective bargaining. 22. Strikes and demonstrations infected every area. Over a 3-month period, each parish across the island was at some point effectively shut down, with sugar and banana plantation workers demonstrating from estate to estate. Violent clashes broke out with the police. Though a West Indian movement, the high point was Jamaica. When a royal commission was sent to the island to investigate the causes of the revolt, it found conditions so shocking, Rodney explains, that the British government did not release the report until the end of the war. 23. Discussing the West Indian population, Rodney is clear that his definition of black includes both African and Indian. Making this inclusive point was important to Rodney. Indeed, this aspect of his argument differentiated him from other Black Power militants. In the series of startling interviews conducted in 1975, published as Walter Rodney Speaks, Rodney discusses Stokely Carmichael's intervention in Guyana in 1970 in a tone of disapproval and disappointment. When Stokely visited Guyana in 1970, in speeches he gave he interpreted black in a narrow sense to mean African and hence anti-Indian. In what Rodney argues was an unhelpful intervention, devoid of local understanding or history, Carmichael employed an idea of black power that excluded the Indian. According to Rodney, Carmichael used what was essentially an alien, that is, a North American, conception of what race was about 24. Some fear, Rodney explains, that black power is aimed against the Indian. Yet when the same Indian was first brought to the West Indies, he experienced the same racial disdain. Nor was this Indian a figure of authority or power, on the contrary, he was regarded as a hewer of wood and a bringer of water. 25 Rodney was already fully aware of the history of the Caribbean, and of the unity of these racialized groups in historical struggle. In fact, it would form the subject of his last great work, A History of the Guyanese Working People, 1881 to 1905, which sought to establish this historical unity once and for all, confronting the political divisions between the Indian and African populations. In 1938 the revolt across the Caribbean drew in Africans and Indians in Trinidad and Guyana. In Guyana, Rodney tells his listeners, it was actually triggered by the strike of Indian sugar workers. Even if there are members of the white power structure who are Indian and African, this does not, he argues, change the reality that these populations suffer overwhelmingly from poverty, and that they have no real power. However, Rodney makes an exception for the Chinese. According to him, although they were once laborers, they are now bastions of white West Indian power. Unlike the great advances being made by the Chinese Communist state, they are to be put in the same bracket as the lackeys of capitalism and imperialism who are to be found in Hong Kong and Taiwan. The rupture with their laboring past is total. The same, Rodney argues, can be said of the so-called mulattoes. He approvingly quotes Marcus Garvey's comment on the mulatto, "I was openly hated and persecuted by some of these colored men of the island who did not want to be classified as Negroes but as white." 26. While appealing for unity and the possibility of bringing together browns, reds, and so-called West Indian whites, the movement, Rodney argues, can only keep the door open and leave it to those groups to make their choice. The black power he formulates is not an intolerant one in which the black person simply seeks power over their own destinies. It is not opposed to a multiracial society where each individual counts equally. Once there is the reign of equality, the very distinction between different groups will be lost. This might seem like an almost liberal prescription for the racial ills of Caribbean society. Yet Rodney is careful to separate himself from such a perspective. What he objects to, he says, is the current image of a multiracial society living in harmony that is a myth designed to justify the exploitation suffered by the blackest of our population, at the hands of lighter-skinned groups. 27. Rodney declares, speaking directly to Jamaican society, that the island is black. In crude terms, this was, and continues to be, the case. Rodney reports to his audience that while 77% of the population is visibly African, every other group apart from the Afro-Europeans, at about 15%, are numerically insignificant. It is on these terms, on these figures, that Jamaica must be regarded as black. All others should have the rights of individuals, but no privileges or wealth held since the birth of slavery. The challenge against white power and its local, sometimes multiracial elite is so entrenched that to break it requires a revolutionary step. In the Western Hemisphere, Rodney argues, only Cuba has managed to make this step by severing the chains that bind it to imperialism. Rodney refuses to see the region and its relationship to black power in simple color terms. When Cuba made a revolution, the majority of its population was white, yet Stokely Carmichael, he notes, described Fidel Castro as one of the blackest men in the Americas. Even more explicitly, Rodney characterizes the Cuban Revolution as one in which black Cubans fought alongside white Cuban workers and peasants because they were all oppressed. Cuba, for Rodney, is the multiracial society he envisaged in practice. Black Cubans today enjoy political, economic, and social rights and opportunities of exactly the same kind as white Cubans. Secure in these rights and equal in their place in Cuban society, black Cubans can forget the category black and think simply, as socialist equals and as men. 28. Race, therefore, is almost a transitory category in Rodney's thinking, one that may be dissolved once revolution and its accompanying transformations have occurred. The structures of white power, however, are real and require revolutionary black power to combat. There is something profound that lives behind Rodney's use of race. In his interpretation, it is a living and breathing force that can nevertheless be overcome. Revealing his eclectic influences, Rodney cites the Russian revolutionary Leon Trotsky, asking the audience if the revolution in the West Indies will confirm Trotsky's definition of it as a carnival of the oppressed, a flowering of human possibilities as the poor rise up to take control of society for the first time. Rodney condemns graduates of the University of the West Indies who, he claims, are fully part of the white imperialist system. Despite having black skin, he argues, they reproduce racist lies about black people being lazy, lies that have been unchanged since emancipation in Jamaica, when black laborers went to Central America to build the Panama Canal or to the UK to run the transport and health system. While most of us do not go to quite the same extremes today, he says, the situation has remained largely unchanged, with the elevation of a few individuals. Graduates were sold the myth of individual liberation, in Rodney's words, personal progress measured in terms of front lawn and the latest model of a huge American car. 29 The choice is to remain as servants to this white power or break with it, a dramatic appeal to the students with whom Rodney was busily engaged in Kingston. One task of black power in the West Indies, he observes, is to force the black intelligentsia to serve the black masses within the university. Students must overcome white cultural imperialism. Rodney says that the brainwashing process has been so stupendous that it has convinced so many black men of their inferiority. 30 This is a condition inculcated since childhood. The black girl plays with a white doll, the black schoolboy asked to draw a human being can only sketch the picture of a white man or woman. This is hardly a surprise, he argues, since all textbooks and storybooks have only ever featured illustrations of Europeans. The black person is simply invisible. This question was one to which Rodney would return years later, in the late 1970s, when he wrote Lakshmi out of India and Kofi Badu out of Africa. The two children's books provided a story of Guyana's history, taking as their subjects, respectively, an Indian and African child. According to Rodney, the very language used by black people expresses a deep self-loathing. Good hair, Rodney explains, means European hair, good nose means a straight nose, good complexion means a light complexion. 31 As absurd as these terms are, they continue to be used, Rodney argues. Whiteness has a monopoly of beauty as black is synonymous with darkness, aggression, and evil. From this separate situation, deeply rooted in the body politic of West Indian society is the necessity of black power and black pride. It matters little that these societies, now that they are independent, are run by a class of black people or Indian people, since they produce and reproduce white values. Touching on the tragic divisions between African and Indian peoples in Guyana and Trinidad, Rodney laments that both groups are trapped in a European mindset. He explains, when an African abuses an Indian, he repeats all that the white men said about Indian indentured coolies, and in turn the Indian has borrowed from the whites the stereotype of the lazy nigger to apply to the African beside him. 32 No black person can see another, except through the eyes of a white person. Brilliantly, Rodney concludes the chapters by claiming that black power in the Caribbean must begin with the revaluation of ourselves as blacks and with the redefinition of the world from our own standpoint. 33. Onward to the past, African history. Even if the groundings are sometimes hyperbolic, this slim volume remains relevant, reflecting an incredibly sophisticated translation of black empowerment and black power for the Caribbean situation. In some respects, all of Rodney's subsequent and most important works can be said to have their origins here. When colleagues and comrades complained about the influence of black power on Rodney's activism and work, they missed an essential point that Rodney had long grasped. See Chapter 5 of The Groundings. The recovery of confidence and pride after centuries of injury, humiliation, and debasement with elementary human dignity and history stolen was the essential first step in the process of liberation and self-activity for black people. It is toward that stolen history that Rodney turned in Chapter 4 of The Groundings. Africans living in the West, he observes, have been starved of their own history and the achievements of this history, part of an effort to maintain a picture of a barbarous continent and an enfeebled people. Then, in lines that should be cited at every mention of Rodney's life and legacy, he declares, "In order to know ourselves we must learn about African history and culture." Such a task, such knowing, has the direct, practical implication of creating unity among Africans across the world. Rodney provides something of an ABCs of African history which must have been startling for his audience. As the center of humankind, human beings came into existence on the continent almost 2 million years ago, with human society reaching some of its greatest heights. On the river Nile were the kingdoms of Egypt and Meroe, in what is today Sudan, that developed and flourished long before the birth of Christ. Humankind, he argues, has never rediscovered some of the technical skills which the Egyptians possessed. Europeans have refused to accept, as Rodney correctly observed, the elemental fact that Egyptian and Meroe civilizations were African. Their achievements were Africa's. Indeed, Rodney argues, the dark-skinned people of Meroe ruled over Egypt, a culture, Rodney argues, of a lighter complexion. 34. Next, Rodney turns to Ethiopia. Here, he tells us, was the ancient kingdom of Aksum, whose written language, called Ge'ez, is still used within the Ethiopian church today. 35. Known for its fine architecture, Aksum's ancient churches and pillars were carved into solid rock. It was in West Africa, he notes, that some of the greatest and strongest states developed over 1500 years ago, lasting more than 1200 years. The kingdoms of Ghana, Mali, Songhai, and Kanem were all situated near the Niger River. Renowned for their trading and agriculture, they were also centers of learning and Islamic teaching. After all, Christianity had its East African home in Ethiopia, after a process of conversion in the early 4th century. In addition to these states, each of which achieved greatness before the arrival of the white man, were Benin and Oyo in West Africa, Congo and Monomotapa, in modern-day Zimbabwe, in Central Africa, and Bunyoro and Buganda in East Africa. Rodney explains that if these names seem odd and foreign, this is only because nothing has been taught about them. Addressing the themes of black power directly, Rodney says, "If we want to call ourselves conscious Africans, then we must know the map of Africa, we must remember the names of these great African states, and we must find out as much as possible about them." 36. Notably, Rodney resists the prevailing tendency to mistake all history with great states and civilizations. He goes on to argue that most Africans lived in small communities, and that these societies also need careful study. Large political states, he notes, do not automatically confer civilization, a reality to which the political systems in Europe and the United States testify, having destroyed many human values. Indeed, much of the greatest human value was developed, grown, and nurtured in the smallest African polities. In these places, principles of hospitality, respect, the central role of women, humane treatment of lawbreakers, and spiritual reflection were common. Though slavery has killed off much, he observes, certain elements of this culture have persisted. He covers in some detail the development of agriculture, first in the Middle East, some 10,000 years before the birth of Christ, then spreading into Africa, the grasslands of Ethiopia and West Africa. Agriculture, he notes, was used to support a growing urban, or settled, population across different regions of the continent. As methods of taming the environment for human cultivation and habitation advanced, these civilizations developed irrigation and terracing, as well as crop rotation, an early technique that ensured the continued fertility of the land, preventing soil erosion and increasing soil fertility and crop yield. Similarly, Rodney explains that metalwork came to the continent not from the benevolence of the Europeans but from the Middle East. Such work was highly advanced in places like the Congo, an area famous for mining copper, while the Sudan became known for its iron work. Concluding the chapter, Rodney argues that this is important for stressing ancient Africa as being in the mainstream of human history. 37. Why are historical facts, at the end of the second decade of the 21st century, still so important? For this book, the importance is twofold. First, in describing the development of Rodney's work and life, the groundings form an important chapter. They mark a formative period in his life, and provide a window onto his political development and activism in 1968. However, the second reason is more important. African history, culture, and society continue to suffer on account of stereotypes and racist cliches, and a deep sense of inferiority still runs through Black and African society. The astonishing Black Lives Matter movement is, in part, a rage against these racist stereotypes. Indeed, Rodney's purpose for giving this history lesson bears repeating. He says such historical knowledge is vital because, as he puts it, what we need is confidence in ourselves, so that as Blacks and Africans we can be conscious, united, independent and creative. 38 Ripped out of their own societies and cultures by slavery, he argues, it is necessary for Black people to rebuild the confidence pulverized by conquest, colonialism, and, before it, slavery. Turning to the development of religion, literature, and art, Rodney argues, the continent can also be proud of its achievements. Though European history books tell us to look to early human art in France and Germany, for example, there are similarly extraordinary examples of early human culture seen in early rock art in Africa. What is more, Rodney reminds us, these examples of art are from a much earlier period, 125,000 to 150,000 years ago. The same can be said of the great sculptures in wood, copper, bronze, and iron. Black Africans have developed in the same way as all mankind, making their own contributions, adding their art, language, and culture into the human crucible. We are all, Rodney argues, part of a single species. There is a deceptively simple line set in italics: skin color by itself is insignificant. In a manifesto, a series of public lectures on Black power and Black and African empowerment, this is surely a contradiction. After all, skin color is of vital significance. However, Rodney is arguing that there is no difference, no inherent inequality of human value or worth in skin color, and that the tag of color signifies nothing. What does Rodney mean? He obviously did not believe skin color was insignificant, but that by itself, stripped of history and political economy, it was an empty concept that signified nothing. This is key to understanding Rodney's meaning, and why his point is not simply a reiteration of typical Western liberal humanist arguments about race. Rodney had set himself the task of real education, a contribution to the thinking of his brothers and sisters, rather than simply a parroting of radical cliches. The groundings was not an exercise in opportunism but a principled contribution to a people's education. What is significant for Rodney is how color had become important, that is, how it had been constructed. White men and white power used racialism to marginalize and dehumanize Black people. The task now, he suggests, is to recapture and use race to unify ourselves, breaking the racist hold of white power and structures, including its Black lackeys. So long, he explains, as there are people who deny our humanity as Blacks, then for so long must we proclaim and assert our humanity as Blacks. 39. In the fifth section in the chapter, Rodney turns again to the Nile civilizations. Highlighting the role of women, he stresses women's centrality in the social system of the Kush and in other parts of the continent. There were many great queens of Kush, he points out, and it is felt that Candace, mentioned in the Bible as Queen of Ethiopia, may really have been a Queen of Cush. Rodney draws on the vast breadth of his reading and research, conducted over the course of his childhood and youth in Georgetown and Kingston, and in London during his PhD. In his hands, African history was not an account of dead events, a scholar's desire for knowledge for its own sake, but a sword that could be wielded against racist lies, in support of a political movement. The importance of this history was vital, alive, and urgent. The groundings should be read not in the quiet of a library but spoken aloud to a crowd. Breaking into an urgent, declarative voice, Rodney declares printed in all caps in the book that Cush and Miro are part of our historical heritage as Africans 40. One of the most obvious observations of these lectures is that Rodney's attention to detail was impeccable. These were not polemical speeches, with a loose smattering of African history, but real, in-depth historical case studies, part of a profound and serious community education initiative. When it came to content, he made no compromises, speaking clearly and concisely to people who often lacked a formal education, exactly as he would to students in lecture halls or academics at conferences. Brandishing history for liberation. Curiously, Chapter 5 of the Groundings starts self-reflexively, by questioning the approach Rodney took in his earlier lectures. Rodney explains that the impact of racism forces us into the invidious position of proving our humanity by citing historical antecedents 41 at the same time that he notes its inevitability, since the white man has planted racist myths and lies to begin with. Such myths, after all, act as a block to revolutionary action. The task, Rodney explains, is not meant for a white gallery, but to enliven and free black minds. However, as vital and important as these tasks are, they cannot take precedent over the concrete tactics and strategy necessary indispensable to the achievement of liberation. It is the conquest of power that is the immediate goal, Rodney tells us. Distinct from a liberal educator, who might see history as the prerequisite for any form of liberation, Rodney is clear that although the teaching of African history and languages is vital, noting that a recent proposal to teach African history and language was rejected by the Jamaican government, it is ultimately secondary to the struggle that will not wait until re-education 42. Important though the project of history is, if there is to be any proving of our humanity, it must be by revolutionary means. 43. Seeing through the contradictions of the expansion of African history teaching in North America, Rodney issues a warning to his audience: these efforts or course offerings are illusions. The U.S. state can safely promote African culture and politics, secure in the knowledge of white capitalist domination. Therefore, the teaching of African history is no panacea, no substitute for direct political struggle. Teaching radical history is not a threat if it is divorced from a wider consideration of power and the raw reality of the American system. Rodney notes that there have been previous efforts at education of a forgotten history, but today the revaluation of Africa's past is taking place within a milieu of social upheaval. 44. Rodney argues that all elements of Africa must be seen, not only the great states and empires, but also the small communities and stateless societies that are often ignored or marginalized. As a consequence of the poor and racist teaching of African history, the lives of those outside the great civilizations, the city-states, receive short shrift. Yet, Rodney explains, these people, these communities, must also be written about and studied. African life in all its variety must be seen, researched, and recognized. Indeed, in these societies, principles of solidarity, mutual respect, and humanity frequently dominated values absent from supposedly richer and more mature cultures and societies. Such principles of charity and compassion exposed these communities to European conquest. They were abducted into societies in which they could not comprehend the endless craving for profit and wealth. Family ties and kinship networks served as social glue that linked vast areas, and both trade and travel were common. Though the Scottish explorer Mungo Park regarded the Jola of southern Senegal as primitive, he recorded that he could leave his belongings behind for great periods, only to return and find everything in exactly the same place. Rodney's narrative is far from a romantic account of merry Africa, but it is infused with deep reading and research evident throughout the book. Talking about crime, Rodney says that there is no evidence of a jail or prison in early African society, or stocks and fetters, the staple punishment of medieval England, for example. It is from first-person accounts and archival material that Rodney's lectures were written, and these records show that European visitors of the 15th and 16th centuries were surprised, even shocked, by the humane nature of the penal system that existed. Frequently, religious belief reflected these values. The Yoruba, for example, could practice in the manner they chose, and there was a profound acceptance for those suffering from disabilities, who were placed under the protection of specific gods. This, Rodney muses, hardly constitutes evidence of darkness. The great exaggerated racist myths, Rodney explains, present the continent as a place of uninterrupted savagery and primitiveness. Therefore, it has become important to emphasize the cities, states, and civilizations that have existed on the continent for thousands of years. However, all human life, large and small, needs to be embraced, respected, and seen. The depth of Rodney's arguments, as presented in these public lectures, is astonishing. He takes on the European egocentricity that has created a fetish of its own large states and urban centers, from which they can apparently judge all other worlds and societies. Although these forms of human organization may be outstanding, to use them as a measure of all human achievement and the inherent worth of cultures and races, he notes, is the worst type of cultural arrogance. 45. As Rodney states clearly, it is possible to compare the Western Sudan between the 5th and the 15th centuries with Europe in the Dark and Middle Ages, and the comparison is advantageous to Africa on many points. Early European travelers to Africa noted these aspects, reflecting, Rodney argues, on the hospitality they received and witnessed in towns and villages, the security of goods and persons in Africa, and how it stood in contrast to the depredations in Europe. 46. When comments on a particular custom were made, it was often because it delayed commerce. Rodney reports. One European denounced African hospitality in the following terms: the law of hospitality is obstructive of industry. If there is provisions in the country, a man who wants it has only to find out who has got any, and he must have his share. Thus, whatever abundance a man may get by assiduity, will be shared by the lazy. 47. Rodney was teaching history as an exercise in self-empowerment and self-respect, but also presenting a striking tale in the morality of our societies, the absurdities and cruelties of industry, assiduity, and commerce. Rodney was clear about this, how the supposed achievement of European society and thinking was in fact a catastrophe. In this respect, the groundings is clearly preparation for how Europe underdeveloped Africa, published 4 years later. As Rodney points out, the apparent strengths of European development, its historical formations, are in fact the cruelties of a lust for wealth, which cast white men as superior in the operative sense and secured for them hegemony over the continent. For Africa, this was a catastrophe without end. Rodney explains to his audience, economies were disjointed and orientated externally, anarchy, injustice in the realm of the law, internal slavery and exploitation replaces public security, the human operation of the law and the solidarity of the family. 48. Despite the visitation of such crimes on the continent for centuries, Rodney declares, indeed exclaims, we did survive not only in Africa, but on this side of the Atlantic, the greatest miracle of all time. Imagine how it must have felt to hear these words in Kingston in 1968, that their history was not simply a story of the plunder and murder on the continent, or of slavery and ruin, but one of astonishing survival and resilience. And every day black people in the Americas perform the miracle anew. Rodney's talk, African History in the Service of Black Revolution, was, in part, an effort to inoculate his listeners to the dangers of racism. They may be able to celebrate the achievements of great African civilizations, but what of ordinary African life? It is here that a chink exists for the propaganda machine to present contemporary Congolese and Nigerian issues, for example, as the outbreak of the ancestral savagery of tribalism once the civilizing white, colonial hand has been removed. Rodney is careful to caution his audience against seeing African history as a stepping stone to the active regeneration of an African way of life. Although for him it is essential that we revisit the continent's real history, it is just as necessary to expunge the myths about the African past, which linger in the minds of black people everywhere. 49 It is not a blueprint to how we should live now. The efforts being made on the continent to transform society, including in Tanzania, are as much an exploration of the present as a recovery of the past 50. The fact that these talks were delivered with such power and punch by a 27-year-old is in itself impressive. But the sheer clarity and richness of content is even more astonishing. As one reads the text, the feeling is one of being engulfed by knowledge, freed of historical prejudice. To have heard these truths, delivered clearly, by the author himself would have been awe-inspiring. The groundings were a clear demonstration of Rodney's politics. As he explained at the end of the book, I would go further down into West Kingston and I would speak wherever there was a possibility of our getting together. It might be a sports club, it might be in a schoolroom, it might be in a church, it might be in a gully, dark, dismal places with a black population who have had to seek refuge there. Once there, Rodney would do what he always did, sit down together with the attendees and ground. As he recalled, I have sat on a little oil drum, rusty and in the midst of garbage. 51 The process of these groundations was at its heart a dialogue. You learn humility because they are teaching you. And you get confidence too. You get a confidence that comes from an awareness that our people are beautiful. 52 Returning the following year to Tanzania, Rodney was humbled and enlightened by his experience in Jamaica. Nevertheless, he also carried with him the bitter memories of his expulsion by the black bourgeois of the island, evidence, for him, of their craven and empty souls. Chapter 5. Revolution and History. With the birth of the Rodney's second child, Kanani, in Tanzania on March 28, 1969, the family was now 4 strong. However, Walter would not see her for the first time until she was 3 months old, upon his arrival in Dar es Salaam in June 1969 following a long sojourn in Cuba. The second period in Tanzania would cement the family's long-standing and profound affection for the country. Writing to Rodney in Montreal on November 4, 1968, only days after Walter's banning and the subsequent Rodney riots, Terence Ranger, a radical and important historian of Africa himself, wrote in his capacity as head of the history department at the University of Dar es Salaam. I hope one or other of the above addresses will find you. What are your plans? There is still a vacancy here we have been soldering on all year with the largest student numbers and with only 7 lecturers. Let me know as soon as you can whether you would like to return and if so when. I don't want to rush you, but it would be helpful to know soon because Isaria Kamambo, the first African professor of history in Tanzania, and I will have to construct our overall staffing plan for next year very soon. Isaria says he would love to have you back. 1. On November 12, Walter received an offer from Marcia Wright, an American historian of Africa, who wrote from the Institute of African Studies at Columbia University. Without so much as a clue whether such an idea could be realized, either locally or from your side, I have started the bureaucratic machine which may produce an invitation to you to come to Columbia in the second half of next year as a visiting scholar. What can I add to twist your arm? The stipend will be generous, New York will be almost literally at your feet, and Columbia is going through some interesting phases. I hope that you can be more than tempted. 2. By the end of January 1969, further offers had been received, including one from Alfred Reber, chair of the Department of History at the University of Pennsylvania, explaining that several of your friends and colleagues at the School of Oriental and African Studies have recommended you as possibly being interested in an opening which we have. 3. It was not until halfway through 1969 that the paperwork was almost complete on Walter's post in the History Department in DAR. On July 1, a letter explained, on behalf of the Council of the University College, Dar es Salaam, I am pleased to offer you the post of lecturer in history at this college with effect from July 1, 1969 or as soon as possible thereafter, for the position was an appointment for preferably 4 years. On receiving the offer letter, Walter immediately completed the attached form, keeping one copy, which was kept in his records, accepting the position and indicating that for the purposes of paragraph 2 of this letter, I wish to opt for a 4-year contract. Within 3 days, a further letter was sent from the university to Rodney indicating, the principal has allocated you quarters at house number 28 Kyle Lenny Road, which is a 3-bedroom quarter, with immediate effect. The rental is SHS 140 per month, and the water charge is 40 per month. I hope you will be happy in the quarter. 5. The total rent was 1,680 shillings per year, which was, given Rodney's salary of 36,000 shillings, a very reasonable and affordable cost, quite unlike the extortionate rents on accommodation today in Dar es Salaam. A salary of 36,000 shillings had roughly the same buying power as $40,000 today, but living costs were low, with annual rent equivalent to $1,800. Indeed, Tanzania's capital is now the third most expensive African city for rental costs, after Johannesburg and Maputo. Developments: Tanzanian socialism. In the relatively short period that Rodney had been out of Tanzania, the country's contradictions had grown along with the radicalism of its social movements. Even if many activists and scholars were skeptical about the country's plans to implement the progressive socialist agenda, as embodied in the Arusha Declaration of early 1967, they often believed that the country could develop the basis it would need to eventually break with capitalism. If Ujamaa was a crude populist movement, it was nevertheless a foundation on which they could build. There was both space and tolerance for the development of political ideas. What's more, there was even a consistent effort to bargain with President Nyerere to debate with him, especially on the Hill, the term used to describe the hilly campus where the university was built, in the hope that, even occasionally, he would change his position. Under this fraternal pressure, they wondered, could Nyerere be compelled to shift from a rather idealized, Christian vision of socialist change to the fuller, meatier scientific socialism they supported? The basis of Nyerere's thought and practice was a form of moral philosophy known as Fabianism. Originating in the UK and named for the Roman general Fabius Cunctator, whose surname translates as the Delayer, the political tradition sought to bring about democratic socialism through modest and gradualist efforts. Nyerere's socialism embodied the notion that all people were regarded as members of his ever-extending family. 6 individuals, therefore, had a responsibility to be honest and upstanding. If the peasantry already had such a morality, it was for the Tanganyika African National Union's leaders to match them. Similarly, capitalism was a choice, something that was interpreted by individuals and stemming from their moral weakness or greed, rather than inherent in productive processes, as Nyerere's Marxist contemporaries contended. The Arusha Declaration spoke of transformation and an end to classes, but it did not offer much detail on economic structures and class dynamics in Tanzania, nor did it discuss the ways that society was indelibly marked by them. In his 1968 Freedom and Socialism, Nyerere wrote that the vital thing was the extent to which we succeed in preventing the exploitation of one man by another, and in spreading the concept of working together cooperatively for the common good instead of competitively for individual private gain. 7. Where was the deep-rooted and thoroughgoing understanding of the contradictions between classes that dictated the relationship between one man by another, as Nyerere put it? For Nyerere, capitalism and colonialism were synonymous. The former was brought in by the latter, and with decolonization and the right nationalist attitude, the country could transcend the alien and foreign economic system. Nyerere was not alone. Earlier in the 1960s, Ghana's first leader following independence, Kwame Nkrumah, had a conception of national development that discarded the notion of class. After all, for him the formation of a pauper class is unknown, nor is there antagonism of class against class. 8. The liberation struggle in the 1950s had overcome differences in Tanzania, in independence the ruling party could generate similar unity and stall the dangerous formation of class antagonism. However, without vital nuance and context, such criticism is ridiculous. Among the left and student radicals, both at home and internationally, Nyerere was a revered figure. The struggle against imperialism that crisscrossed the continent was electrifying, and Nyerere was an outspoken figure in the struggle. Karim Herji, one of Walter Rodney's comrades and a founder of the radical student publication Chech, Spark, wrote in 2010 that Nyerere's diplomatic and material support to African liberation movements far surpassed that given by other African states. While the radical measures made Tanzania a beacon of hope, and inspired people struggling against injustice and exploitation everywhere. 9. Thus, while the ideas of Ujamaa and the Arusha Declaration were relatively vague, there was an astonishingly warm and fraternal attitude toward Nyerere. Indeed, he was welcomed as a comrade on campus. All the same, progressive intellectuals both on and off campus would criticize the utopian notions in Ujamaa, developing an analysis of how the country was intrinsically connected to global capitalist relations. Chech, founded in the year that Walter returned, 1969, was one of the forums in which such debates raged. Zakia Megji, another founding member of Chech, was part of a new generation of radicals that included women and men. As Herji recalls, Chech exposed the gap between the rhetoric and practice of socialism. The publication drew in contributions by Walter and others, including his contemporaries at the university and renowned political economists Thomas Zintz, Issa Shivji, John Saul, and Yoweri Museveni, then a radical student leader in DAR. Despite the magazine's efforts at rigorous and forthright criticism, aimed at thickening out the country's socialist development, it quickly generated the scorn of leading party officials and state bureaucrats. The magazine persistently challenged the flimsy analysis of state-led initiatives, as well as Nyerere's refusal to focus on class struggle while opting instead for a philosophy of individual moral choice. Nevertheless, for a brief moment, there was a fruitful exchange, heated though it was. Nyerere invited members of the Radical University Students' African Revolutionary Front to his private home for meetings and discussions. This was no doubt in an effort to persuade them to tone down the criticism in the publication. As Herji remembers, the first one was in early March. He had again called us to his private residence, on June 16, 1970. What an encounter it was! Here were we, virtual nobodies, sitting down face to face with not just the head of a state but also one of the most distinguished leaders in the world. The full account is irresistible and gives us an insight to the peculiar and politically intoxicating period. About 10 of us sat in the living room, some on the soft couches, and others on the carpet. Mwalimu, an affectionate term, meaning teacher in Swahili, commonly used for Nyerere, emerged smiling, casually attired. It was as perfectly informal and friendly a get-together as one could visualize. Mwalimu began by saying, with a wry smile on his face, that he sought continued dialogue with the true socialists. Then he dwelt on the difficult task of building socialism in a very poor nation. He told us he had tried to read the works of Karl Marx, but only after the Arusha Declaration was promulgated. It was not easy to comprehend Marx, he noted. But he had found Lenin more understandable. Then he asked us to raise what we deemed the main issues of the day. We first drew attention to the class character of the struggle for socialism in Tanzania. We had to form strong alliances with the socialist nations. We also talked about participatory forms of government. Mwalimu listened keenly to us. Now and then, he expressed his views. On alliances with socialist nations, he was skeptical. Otherwise, he seems to concur. 11. It is not unheard of for senior politicians seek to incorporate or even to buy off opposition, especially that of student activists. 12. However, this was different. At the same time that Nyerere wanted the students to become more cooperative, he was also interested in debate, encouraging them and seeking compromise. For instance, following a request made by students during the meeting above, he amended the university bill to ensure greater student representation in the institution's governing body. Even so, this was not a contradiction he was able to straddle for long. Enthusiasm for the Arusha Declaration, and the hope that TUNU could be wielded as a genuine instrument of change, began to tail off. The numbers of campus Marxists and other supporters dwindled. The academic Patrick Norberg argues the key shift came with Czech September 3, 1970, special issue featuring Issa Shivji's essay The Silent Class Struggle, an astonishing document that triggered the so-called DAR debates between Marxist-inspired intellectuals about the transition to socialism in Tanzania and across Africa, and provided the most systematic exposé of post-1967 economic changes to Tanzania. 13. Given the importance of the essay to the development of radical thinking in Tanzania, and Rodney's own contribution to the debates it generated, it merits further discussion. In fact, the text that first appeared in the special issue of Czech was so significant that it was republished as a standalone volume in 1974 by the Tanzania Publishing House, accompanied by responses from Rodney, Saul, Zintz, and Kasim Gurulai. When Shivji wrote the essay, he was a graduate student of law at the university and had been conducting extensive research on the post-declaration nationalization of companies in Tanzania. His work revealed the inner workings of these firms, including the Tanzania Tourist Corporation, as well as state wood and mining companies. His conclusions were alarming. As Shivji writes, nationalization, while being a necessary first step towards socialization of the ownership of the means of production, is not in itself socialization. In other words, by nationalizing a country does not break from the imperialist economy, it does not cease to be a neo-colony. 14. Nationalization, Shivji concludes, has done little to generate disengagement of the national economy from the global capitalist system. In fact, he argues, it could work favorably for the state and capitalists, for state ownership allows the bureaucrats to dull the consciousness of the exploited masses of the population, thereby serving very well the interests of the international bourgeoisie. 15. While the left can be suppressed as extremists. Indeed, state ownership of the commanding heights of the economy had not led to worker or popular control, quite the contrary. As a result, nationalized British banks functioned through management contracts with international banks from other countries. 16. These agreements, Shivji explains, ensured foreign partners profited, and they protected the regional interests and markets of the monopolies. 17. Shivji exposed an intricate web of capitalist or neocolonial measures through which newly nationalized companies organized. The economic foundations of colonialism, Shivji argues, had not been overthrown. Rather, they were entrenched in neocolonial Tanzania. The TUNU's statements were commendable, but they would remain largely futile so long as the economic edifice of colonial state remained intact. President Nyerere was correct in highlighting the poverty of the rural poor, but, unless the structures of economic control were challenged, the country would remain firmly imprisoned in underdevelopment and hopelessly dependent on foreign capital for investment in industry. Even in the nationalized companies, a new class stratum had emerged, an economic bureaucracy, the bureaucratic bourgeoisie, charged with running these giant state companies. Nationalization, Shivji shows, was not a serious challenge to capitalist interests, that is, to the project of securing steady profit and an acquiescent workforce. If this seems like a minor or even obvious argument today, it was not then. Indeed, at the time nationalization was seen as the path to socialist transformation in Africa and elsewhere. Through his masterful analysis of Tanzania's political economy, Shivji, in the midst of the frenzy, stood apart and said, essentially, that it was a sham. While he still believed in the capacity of the TUNU, the ruling party, and its most militant cadre, to break with international capitalism, his essay opened a debate of great and lasting significance. It also tantalized the reader with the specter of working-class politics. For a strategy like this to succeed, he concluded, the working class must be surely and firmly in political power. 18. Curiously, the article was viewed by many as a contribution to a national debate aimed at assisting the state and urging Nyerere, in particular, Forward. Shivji was careful to explain that while Asian business owners, the comprador bourgeoisie, had largely lost out in the reforms, the new Africanized bureaucracy was in danger of assuming the same role. However, this new caste did not yet have the power to challenge socialist forces in the country. Nor did Tanu have sufficient ideological clarity to see the danger that was unfolding, following on from the changes that had taken place. Shivji argued that two things needed to be done. First, the party had to be placed under the ultimate control of the vanguard in order to destroy the old social order. Second, in conjunction with this, was the prerequisite of disengagement from the global economy. With the publication of the special issue, Chech, Herji argues, had come of age. 19 The time for fireside chats with Nyerere in his private residence was over. Tanu bureaucrats were building socialism with capitalist means, an impossible paradox, so long as Ujamaa was condemned as a petty bourgeois project that had to be transcended. Meanwhile, the reputation of the publication and the students who produced it grew locally and internationally. This was a socialist publication to watch out for. Issue 3 of the publication, which came out only 6 weeks later, included contributions to the debate from several student militants. What is notable about all of the subsequent contributions that followed the publication of Shivji's paper is how none of them challenged his fundamental thesis. For instance, Rodney wrote of Shivji's invaluable contribution, and how he provides convincing and disturbing evidence of the way in which the policy of nationalization of foreign enterprises in Tanzania has been deprived of much of its sting. 20 He also celebrated his comrade's method of analysis, one characteristic of his own. Ne must also commend Shivji for not inventing classes where they do not exist, a tendency of mechanistic Marxists. 21 Others, including Saul, commended the importance of Shivji's essay and its power to stir discussion. 22 Ultimately, Shivji succeeded in setting a new trend in the parameters of the debate, deepening the radical critique of Tanzania. For a graduate student and tutorial assistant, this was an audacious and brilliant contribution. Rodney's intellectual collaboration with Shivji would continue, extending through the 1970s. For a time, Rodney believed that Ujamaa could help Tanzania cut its reliance on trade with the West by shifting to domestic food production. His view stood in contrast to other more critical Marxist opinions in the country that rejected the idea that Tanzania was moving towards socialism. The Ujamaa villages, he believed, could become the building blocks of socialist development if Tanu were clear about the need to modernize them with support from socialist countries. Thus, for a period, Rodney saw the main objective in Tanzania as the preservation of the Ujamaa villages. 23 Shivji, who was doubtful, challenged his comrades, including Rodney, to question Tanzania's socialist prospects deeply. The common course. As we have seen, when Rodney first arrived in DAR, he was quickly baptized in campus politics. As Nyerere and Tanu announced compulsory youth service for university students, there was a loud and furious reaction. Student intellectuals wanted no part in the grubby business of participating in actual development on peasant farms, or in building projects. In October 1966, they protested under highly provocative banners praising colonialism and condemning the ruling party. The university's progressive scholars felt that they too needed to develop core changes to university teaching that could feed into the national need for radical change and break the deep conservatism that resided in the student body. It was from such an initiative that the Common Course, a bland title that disguised a lofty ambition, was born. As we saw earlier, the course emerged from the 1967 conference that sought to redefine the university, and the actual proposal, addressed to Nyerere and the vice president, was written by 9 members of the faculty, including Rodney. According to the document, the university is not just a place of higher learning, rather, it can and should play an important role in the development of socialism in Tanzania. However, its authors explain, the institution is hopelessly ill-prepared to do this, due to its fragmentation into separate disciplines, which provides the main obstacle to the development of an integral and coherent vision of man in history and society. Unreformed, the university might produce competent technicians and technocrats with specialist knowledge but no comprehension of social development as a unitary process. 24. Referring directly to the students expelled from the university for protesting against the new requirement that students serve in the national service, the proposal states that they cannot be expected to return with a change of heart so long as the current orientation and assumptions remain unchallenged. Framing their arguments in eerily contemporary terms, the Group of Nine calls for a re-evaluation of the inherited disciplinary organization and structure is a normal part of the overall process of decolonization of education. 25. This exercise was all the more urgent at a time when an entire society was apparently engaged in breaking from capitalism. The proposal challenged the most profound assumptions of university organization. He shattered and abstracted parts, it states, must be reconstituted into their real totality, in terms of which they will be analyzed and made meaningful. 26. Such a course would create an awareness of the forces and structures constituting a social totality, to make possible a new way of thinking about Tanzanian, or East Africa, realities and problems in all their concreteness and specificity. 27. If these hopes seem wild and unfeasible today, perhaps that is a reflection of the narrowness of our own period, rather than the hyperbole of the 1967 document. The group envisaged an autonomous department of social analysis, which would initially draw on existing staff from other departments. The graduate from such a course would approach his technical and administrative work from a much more than narrowly specialist standpoint, and relate his special area of operation to a general understanding of social formation and social dynamics. 28. The group attached a draft curriculum of the proposed new Department of Social Analysis, believing that the common course would comprise a third of the total time for every student in a 3-year degree, producing a vigorous socialist orientation in their work after leaving the Hill. The Nine did not innocently believe that they could, as they teased each other at the time, build socialism in one syllabus. 29. Replacing a deficient national and international political economy with radical pedagogy. However, they did hope that they could respond to the radical climate in the country, ushered in by Nyerire's Arusha Declaration, with an attempt to shift the country's intellectual organization at the university to make the university fit for socialist transformation. In the end, the heady ambitions of the full proposal were not adopted by the university, though some important aspects were cherry-picked from the report, and in 1969 a common course specifically for first-year students was set up. Its explicit intention was to challenge disciplinary specialization, and it was administered by the Faculty of Arts and Social Sciences. It was also the precursor to a development studies course that would be launched in 1970, compulsory for undergraduate students in the faculty. 30. From this initiative, another bloomed, and in July 1971 a new core course on East African Society and Environment, EASE, was established as compulsory for first years, replacing development studies. While its aims were not as ambitious as what the Group of Nine had envisaged, it was nevertheless a remarkable endeavor. When John Saul delivered the last lecture for EASE in March 1972, he explained the origins of the course to the students as well as its central paradox. EASE is a dangerous course. In certain important ways it grew out of the student crisis of 1966 right here on this campus. There was much talk at the time about the necessity of having political education to transform you, the students, into potential political leaders of the construction of socialism. One catch though, you can't really effectively force people to be creative socialists, which is what you really need for the real socialist construction. 31. His final words to his students, spoken in part in Swahili, captured the spirit of the time, challenging them to answer, what would they do with themselves as members of Tanzania's petty bourgeoisie? Did they commit themselves to socialism in the interests of worldwide revolution? It was a decision they would now have to make. I conclude then by saying, Nawatakia heri. Asantini Jama, good luck, and thanks, comrades. 32. Comrades, friends, socialism, and the university. What did it feel like to live in Tanzania during these years? In fact, there were multiple distinct periods. The late 1960s were a high water mark in the country's commitment to socialist transformation. The 1967 Arusha Declaration, which promised the wholesale change of Tanzania's colonial political economy, declared boldly that it is the responsibility of the state to intervene actively in the economic life of the nation so as to ensure the well-being of all citizens, and so as to prevent the exploitation of one person by another or one group by another, and so as to prevent the accumulation of wealth to an extent which is inconsistent with the existence of a classless society. 33. The declaration was an unapologetic statement of a state-driven path to socialism. Hundreds of committed socialists flocked to the country. Tanzania was not the only country to see an influx of fraternal labor, which was frequently contributed by radicals from the ex-colonial power. In the aftermath of independence and the withdrawal of the French from Algeria in 1962, approximately 1 million white settlers, the so-called Pieds Noirs, fled the country. However, several thousand Pieds Rouges volunteers came from Europe, and elsewhere, to fill posts in the civil service, in industry, and in agriculture. Later in the 1970s, in Mozambique, and to a lesser extent in Angola, Cooperantes was the term given to Europeans who came to the country after independence, aiming to fill some of the technical gaps left by the exodus of white Portuguese settlers. In Tanzania, these Cooperantes were too numerous to list, though a few names will give a sense of the extent of this largely white influx: Giovanni Arrighi, Lionel Cliff, Ruth First, John Saul, Peter Lawrence, Janet Bujera, Thomas Sins, Robert N. Ansiedman, John Loxley, John Iliff, Terence Ranger, Henry Bernstein, the list goes on. Suffice to say, this was a political generation that would define the radical agenda in their disciplines for years to come and would attempt to do much more outside the university, and in their books and articles. However, these Cooperantes were not just a specific cadre of radical intellectuals, but also workers volunteering in various state projects. Thomas Sins is right when he explains, in those years, after the Arusha Declaration, Tanzania attracted a number of highly qualified and progressive-minded scholars, obviously contributed enormously to the exceptionally good intellectual atmosphere in DAR. Many, though not all, were inspired by the politics of the government and the president's seemingly sincere commitment to socialism. Sins puts it well, President Julius Nyerere and his aim to develop democratically a genuine type of socialist system of society, different from those in the East, had obviously gained not only widespread interest internationally, but also among progressive thinkers a great sympathy. 34 Even those who did not participate directly in the project spoke at events and conferences in the country: Paul Streeton, Dudley Sears, Samir Emin, Emmanuel Wallerstein, René Dumont, and C.L.R. James, to name a few. Peter Lawrence, then a young visiting scholar from the UK, explains, there was a lot of excitement around Ujamaa and of course different interpretations of what it meant. Socialists from all over the world came because of solidarity, because of a belief that maybe the Third World would mount the drive for world socialism and overtake the developed countries. A lot of romantic notions. He continues. I chose Tanzania because I had read the Arusha Declaration and thought it would be interesting to go there and do research that would support Nyerere's project. This was a poor country trying to do something different. I got to see a lot of the country and the differences in levels of development depending on which crops were grown and how valuable they were, and that was because I was seconded to the Development Ministry to join a team touring a quarter of the country in order to write the Regional Development 5-year Plan. 35. This was not the normal academic route, nor were Lawrence's motivations typical. Intellectually stimulated and excited by what was happening in Tanzania, Lawrence wanted to make a contribution. To a generation of British Communist Party members in the 1930s, the Spanish Civil War was a defining moment, as Cotter endeavored to support the struggle against Spanish fascism from afar or by traveling abroad to join the fight. Now, the most important developments in radical politics were taking place in the Global South. DAR was also the base for liberation movements, including the People's Movement for the Liberation of Angola, MPLA, Mozambique Liberation Front, Frelimo, African National Congress, ANC, Zimbabwe African National Union, ZANU, and Zimbabwe African People's Union, ZAPU. These groupings did not exist in the city in separate silos, rather, there they mingled freely, often on the hill. For many, DAR was the place where they first met leading figures in southern Africa's liberation movements. Lawrence, for example, met Joe Slovo, Yusuf Dadoo, Alfred Enzo, Marcelino dos Santos, Josiah Jewell, the head of the ANC office in DAR, and others in Tanzania in his first year. Nor were there the Cooperantes only from North America or Western Europe. Tanzania was a melting pot of the North and South, East and West, and all of the distinctions between and within these regions. For example, as Lawrence explains, you could meet people from the socialist countries and discover the differences between them. I remember witnessing Zins's frustration at the way an East German colleague was teaching Marxist economics in Soviet mode, thus exposing the differences between Hungary's more sophisticated Marxism and the mechanical political economy of Moscow. Lawrence describes such daily contact with a veritable pantheon of comrades, long practiced in applying and discussing Marxism at a high level, as intimidating at times. As he recalls, he was in awe of all these people, and soon realized how little I knew about anything. And you would meet them by chance in cafes, hotels, on the campus or in friends' houses. And then I got to know people in government. All very exciting. One of the early Cooperantes in Tanzania was Lionel Cliff. By 1968, he had already been in the country for a number of years, had contacts in government, and was regarded as a trusted comrade. With Lawrence and others, he went on to found, in 1974, the Review of African Political Economy, the most enduring radical African studies publication anywhere in the world. Tanzania was a base for socialist development internationally, though an uneven, patchy one. In Lawrence's words, it was the Third World that would mount the drive for world socialism and overtake the developed countries. For a much smaller group, Tanzania was a key international staging post. The great thing about being there, he recalls, especially when I started teaching, was that I thought I was doing something to build a socialist base, romantic and naive, but that was the same with others. And this was even after the student uprising of 1971, which we should have kept out of but were prevented from doing so because of our internationalism, which trumped any respect for nationalist sentiment. 36. The protests to which Lawrence refers grew into a student movement in July 1971. Earlier, the field force had come onto the campus when it looked like the students were going to occupy the administration building. This led to a tense few months as the student union president, Simon Akivaga, was expelled from the country. Prior to the protests, the atmosphere at the university was tense. A new university in name had just been established in July 1970, breaking away from the University of East Africa, of which the DAR campus had been a subsidiary. The new administration had curbed freedom of association and press on the campus by banning student publications, such as the celebrated Chech, and independent student unions in favor of youth party structures. Many others refused to be bystanders in this showdown with the university. To support Nyerere and his socialist project was one thing, to be a party sycophant was something else entirely. The vibrant seminar scene at the university was exciting, involving students and teachers alike. However, the atmosphere was also extremely macho and competitive. Marjorie Mbilinyi remembers, you had to be very courageous to give a paper in those kinds of settings. Following her presentation of a paper on education, she recalls, Abdul Sharif accused her of sowing division. At that time no one wanted to talk about anything that divided the masses. Don't talk about race, don't talk about gender. Yet here I was insisting that you must pay attention to patriarchal relations. Stressing the importance of intersectionality, even if people were not ready for it, she notes, in those days we had the extremes of the extremes. Walter, she remembers, was far more sensitive to intersecting relationships, given his position on class, race, and the national question. The attitudes at the university, the extremes about which Zeilig speaks, were deeply patriarchal. Zeilig recalls one female student, who was the top of her class, who received an offer at the end of the year to continue her studies as a postgraduate and work as a tutor. Her husband immediately went to the head of the department, explaining, "If you promote my wife, she will then get more education than me." As a consequence, Zeilig explains, they somehow blocked her promotion. The rescindment of the appointment triggered vocal opposition among female teaching and administrative staff, and eventually, the decision was overturned. The student was allowed to return to her studies and take up her appointment as a tutor. It was an important victory, but one that illustrates the frequent sexism of the environment at the university, which endured, paradoxically, in a hotbed of Marxist politics and debate. The battle to assert a women's agenda in this context was a difficult one. For instance, it would not be until 1978 that an all-women's reading group was established. However, female students and faculty were taking critical steps. As Zeilig explains, we were organizing first for ourselves. It wasn't about them and us, as if we were privileged and going to save other people. We were fighting first our own oppression, but we were also sorting out our personal lives. We were reading Simone de Beauvoir and then what had been written in Africa. 37 The group, which became increasingly focused on Tanzania, applied for funding for various groups, including one centered on the peasantry, as well as others with focuses on poetry and education. The groups were made up of not only university graduates but also numerous others who had never attended university. Remembering Rodney in DAR. As we have already seen, Walter and Patricia threw themselves into the political and cultural scene in Tanzania. Walter's friend, colleague, and comrade Abdul Sharif, a historian who taught with him in the history department, remembers, when he came here, he did not consider that he was really trying to get integrated. He always wanted to go back home, that is where his struggle was. 38. For the staff who lived on campus, as most did at that time, engagement in collegial discourse was not a matter of making an appointment in a department office but of calling one another at home. If there was a problem, a query, a book that need to be borrowed, Sheriff would visit the Rodney's campus home. The standard thing in the late afternoon, at 5 in the afternoon, was to go and visit each other. There were frequently not even telephones, so you would not even call. This was true of many staff members, not just Rodney. I remember going to his house and talking, and that was part of the recreation in some ways. Rodney was a great advocate of ska, a mixture of Caribbean mento and calypso music infused with American jazz and blues, and then reggae, and would explain to his guests, including Sheriff, why it was progressive. As we have also seen, Patricia was never a bystander in the political and intellectual world of DAR, she was fully and completely engaged in its debates and transformation. Early on, it was clear what she would not do. While many of the wives of expatriate academics would gather during the day at one of their houses for tea, coffee, and biscuits, to discuss their husbands and gossip, Patricia, who sampled one or two of these coffee mornings, knew that this was not for her. From the family's first visit in 1966, she was busy working. Patricia recalls, "I worked as a public health nurse with the Dar es Salaam City Council. That meant that our circle of friends expanded beyond the university campus. This broader exposure," she notes, "also meant an opportunity to advance her language skills. My Swahili improved since I worked with mostly Tanzanians." Patricia was deeply rooted in Tanzanian life, as were the children, and she helped bring this world into the orbit of her husband's political and social universe, away from the rarefied atmosphere of the campus. 39. Describing the atmosphere at the university and in the city, and the relationship between the two, Walter Bgoya, a Tanzanian publisher and friend of the Rodneys, explains, "At that time the university was a very active place. People went both from the town to the university and university to town, participating in lectures, discussion groups, and all kinds of activities. There were also quite a lot of social events, parties, and coffee afternoons, Goya recalls, though he was not always able to attend. When he first arrived at the Tanzania Publishing House in 1972, the company was in a poor shape and he was forced to work 16 or 17-hour shifts. Nevertheless, Goya remembers, those parties were fun, a lot of fun. At that time there was a dance called the ska. Rodney was very good at it, he enjoyed it a lot. He became completely transformed doing the ska. The Rodney's experience during this period extended and expanded upon the vigorous social and intellectual engagement of their first 18-month stint. Goya explains that despite this ability to be consumed by the music, the parties, and the moment, Rodney was a serious person. He seemed to be very good at scheduling his work. When it was time to work, it was time to work. You could be partying next door and Walter would be busy working in the next room. This was something I could never understand but that I admired a lot. 40. He also applied this approach to his pedagogy. Biligny recalls witnessing Walter's discussion with a group of students. Right now, he told them, you are here to study, you have to grapple with difficult texts, you have to learn. You cannot just go marching in the streets, you have to study, and you have to learn. Some of these readings, he explained, were going to be difficult, and this was their challenge. For Rodney, this was the hard and relentless effort that was required in order to make sense of the world, to understand the past and to present it in an intelligible way for the purpose of changing it. Strive, work, and understand were his watchwords. 41. Describing his colleague and friend, Abdul Sharif explains that his personality was such that he was very open, yet reserved in some ways, in that he didn't just talk rubbish. But he was open and encouraging to Africans doing their studies. Though Sharif and Rodney got to know each other as friends, their main connection was as colleagues in the same department. Rodney was younger by a few years, but his experience, scholarship, and work made him the senior historian of the two men. 42. Walter Goya became close to the family, attending the Rodney parties but also dropping by the household. He recalls, it was a house where comrades got together and we drank, not alcohol necessarily, but coffee and tea, and we talked. Unlike the other radical expats, Walter and Patricia gravitated toward Tanzanian colleagues and comrades, and the attendance at their famous parties reflected this. Goya puts it like this. Although it is very hard to articulate now, there was always in my view a kind of thread that ran through Walter's thinking. This white Western intellectual dominance at the university, no matter how progressive it was, there was always, in my view, a tinge of discomfort with Walter. He would always have preferred to have more African intellectuals, more Pan-African gatherings and so on. Important racial questions were often subsumed by class analysis, the prevailing version of radical social theory at the time, what Goya describes as street Marxist ideology. This blindness to race issues created certain problems. Rodney and Goya also had friends in common. Ben Kappa, a close friend of Walter's, was at that point editor of the largest newspaper in Tanzania, The Nationalist, and an influential figure in the country. Later, from 1995 to 2005, he would become the third president of Tanzania. 43. Goya and Rodney both wrote for the newspaper. Remembering Patricia, Goya explains that she was very clearly a very good mom. I could see the dynamics between Walter, Patricia, and the children, with this hard-working, radical father. Patricia was also working as a nurse. It was a very nice home, where you thought good things were going on. 44. The family had to confront certain contradictions that came with the university post. Though it was commonplace to have staff to look after the children, help cook and clean the house, Rodney treated them as equals. Though a ubiquitous practice, it left many feeling deeply uneasy. At the time, scholar and activist Janet Bujera was married to the Tanzanian academic Abdallah Bujera and living on the campus in Dar. She explains how unpleasant and contradictory it was to have staff. Everyone had them, even some servants had domestic helpers. I hated it, but the pressure was great. People would come to your door, desperate for work, and since there were few labor-saving devices or organized child care, you almost had to have help if you were teaching and working. Security was also an issue for some households. Husbands did not expect to help at all, so women either had to do it all themselves or hire help. Bujara explains the tensions this caused between the couple. As a local, my husband did not question this system and wouldn't have supported me in not having help. I did resist at first. In the end, I just tried to find someone I liked and to whom I paid decent wages. Paying a lot more was not acceptable, and gave proper time off. Most people paid a pittance and expected them to work all hours, e.g., they would have to sit waiting in the kitchen after serving the evening meal so that they could wash up before going home. I shared some of the work, especially cooking and child care. I always looked for female workers as I didn't feel comfortable with men, albeit they were in the majority amongst servants. Basically, I didn't want to be an employer, felt uncomfortable about giving out orders, and I didn't like having to share private space. With most of those who worked for us, I had a companionable relationship. In one case, when I was alone with 2 children, we all ate together, but that was very unusual. Many employers did help out in small ways, though, with second-hand clothing, school fees, medicines, etc. 45. The Rodneys made no distinction between students and colleagues. Some of Walter's closest comrades were students, who provided the most challenging and profound critiques of Tanzania's socialist experiments. Chief among them was Issa Shivji, who would also attend the famous parties. Walter, Shivji remembers, was an exceptionally warm and generous man, very concerned. Echoing other friends' accounts, he notes that there was simultaneously a light-hearted side to his character. Walter liked parties and dancing, and some of us, his comrades, thought that this was frivolous, this business of dancing. So while the party was going on, we would be sitting and talking, and Walter would come over and say, "What's this, man? Come on, dance." 46. Another friend, Leith Mullings, arrived from the United States in 1970 as a graduate student in anthropology. The young black researcher, then only 25, was inspired by the movements taking place across the world and Tanzania, in particular. Mullings remembers Walter being at the center of a large group of intellectuals, involved in the debates about the type of society that was being built. The atmosphere was distinct and extraordinary. Dar was a city that was impregnated with the entire period, and scholars flocked there from all over the world to try to participate in the new endeavor. 47 liberation movements from other parts of the continent and world, jostled with activists from the states who were on the run from the US government, in a political environment that combined Ujamaa, socialism, black power, and Pan-Africanism. The Third World was ascendant, or so it seemed. The American invasion of Vietnam, and the resistance it had engendered, was taken as proof of this fact. Mullings was already teaching at the university when she met Walter for the first time. As she describes him, Walter was really a star at the university. He was really a quick thinker and a prolific writer. People just milled around him, basically. You couldn't be there and not know Walter Rodney. She quickly became a friend and was invited by Patricia and Walter to the Rodney party. Placing it in wider context, she recalls, people were not only doing a lot of work and thinking hard, they were also, as African-descended people all over the world, living life to its fullest whenever possible. 48. Acutely conscious of issues of race, prejudice, and politics, Mullings was a natural match for the family. Walter and Patricia easily gravitated toward her. He was a tremendously warm person and very unassuming, Mullings recalls. He was certainly very, very in tune with people of African descent in various liberation movements, from the United States, certainly the Caribbean. He was easy to talk to and he was funny, a real pleasure to be around. 49. As Rodney's archive in Atlanta demonstrates, he corresponded with a remarkably broad range of people, many of them non-academics. The letters, some of which were sent before he published How Europe Underdeveloped Africa, HEUA, came from students, ex-students, and enthusiastic readers who were hungry for recommendations for books and articles and radical information. One letter dated February 4, 1973, was from Hassan Waziri, a prison officer at Kiko Remand Prison in Dar es Salaam. Through a mutual friend, he appealed to Rodney to help him achieve his long-term ambition to get into university for studies. 50 Another correspondent wrote on July 20, 1971, from Tanga in northeastern Tanzania, kindly favor me with at least one article to keep me enlightened, brother, this darkness is thick. Send me the torch. 51. Every year, Rodney also received dozens of invitations to speak. On December 29, 1969, for example, the Make Rare Students Guild, Message, invited him to deliver a talk to students the coming February at Make Rare University College in Kampala, Uganda. Malabia Talawaku, later a senior diplomat for the country, then Minister for National and Pan-African Affairs of the Message, explained that you will be doing Africa a big service if you accepted to come and talk to us because we are strongly in need of revolutionary water. 52 Rodney was again invited to speak in August 1970 for the Message's Africa Week, and to debate with Ali Mazrui, so that you challenge, student activist Pau Paul Wangala explained, his teeming bourgeois, reactionary ideas, which he has now christened Mazruiana. 53 Rodney accepted the invitation, as he always tried to do. As such, Rodney was astonishingly busy. By the end of 1970, the family had dug in real foundations, in terms of their friends, work, and life. The couple had even made an application for the purchase of a piece of land at Ubungo, an area northwest of what is today Dar es Salaam Central Business District. The regional land officer wrote to Walter on November 16, 1970, about the application for the piece of land at Ubungo, which you wish to develop as a residential and a poultry farm. 54 Tanzania and its projects were also the family's. An outspoken advocate. Consistently radical, clear in his thinking, patient with students, and always prepared to speak his mind, Rodney was a celebrated figure on the campus. All the same, Dar's heady atmosphere, with a rare cocktail of activists, was not a straightforward utopia. There were acute contradictions in the politics of President Nyerere and the ruling TANU party, who encouraged and joined in with the debate at the university and elsewhere at the same time that they guarded vigilantly the frontiers of the states and the parameters of the discussions. In his frequent speaking engagements, Rodney had an incredible impact. To capture some of this influence, it is worth recording the words of Karim Herji, a student at the university and later a lecturer in statistics. Herji met Rodney for the first time at a lecture on July 10, 1969, very soon after Rodney and his family had arrived. The name of the talk reflected his recent 3-month stay in Cuba, following his expulsion from Jamaica, the Cuban Revolution and its relevance to Africa. The event was sponsored by the University Students' African Revolutionary Front, of which Herji was a member. Herji explains that his own knowledge of the topic was sketchy, but Rodney filled in the gaps. His captivating metallic voice and lyrical style transfixed the audience. He made us laugh and ponder at the same time. His exposition of U.S. imperialism made the case for the essential relevance of the Cuban experience to Africa unimpeachable. I am sure that evening that Walter won over many wavering student minds to the cause of African liberation. 55. Students gathered around Rodney after the meeting to continue the discussion and delve even deeper. After the discussion, his first meeting with Rodney, Herji wrote in his diary, "The most impressive and brilliant speech I have heard so far. One could almost feel the strong conviction and deep emotions from which he spoke. I am convinced that Comrade Rodney is one of the most devoted and brilliant socialists to be found anywhere." This was for Herji the start of a friendship that would last for the remaining 6 years of Rodney's stay. Herji writes, "I learned, struggled, and laughed with this wonderful man on many occasions over a host of issues, and at a close level." 56. Rodney continued to speak and lecture whenever he could, and his collaboration with Yusuf also intensified. However, in December 1969 his natural instinct for forthright and open discussion hit hard against the wall of the contradictions of the Tanzanian state. He was invited to speak at the East and Central African Youth Conference at the university, which was organized by Yusuf and TANU Youth League members, including high school students, who came to the university to help run the conference and print the conference papers. It took place during the midterm break, when the campus normally would have been quiet. Instead, there was a frenzy of activity, discussion, and organization. On the second day of the conference, December 12, Walter addressed a packed audience on the ideology of the revolution. He spoke on Frantz Fanon's Pitfalls of National Consciousness, the famous chapter in The Wretched of the Earth. In the chapter, Fanon is scathing about the caste of profiteers who assumed power across independent Africa, with no project of transformation for the new states, and were only too happy to accept the scraps thrown to them by the northern elite. Along with the rest of the book, it is an excoriating takedown of post-colonial power that today still reads with scintillating urgency. In the hands of Rodney in DAR in late 1969, it must have felt like a firework display. Independence was an illusion, a cruel mirage of freedom, and real liberation was still desperately required. The startling analysis electrified the audience at the university. Rodney also added his own invective to Fanon's. Independence obtained through negotiations with colonial powers were nothing more than briefcase revolutions. In this sense, these states were little more than impotent puppet regimes. The implications were clear: these pitiful neo-colonial governments needed to be overthrown in a popular revolution. Of the event, Shivji recalls, "It was a very militant paper about the African Revolution and so on, castigating the first independent regimes as petit bourgeois regimes that had hijacked the revolution, where the leaders went to Lancaster House, compromised, and came back with independence, and this was not real independence." 57. A first-year student, Georgios Hadjivianis, who became active after hearing Rodney speak on the Cuban Revolution, was assisting in cyclostyling copies of the papers for distribution to participants. Therefore, he had been unable to make the conference in the city. That night, Hadjivianis remembers, Czech had planned to publish the collection of conference papers Rodney's included as a special edition. The copies were printed and ready to distribute. The day finished in exhausted euphoria in the university bar, with the greatest gathering of progressive youth. 58. The following day, however, the celebration came to a quick and bitter end with a rebuttal in the main organ of the ruling party's paper, The Nationalist. Allegedly written by Nyerere himself, the article was entitled Revolutionary Hot Air and targeted Rodney with vehemence. Though it opened by stating that discussions of socialism, even led by our critics, is welcome in Tanzania, the article declared it completely unacceptable to appeal to revolutionary violence to overthrow the governments of independent African states. Following Fanon's arguments, Rodney had explained that armed struggle was a logical means of obtaining freedom and that only this path signaled real independence. In the late 1950s and early 1960s, Fanon had become enamored by Cuba's revolution and frustrated with the negotiated compromises he saw ushering in independence elsewhere in Africa. It was along these lines that Rodney argued real independence required an act of revolutionary violence. The editorial was clear, stripped of its verbiage. This means that revolutionary youth should be planning for, working for, and actively supporting the violent overthrow of all independent African governments, presumably including the Tanzanian government. Tanzania coexisted with its neighbors, many of them, arguably, in the neo-colonial camp that Rodney had pilloried. For TANU, this was intolerable and dangerous. Indeed, there was a limit to the extent that a critique would be accepted. Those who would persist in this revolutionary hot air that risked being blown across our borders, the article explained, would cause havoc and hatred toward Tanzania. Nyerere's response was a thinly veiled threat: those who insist upon indulging in such practices will have to accept the consequences of their indulgence. 59. The initial reaction to the editorial, and the rumor about who had written it, actually energized the conference, as Hajivianese explains. We thought the conference, having provoked such a comment, was becoming livelier. However, when news spread later the same day that anyone distributing the paper would be arrested, the mood changed, and the students beat a hasty retreat. Two student activists, Hajivianese and Ramadhan Megji, were charged with destroying the boxes of copies they had printed. 60. Rodney, meanwhile, wrote a letter in response. It did not issue an explicit apology but rather clarified, in a carefully worded statement, the contribution he had made at the conference. It was a difficult line to straddle, between maintaining his forthright and radical opinions and respecting his role as guest in a country to whose politics he was sympathetic. Rodney explained that his paper represented my own personal views, and did not pretend to speak for any party or movement inside or outside of Tanzania. He did not intend to flout party discipline and acknowledged Tanzania's need to maintain good neighborliness. Further, he stated that all revolutionaries should respect the principle of non-interference in a sphere beyond one's experience. The work of interference is for the people in the country themselves. Rodney would cease to intervene if it was deemed to be in conflict with Tanzanian policy. To the most important criticism in the editorial that Rodney was implicitly challenging the Tanzanian government, he responded, "I drew distinction between two types of African governments emerging in the post-independence period. The first, in the overwhelming majority, had hijacked the African Revolution; the second, who understand that the revolution will mean nothing unless it transforms the lives of workers and peasants." This was a deftly formulated restatement that praises the Tanzanian revolution, but only insofar as it transforms the lives of the downtrodden while making no compromises, and indeed, in his way, urging and pressurizing Nyerere further along a radical path. It was quite a feat for a public apology. Rodney explains in the letter his own commitment: "I and my day-to-day endeavors at the University of Dar es Salaam and in numerous talks and writings here and abroad, I have supported the efforts of the Tanzanian people and government to build a socialist society." He also states that in 1967 he argued for a defense of the Tanzanian revolution through a committed People's Defense Force, the National Service. In conclusion, he says that his use of the terms capitalism, imperialism, and neocolonialism should not be seen as masking a sinister intention. Rather, these terms are ways of exposing a barbarous and dehumanizing system. One, he argues, which snatched me from Africa in chains and deposited me in far-off lands to be a slave beast, then a subhuman colonial subject, and finally an outlaw in those lands. It is under these circumstances, as a former slave stolen from Africa, that he asks to be allowed to learn from, participate in, and be guided by the African Revolution in this part of the continent, for this revolution here is aimed at destroying that monstrous system and replacing it with a just socialist society. 61. Walter was not deported, far from it. His stature at the university grew as a result of the intervention. In his inimitable way, he had not only stood his ground against the government but developed an argument at the same time. The letter was accompanied with a photograph of Walter smiling confidently at the camera, wearing a leather jacket, the large collars of his shirt open. Rodney's attitude was, Shivji tells us, that this is the point of view of Tanzanian comrades, and I will not interfere. This was the watchword for all of Rodney's activities in Tanzania and the basis of his occasionally harsh judgment of other foreign colleagues and comrades. By all means, he urged them, engage, intervene, participate, but the lead must come from Tanzanians themselves, to whom foreigners should defer. 62. Writing How Europe Underdeveloped Africa. During this time, Rodney was astonishingly prolific. Over a period of barely 5 years, he discussed tourism, wrote articles on socialism and development, and produced scholarly papers on slavery, at the same time that he was developing courses, including one on the Russian Revolution, organizing fieldwork and continually corresponding with friends, comrades, and colleges around the world. 63 He delivered lectures to the Yusuf Sunday self-education class, and enthusiastically threw himself into work on the development of cooperative villages. and student-run farms. Along with colleagues and student comrades, Rodney also attended exhibitions on the war in Vietnam and the ongoing, and nearby, struggle against Portuguese rule in Africa and apartheid South Africa. Meanwhile, he was also an active father of 3 children. Asha, Patricia, and Rodney's third and last child, was born in Tanzania in 1971. Not least in this Herculean workload was the task of synthesizing years of historical reading and research into the mighty HEUA, which he finished at the end of 1971. Even before the publication of HEUA, Rodney was constantly being solicited for contributions to journals, special issues on specific themes, and political publications. On November 5, 1969, for example, Paul Sweezy and Harry Magdoff, prominent American radicals who co-edit the socialist magazine Monthly Review, wrote to him asking for a contribution to a special issue of the Monthly Review marking the centennial of Vladimir Lenin's birth. They had approached other writers and Marxists including Louis Althusser, Amilcar Cabral, Eldridge Cleaver, Eduardo Galeano, Eric Hobsbawm, and Ernest Mondale. Rodney responded quickly and submitted the paper Lenin on the Imperialist Partition of Africa. Sweezy wrote to him on February 2 to express his thanks for the very interesting and useful contribution, sending the $50 honorarium, as Rodney had requested, to Frelimo in your name 64. If there was one aspect in which Rodney was typical among activists and intellectuals in DAR, it was for his penchant to work collaboratively. It was critical that ideas and drafts of papers be discussed with comrades. If this approach to intellectual work applied to Rodney's articles and interventions for Chech and Maji Maji, so too was it key to the development of his opus. There is no clearer statement of this approach than Rodney's own declaration, in the preface of HEUA, where he names comrades Karim Herji and Henry Mapalo, both students at the time, who read the manuscript in a spirit of constructive criticism. Herji remembers, to this day, I boast that I was among the very first to read what has become a classic of African history. I remember the 3 of us sitting down week after week, 2 or 3 hours at a time, discussing one chapter after next in the close confines of the Yusuf office. 65 Rodney writes. See contrary, to the fashion in most prefaces, I will not add that all mistakes and shortcomings are entirely my responsibility. This is sheer bourgeois subjectivism. Responsibility in matters of these sorts is always collective, especially with regard to the remedying of shortcomings. The purpose has been to try and reach Africans who wish to explore further the nature of their exploitation, rather than to satisfy the standards set by our oppressors and their spokesmen in the academic world. 66. These were obviously Rodney's own standards and principles, but they were also ones of collective, and political, work that he had learned while in Tanzania. As a consequence of his book and his work on curriculum development at the university and across Tanzania, later generations of students at the university in various faculties had studied secondary school history that had been rewritten with the significant input of Rodney. He was given considerable responsibility for creating a new state-sponsored curriculum that depicted colonialism more accurately. In fact, in a sign of Rodney's deep and personal commitment to this project of rewriting the curriculum, upon Rodney's return to Guyana in 1974 he brought back boxes of files and papers related to this work. A considerable part of the Walter Rodney papers held at the Robert W. Woodruff Library of the Atlanta University Center is made up of these documents, specifically, papers from master's students, whom he was still supervising, on the work of rewriting the history curriculum for secondary school students. The students had been set to the task of researching a new secondary school history curriculum, including work on important aspects of the country's decolonization. In a sense, HEUA can be read as an extension of Rodney's work rewriting Tanzania's secondary school history curriculum. There was certainly an overlap in his intended audience. The book's exceptionally accessible style was written with a bright Tanzanian and African secondary school student in mind. Ultimately, the book would be read by an entire generation in Africa and around the world for whom African politics and history would never be the same. Chapter 6. How Europe Underdeveloped Africa. In some respects, Rodney had spent more than a decade preparing to write his masterpiece, How Europe Underdeveloped Africa. His historical research had taken place in London, the heart of the beast, where this unmaking of Africa through the pillage of people, wealth, and history had been based, and then in the most radical country in newly independent Africa, Tanzania, where a new, socialist history and socialism were being forged. Rodney was acutely aware of the pulverizing sense of inferiority of black people, due in no small part to his experience with those he had met and taught in Jamaica and his students in Dar es Salaam. For those who now lived in Africa, and the large black communities living in the Caribbean, North America, and Europe, the impact of European intrusion on the continent, the slave trade, and colonialism was devastating. Black self-esteem and pride had suffered these hammer blows, even as public school systems educated students about the darkness of the continent, while a hegemonic media narrative repeated over and over again a story of stupidity and underdevelopment. Rodney's intellectual and activist mission was to correct the lies of official history and to give back to the continent and its people a proper account of how Africa had become underdeveloped, poor, and dependent. A revolution in a book. One of the striking features about Walter Rodney's masterpiece is its sheer audacity. The book is a breathless journey across the continent, over a period of 500 years, jumping effortlessly from country to country and region to region, providing both nuanced analysis and general overview. The idea for such a volume, and the confidence to undertake and complete it, could have only come from someone of Rodney's intellectual strength and self-assurance. Rodney was a young man when he started work on the book, which was published just before his 30th birthday. Explicitly written for a general audience, the book ditches the normal protocol of footnotes and extensive references. It is a full frontal assault on the academic training he had received and the closely guarded protocols of scholarly life, peer review, references, deference to scholarship, and, most importantly, the purge of political content. Rodney had these elements of his learning explicitly in his crosshairs. In his words, he aimed to defeat, attack, and to circumvent them. The book was also an attempt to step out of a form of writing and research that was only accessible to certain kinds of people. As Rodney explained about HEUA in 1975, his text was designed to operate outside of the university. It might get into the university, yes. I hoped it would. But it was designed to operate from outside, in the sense that it would not to be sponsored by the people who considered themselves, and whom many others considered to the ones at that time who had the last word, on African history and African studies. The aim of this publication was to reach our own people without having it mediated by the bourgeois institutions of learning. Point 1. The book sounded a thunderclap, not only in the academic establishment, who blustered loudly on its publication, but also among thousands of readers across the world outside of lecture halls and seminar rooms. The text is free of these burdens and includes, at the end of each chapter, brief guides to reading. For example, at the end of Chapter 5, Africa's Contribution to the Capitalist Development of Europe, the Colonial Period, Rodney notes that, here again, few scholars have treated capitalism and imperialism as an integral system involving the transfer of surplus and other benefits from colonies to metropoles. Thus, European or white American Marxists who expose the rapacious nature of modern capitalism within their own countries have not generally integrated this with the exploitation of Africa, Asia, and Latin America. Point 2. These comments are instructive of Rodney's own project writing HEUA. After all, he notes that few scholars have undertaken this vital work, and in guiding his readers to continue their own investigations. However, Rodney also gives a critical caveat: beware of the literature, he cautions, pointing to the inherent bias, prejudice, and incoherence typical of bourgeois social sciences. Rodney's normal practice was to exercise extreme discipline when it came to his scholarly work, leaving absolutely no space to be attacked for sloppy scholarship or for failure to undertake rigorous study of the topic. Issa Shivji, at one time Rodney's PhD student, describes a revealing incident. Once I went to him and said, "Walter, comrade, I am fed up, this business of writing this PhD, quoting this and quoting that and having footnotes, is exhausting. Stopping us from doing the work we want to do. He said, "No, comrade, this is important, this bourgeois discipline is important." It was not uncommon to hear this kind of statement from Rodney. After all, it had been his training in Georgetown, Kingston, and London. "We have to be doubly competent, twice as good as the bourgeois scholars," he told his comrades, "to beat them three. This is what serious Marxist scholarship was, a bloody war against a highly trained and hardened enemy." However, HEUA was an entirely different project. Rodney's journal articles and historical scholarship required these exacting standards in the fight with an academic enemy, but now a different audience was the focus. This volume formed part of his activist contribution. Like the Groundings with My Brothers, it was a serious volume but nevertheless intended for a general audience. Consequently, the format and style had to be different, something about which Rodney was adamant. On receiving the reader's comments for the manuscript of HEUA, Rodney declared to his friend, the Tanzanian publisher Walter Bgoya, "I am not going to make any changes. I have not written an academic book. To hell with these fellows who want to see footnotes and references, for the book," he stated, "was not for serious bourgeois historians but aimed, in Rodney's words, at a strata of literate Africans in universities, secondary schools, the bureaucracy, and the like. They will have to judge whether it makes sense in the light of the present conditions in Africa." 5. The book is clear about the theoretical approach Rodney was using and states this categorically early on. For example, in the first chapter, he details Karl Marx's method, stating that the 19th century writer distinguished with European history several stages of development. 6. He proceeds to describe a certain type of Marxism prevalent at the time in which humanity proceeds stage by stage towards socialism, communism. In this historical materialist trajectory, civilization begins with simple bands of hunters with communalism, proceeding to slavery, feudalism, and capitalism, a system of economic and social organization that concentrates in a few hands of ownership of the means of producing wealth and unequal distribution of the products of human labor. 7. Yet Rodney as a historian refuses any false solace. In his analysis, development is not linear. China, he tells us, entered the feudal phase of development early on, virtually 1,000 years before the birth of Christ. Using China as a model for development, Rodney shows that development is not a forward march based on purely economic principles. The growth of beliefs, practices, and institutions in China in what Marxists describe as the superstructure, situated above the economic organization of society, profoundly affect a society's development. In China, he writes, religious, educational and bureaucratic qualifications were of utmost importance. 8. Out of capitalism, Marx predicted socialism would emerge on the basis of a principle of economic equality, eventually leading to the development of a modern, technologically advanced communism. To this Marxist approach, Rodney adds a vital component: uneven development. Marx had presented a version of development based on European society, seeing revolution and class consciousness as evolving from the contradictions embedded in class society, the collective organization of production in advanced capitalism, in spite of private control of production. Rodney writes, "What is probably of more relevance for early African development is the principle that development over the world's territories has always been uneven." 9. This unevenness, Rodney cautions, means we must avoid seeing development as a simple process of successive stages. Capitalism is intrinsically international, a world system, and as a consequence, it intensifies the unevenness at the center of human development. Uneven development has always ensured that societies have come into contact when they were at different levels, for example, one that was communal and one that was capitalist. 10. This provokes further development and new forms of social organization, as well as crisis. Such an uneven capitalism, Rodney explains, inevitably diverges from the model of European development described by Marx in the 1850s and 1860s. The book is suffused with Rodney's close study of the Marxist method, and especially his enthusiastic reading of Leon Trotsky's History of the Russian Revolution. It was Trotsky's working out of the peculiarities of Russian history, what Trotsky described as combined and uneven development, or the ways in which the sum of global social relations and development impact on less developed capitalist countries, that had a lasting impact on Rodney's own work. Writing in notes for a graduate course entitled Historians and Revolutions in the academic year 1970-71, Rodney commented that Trotsky was an pedantic follower of Marx on Western Europe. He insists on the objective analysis of Russia, stressing the country's uniqueness and specificity. Trotsky has the capacity to use Marxist methodology skillfully and creatively, so that he actually enriches Marxist theory. The economic evolution of Russia skipped over stages such as craft guild, while technical stages had taken decades elsewhere were simply leapt over. 11. Karim Herji and Henry Mapalu, both comrades and student activists in the University Students' African Revolutionary Front, were, like many in their generation, influenced by André Gunder Frank's theory of underdevelopment. However, Rodney was not among his adherents. Herji explains that Rodney added a great deal to their reading of Gunder Frank's work, or understanding was of a mechanistic variety. Walter provided the complexity and dynamics. We critiqued the lower emphasis on internal struggle. The towering historian patiently paid attention to the two upstart students, and, in places, revised what he had written. 12. Consistent with many activists and writers at the time, Rodney believed that there was a genuine socialist world in the 1970s that existed alongside capitalism. However, this world was also bifurcated, with competing blocs and distinct models of socialist development emanating from the two global communist superpowers, China and the Soviet Union. For a generation of Marxists, whatever the drawbacks of these models, actually existing socialism created an extraordinary pull. Rodney was not immune, though always critical. He saw the communist world that had developed alongside capitalism as a source of hope and potential for the Third World. Rewriting a racist history. What Rodney wanted to do was present a total picture of African history from the period before European intrusion through slavery and colonialism. The story, as Rodney tells it, stops before independence. The book was not a thesis on dependency but an effort to counter the crippling racist lies about Africa, ones that have remained remarkably unchanged. Rodney was not seeking to develop a critique of African nationalisms, he did that elsewhere. Rather, he was generalizing from actual historical conditions on the contemporary development of the continent. Rodney's starting point was to challenge an academic discipline infused with racist ideas and assumptions. When Rodney was studying at the School of Oriental and African Studies in the early 1960s, it was common to hear, among established historians, that Africa existed outside the realm of proper human history. Sub-Saharan Africa was childlike, without the necessary prerequisites of thought, criticism, and historical progress. As Rodney was completing his PhD in London in 1965, the Oxford-based historian Hugh Trevor Roper published The Rise of Christian Europe, in which he wrote, "Perhaps in the future, there will be some African history to teach. But at the present there is none, or very little. There is only the history of Europe in Africa. The rest is largely darkness." 13. How could there be history on the continent, Trevor Roper asked, if all that could be detected was the unrewarding gyrations of barbarous tribes? 14. These racist assumptions about Africa are so deeply ingrained that today it remains common for them to be repeated by both the right-wing press and politicians and left-wing historians. The former French President Nicolas Sarkozy, speaking to a Senegalese audience made up of diplomats, press, politicians, and students in Dakar in 2007, edified his audience. The tragedy of Africa is that the African has not fully entered into history. 15. Similarly, in his otherwise excellent People's History of the World, 1999, the Marxist activist and journalist Chris Harman wrote little about pre-colonial Africa, and what he did write was astonishingly simplistic. Explaining the differences of development between Europe and the African continent in climatic terms, he succeeded in reproducing existing prejudices and made little use of the rich literature on Africa's real history, to which Rodney's own work is a crucial contribution. 16. HEUA was written to challenge the excoriating racism that Rodney had found in academia, schooling, and society as a whole. From his own experiences in the Caribbean, in London, among the left, and in the assumptions embedded in academic work, Rodney sought to counter this racism in a single book. HEUA also targeted deep feelings of inferiority, the great lie of a past without history felt by students and activists whom Rodney had taught in Tanzania and Jamaica. The book was written for a black audience in the Caribbean and North America, as well as on the continent. That it was read by the white academy was to be expected, but their enthusiasm did not really interest him, nor did their criticism, though he engaged with the latter. The book is remarkably sober. After all, Rodney was too serious a historian and Marxist to write a mere eulogy to the big states of the continent's past. Rodney was aware of the urgency of the book and the sense that it could only be written by him, infused as he was by African history and by the Black Power movement. In this respect, the 1972 book can be seen as a companion volume to his 1969 classic, The Groundings. The audience was the same and so was the topic. Rodney's contribution, written with the audacity of youth, is a survey of the entire continent over 4 decades, providing case studies and evidence of the violent inclusion of Africa into an emerging global system of capitalist production. HEUA could not be further from an orthodox book on either Marxism or dependency theory, as Rodney has been accused. Indeed, Rodney was writing against the enormous weight of establishment historians and of contemporary criticism of Marxism. All the more impressive, he managed to do this without turning his book into a turgid critique. For Rodney, Marxism is a universal theory, and the complex and diverse elements of Africa's pre-colonial and colonial history can be explained within a Marxist perspective. However, the question of development must be undertaken with the correct historical approach. Rodney was defending Marxism not by way of theoretical polemic but with fulsome historical research. As such, his work was a challenge to the stubborn faith in progress found in many Marxist accounts. Rodney was acutely aware that capitalism had neither brought about regeneration from the calamity of colonial destruction nor led the continent automatically to revolutionary transformation. Old civilization, societies, and communities were destroyed without a corresponding reconstruction. Real human development, the possibility of transcending capitalism, lay in a dialectical process. In Rodney's dazzling historical account of Africa's tragic entanglement with Europe, there is a distinct sense that neither the past nor the present can be affirmed. Rather, the only way to secure real development for the continent is to break free of this abusive connection. Africa must chart a new path that neither glorifies the past nor presents it as a model for the future. But this will only happen if we understand history with the same rigor and thoroughness that Rodney displays. Before European slavers. The first part of How Europe Undeveloped Africa deals with African history prior to the arrival of European explorers and slavers. As it is through the book, Rodney's approach is forthright and honest, and this prior history, he tells us, reveals the workings of the law of uneven development of societies. 17 There were the Ethiopian Empire and the smaller-scale hunting and gathering communities of the Congo Basin, the empires of the Western Sudan, and the Khoisan hunter-gatherers of the Kalahari Desert. He does not attempt to reproduce the European experience, rather, he observes that stages followed in some parts of the world were not replicated elsewhere. The purpose of the chapter, Rodney tells us, is to establish that Africa in the 15th century was not just a jumble of tribes. 18. Rodney explains that by the 15th century, Africans everywhere had arrived at a conservable understanding of the total ecology of the soils, climate, animals, plants, and their multiple interrelationships. From this derived a complex range of skills: animal trapping, house construction, tool use, identification and refinement of medicines, and a system of agriculture. 19 Societies across the continent developed guilds, associations of specialists that served, like those that would later appear in Europe, to pass on these skills. Rodney tells us, at Timbuktu, there were tailoring guilds, while in Benin guilds of very restricted caste type controlled the famous bronze industry. 20. In the centuries preceding the arrival of European traders, Rodney explains, there was an expansion of productive forces. He writes, the principles of family and deferment to age were slowly breaking down. The introduction of iron, for example, gave economic and military strength to those who could make and acquire it. 21. The general trend was for communalism to give way to complex forms of stratification and, increasingly, of class division. This era of class formation, of transition, was also marked by the growth of state structures. At first these formations were weak and immature, but soon various states began to acquire greater strength, in turn increasing taxation, delisting labor, and developing repressive structures. Rodney sounds a word of caution. The obsession with the state among European historians is, he writes, used as a measure of civilization is not entirely justified, because in Africa there were small political units which had relatively advanced material and non-material cultures. 22. The Igbo of Nigeria, as well as the Kikuyu of Kenya, did not produce centralized state structures, yet both had complex and sophisticated systems of political rule. Both were, in addition, expert agriculturists and iron workers. The Igbo, for example, had long been manufacturing brass and bronze by the 9th century. As discussed above, in this first chapter, the central category is unevenness. Indeed, it is used again and again in the narrative. The huge variety of forms, communal, state, and stateless, that marked African societies in the centuries before the arrival of the Europeans, each mingled, interacting with and impacting each other. The chapter zigzags across the continent with a restless, effortless confidence as Rodney weaves his way in and out of pre-colonial Egypt, Nubia, and the Maghreb, dipping into historical debates with African nationalists and progressive whites, along with the normal stock of establishment historians, and then back to examples to illustrate his central argument. On Ghana, Rodney writes, the origins of the Empire of Ghana go back to the 5th century AD. Mali had its prime in the 13th and 14th centuries, and Songhai in the 2 subsequent centuries. 23. The Western Sudan, a region we now identify as West Africa, saw elaborate cotton cultivation, handicraft industry, and trade. Mining was also significant, with certain royal clans, such as the Kanti, becoming specialist blacksmiths. Throughout the account on Western Sudan, Rodney is mindful of the racist echo of the white academic authority. For example, Rodney targets the British historian E. W. Bovell for his description of the silent or dumb barter in Ghana's pre-colonial gold industry, which involved the banging of drums that called out natives from holes in the ground, where they lived naked. As Rodney writes, the only thing dumb about the trade is what he writes about it. 24. Upon arrival, the Europeans were aghast at what they found. The Portuguese, finding their way to the Gambia River, saw how gold was traded and marveled at the dexterity shown by the Mandinga merchants. 25. These merchants carried scales inlaid with silver and suspended from silk cords. Within the Mandinga were the Diolas, a group of professional traders who were adept at crisscrossing Western Sudan. Traversing coastal areas of Gambia, Sierra Leone, Liberia, and the Ivory Coast, they traded cola nuts from Liberia, gold from the Akan, in modern-day Ghana, and leather from House Alund. Nor was the trade limited to the region. Goods from Egypt, the Maghreb, and the Mediterranean coast also entered Western Sudan, crossing the Sahara. Another civilization Rodney identifies is Zimbabwe, whose multifaceted brick city developed appreciably in the centuries before the European intrusion. By the 15th century, an empire had emerged, named Monomotapa by Europeans. The site of Great Zimbabwe remains to this day, near the modern Zimbabwean city of Masvingo. The vision of the surviving stone ruins is electrifying. The main structure is a tower almost 100 meters long and 80 meters wide, with walls 15 meters high and 8 meters thick. Its bricks are placed one on top of the other, without cement, and have stood undisturbed by the interruptions of the preceding centuries. Rodney notes, any European archaeologist is reported to have said that there was as much labor expended in Zimbabwe as on the pyramids in Egypt. 26. This might be an exaggeration, he says, but the development of the Empire of Zimbabwe, of which only Great Zimbabwe survives, would have required the mobilization of huge amounts of labor. The greatness of these pre-colonial societies required another fantastic effort, the need, on the part of colonial and imperial authorities, to explain these anomalous developments. Rodney records, when Cecil Rhodes sent in his agents to rob and steal in Zimbabwe, they and other Europeans marveled at the surviving ruins of the Zimbabwe culture, and automatically assumed that it had been built by white people. A black civilization, they reasoned, had to have been built by the genius of white settlement, presumably visiting architects and designers from London and Paris. Rodney, forever the temperate historian, warns against wonder at these developments, the very expression of which is a symptom of our racist education. Rather, we need to assess these developments with the calm acceptance that it was a perfectly logical outgrowth of human social development with Africa, as part of the universal process by which man's labor opened up new horizons. 27 Great Zimbabwe was not some sort of superhuman oddity, rather it was a development built on the soil of centuries of advanced agriculture and mining. The task of the Marxist historian, Rodney notes, is not to celebrate but to appraise calmly. He writes, for example, that in Zimbabwe, there was no single dam or aqueduct comparable to those in Asia or ancient Rome, but countless small streams were diverted and made to flow around hills. 28 This was evidence, in other words, that indicated sound knowledge of scientific principles. Interestingly, Rodney's approach never lets the reader sit still for long. As such, the pleasure of reading about the hubris and stupidity of Cecil Rhodes, or the achievements of Zimbabwe, is quickly undermined by a clear-eyed assessment of Africa's uneven development prior to the arrival of the first Europeans. On the basis of these the racist accounts of African barbarity and European civilization, Rodney writes an entirely new history of the continent, one that profoundly muddles the stages of history preferred by a certain type of Marxist history and conventional accounts. Africa before the arrival of Europeans was a complicated mix of societies and cultures, classes, and conflicts. Most accounts of those who first visited the continent from Portugal, Holland, or England saw in West and East Africa development that was comparable to the societies they had recently left. Rodney cites a Dutch visitor to the city of Benin, who remarked, "The town seems to be very great. When you enter into it, you go into a great broad street, which seems to be 7 or 8 times broader than the Warmoes Street in Amsterdam. The King's Palace is a collection of buildings which occupy as much space as the town of Haarlem, and which is enclosed with walls. There are numerous apartments for the prince's ministers and fine galleries, most of which are as big as those on the exchange at Amsterdam. 29. Yet no sooner do we have this comparison than Rodney reminds us against the self-delusion that all things between Benin and Holland were equal. European society, Rodney writes, was already more aggressive, more expansionist, and more dynamic in producing new forms. Picking up from the quote above, Rodney clarifies the historical account. In the galleries of the exchange at Amsterdam sat Dutch burghers, the ancestors of the modern bourgeoisie of industry and finance. This class in the 15th century were able to push the feudal landowners forward or aside. 30. European exploration and slavery. HEUA does not provide an orthodox account of underdevelopment through African history. The influence and impact of European contact on the structure of trade, slavery, and, later, direct penetration on African societies was catastrophic and marked a rupture with the past. However, it was the dynamic and intricate meshing of forces that triggered developments on the continent that engaged African agency. Indeed, Rodney provides a full class-based history of the continent under the impact of European commerce. Nowhere in Rodney's account does he describe a simple process of external control of Africa's entire socio-economic trajectory, far from it. In a telling explanation of his perspective, Rodney writes, "Modern African nationalist historians correctly stress that Africa had a meaningful past long before the coming of Europeans. They also stress that Africans made their own history long after coming into contact with Europe, and indeed right up to the period of colonization. This approach, which pushes African agency to the center of the picture, is not, he tells us, incompatible with one that emphasizes the central transformatory role of external, i.e., European, forces involving the trade in slaves, ivory, and gold. In order to align this combination of seemingly distinct approaches, Rodney cautions the reader that they must see the external, and mostly European, influence on the continent until 1885 as extremely uneven, with the coasts impacted to a far greater degree than the hinterlands. While commerce affected aspects of African life profoundly, certain political and ideological apparatus were left untouched. Finally, in Rodney's words, dynamic features of independent African evolution and development continued to operate after 1531. The idea that African history somehow stalled with the arrival of Europeans is a self-evident absurdity. However, it was nevertheless altered in deeply disturbing ways, as independent paths to further development were stifled. The point remains that Rodney's account does not line up with his critics' depiction of his book as positing a one-dimensional, straightforward underdevelopment, free of agency, class dynamics, and independent activity. 32 However, it would be equally ridiculous to argue that European contact benefited Africa in the pre-colonial period. Indeed, slavery, from its emergence in the 15th century, was a hammer blow to the continent. Rodney explains, slave trading led to the commercial domination of Africa by Europe, within the context of international trade. Yet it is also true that even with this domination from which the continent would never be the same again in areas of Africa, South Central Africa, there were societies that could pursue an independent path, determined, in Rodney's words, by the interplay between African people and the African environment in the particular localities. Rodney is also clear that even in those regions where there was direct contact with European traders and slave ships, African political authorities were not displaced. European ideological penetration of the continent was also limited in this period. There were attempts made to access Africa by missionaries, but most were consigned to, as Rodney describes, blessing Africans as they were about to be launched across the Atlantic into slavery. Rodney's full description of the autonomy and agency enjoyed by African polities is worth quoting at length and remembering. So long as there is political power, so long as a people can be mobilized to use weapons, and so long as a society has the opportunity to define its own ideology and culture, then the people of that society have some control over their own destinies, in spite of constraints such as those imposed as the African continent slipped into orbit as a satellite of capitalist Europe. 33. In his discussion of slavery, Rodney challenges the simplistic formulation, made by Senegal's first president, Leopold Senghor, that the slave trade swept Africa like a bushfire and left nothing standing. Rodney argues that there is a better metaphor, one that suits a proper historical account. The truth is that a developing Africa went into slave trading and European commercial relations as into a gale force wind, which shipwrecked a few societies, set many off course, and generally slowed down the rate of advance. 34. Beginning with the coastal societies, society after society, state after state, were dragged into the slave trade. However, at all stages, the penetration of the trade was met with resistance. In Dahomey in West Africa, in the 18th century, the king attempted to oppose the European slave traders. As a consequence, the society was denied European products, which by this point had become important. Realizing that Dahomey's development and the slave trade were in contradiction to each other, the king, Agaja Trudeau, organized raids on European forts and slave camps that lasted from 1724 and 1726. As a consequence, the trade was briefly reduced to a trickle. Agaja failed in his efforts to persuade Europeans in allowing the state to develop new lines of economic activity, but at the same time, Rodney notes, the European slavers also failed to crush the Dahomeyan state. By 1730, the slave trade had resumed, though on a much more restricted basis. In Angola, the Portuguese used direct military intervention to seize political power. It was in reaction to this aggression that the state of Matamba was founded in 1630, with Queen Nzinga as head. Matamba's formation was an explicit effort to coordinate resistance to the Portuguese slavers, with the state only losing the battle for control in 1648. Rodney reports, so long as it opposed trade with the Portuguese, it was an object of hospitality from neighboring African states which had compromised with European and slave trading. Matamba did not have the power to stand alone. By 1656, Queen Nzinga was forced to resume negotiations with the invaders. Other examples of resistance in Heua tell the same story, one of resistance to the European slave trade, which was eventually broken as most parts of the continent became drawn in. In the early 18th century, the Baga people, in what is modern-day Guinea, lived in small states. In 1720, Tamba, one of the leaders of the Baga, tried to secure a coalition of states to stop the slave trade. However, Rodney writes, he was defeated by local European resident traders, mulattoes and other slave-trading Africans. 35 European traders formed their own alliance to break the resistance and ensure that Tamba and his Baga followers continued in their ascribed role as suppliers of captives. In addition to the gradual incorporation under development of Africa, and the inevitable collaboration with the trade, were the enormous benefits accrued to Europe. Rodney speaks of the exploitation of Africa and African labor as a source for the accumulation of capital to be reinvested in Western Europe. He writes, the African contribution to European capitalist growth extended over such vital sectors as shipping, insurance, the formation of companies, capitalist agriculture, technology, and the manufacture of machinery. 36 The Atlantic trade was also an arena for technological competition between European states. The Dutch adapted the Portuguese and Spanish caravels, small and swift sailing ships used for exploration of the African Atlantic coast in the 15th century, with the British adapting Dutch technology to become the leading sailing nation. As Rodney says, the Atlantic was their laboratory. 37. Some of the wealthiest cities in Europe were those slave ports of Bristol, Liverpool, Nantes, Bordeaux, and Seville. Connected to these ports, Rodney tells us, there often emerged the manufacturing centers which gave rise to the Industrial Revolution. The first center of the Industrial Revolution was Lancashire, whose advance as the avant-garde of this revolution was reliant on the growth of Liverpool. The list of major capitalists who benefited directly, securing their primitive accumulation of capital from the slave trade, should still shock us today. David and Alexander Barclay were involved in the trade from the 1750s before setting up Barclays Bank. Lloyd's of London went from being a small coffee house to becoming one of the largest insurance houses, achieved by, in Rodney's words, dipping into profits from slave trade and slavery. 38 Beyond these direct links are other ones. American produce, Rodney writes, was a result of African labor. Sugar from the Caribbean was re-exported from England and France to other parts of Europe to such an extent that Hamburg in Germany was the biggest sugar refining center in Europe in the first half of the 18th century. 39. The slave trade, he notes, was clearly not the sole factor in the development of Western Europe from the 15th century. In England there were the enclosures of commons that drove the peasantry off the land, forcing more and more into urban centers and emergent industry, yet it was the African trade that hastened these elements. That is why, Rodney explains, the African connection contributed not merely to economic growth, but also to real development in the sense of increased capacity for further growth and independence. 40. African rulers, who could see the distinct advantages of European technology, which Europeans were constantly stealing from one another, sought to acquire these advances for their own internal development. These requests, Rodney tells us, were deliberately ignored. For instance, the Ethiopian court in 1520 requested Portuguese assistance with the expansion of Ethiopian industry. These requests continued into the 18th century, as seen when Trudeau of Dahomey appealed for European craftsmen to work with their own tradesmen, sending an ambassador to London to lodge this petition. Rodney writes, the Asantehene Apokaware, 1720–1750, also asked for Europeans to set up factories and distilleries in Asante, but he got no response. 41 In response, Africans took creative initiative, finding ways to bypass European industry. For example, Asante society under Apokaware took imported silk, carefully undid it, and combined the thread with cotton to make Kent cloth. Rodney concludes, here would have been no difficulty in such African societies mastering European technical skills and bridging the rather narrow gap which existed between them and Europe at that time. 42. Further efforts were made to acquire the means to make firearms and gunpowder. After all, wars were being fought with these imported and traded European weapons. In Dahomey, an expression emerged that emblematized these desires: he who makes powder wins the war. Rodney remarks, of course, Europeans were also fully aware that their arms technology was decisive, and there was not the slightest chance that they would have agreed to teach Africans to make firearms and ammunition. 43. Toward the end of the chapter on African society until 1885, and almost as an aside, Rodney writes a few pages on the Ama Zulu and Shaka, a Zulu leader born in 1787 who is regarded as one of the great warriors and leaders of his era, and whose name was adopted by Walter and Patricius for their first son. As head of the small clan of Ama and Ngoni, a people who trace their origins to the Zulu, within a few years he had reorganized it into a great fighting force, and soon through warfare and political maneuvers he had united the Ama and Ngoni, previously divided into independent clans, into a single force. Rodney reports, it was a tribute to the organizational and agricultural capacity of the society, that it could feed and maintain a standing army of 30,000 men, re-equip them with iron weapons. 44. Rodney repeats the story not to retell the greatness of Shaka, who is often presented as some sort of unique hero warrior, unparalleled in African history, but in order to explain that his achievements, the development of the Zulu people, were possible because no one came to civilize them. In fact, in 1876 a much diminished force of the Ama Zulu defeated the British in the Battle of Isandlwana. Under the propulsion of internal dynamics, and adapting from previous innovations, Shaka was capable of reorganizing, uniting, and innovating on an impressive scale. There is a model here of autonomous development, Rodney tells us, without the brutal intervention of European slavers and gunboats. The great 19th century achievements of the Zulu people in technological development, social organization, and warfare were possible because of the relative autonomy of the Zulu nation, free from external interference. Concluding the chapter on pre-colonial contact and African history, Rodney explains that it is important to follow the development of Europe and the underdevelopment of Africa, but, in his words, to understand how those two combined in a single system, that of capitalist imperialism. 45. The effect of this single system on the comparative economics of the two continents is that while there was a slight difference when Portuguese sailors arrived in West Africa in 1444, by the time European robber statesmen sat down in Berlin in 1884 and 1885, it was a huge gap. These gaps were not just between nations and continents, but also, crucially, between classes. Within Britain, Germany, and Holland, for example, there was the stark polarization of wealth, Rodney explains, between the capitalists on the one hand and the workers and a few peasants on the other. 46. There was thus unevenness between and within the nations of Europe. The scramble for Africa that led to colonialism, the direct occupation and control of the continent, was facilitated by the long period of pre-colonial trade. Political domination followed the pulverization of the continent over hundreds of years. Though there were slave forts and small European settlements, Europe had been incapable of penetrating deep into Africa. Technological development by the end of 19th century ensured that the continent could now be conquered and occupied, though not without considerable difficulties. Rodney is correct to point out that the breech-loading rifles and machine guns were a far cry from the smoothbore muzzle loaders and flintlocks of the previous era. European imperialists in Africa boasted that what counted was the fact that they had the Maxim machine gun and Africans did not. 47. Yet, even during the pre-colonial period, when African societies made efforts to develop, they were savagely stamped on. In Egypt, Muhammad Ali, who ruled between 1805 and 1849, used the relative lack of European interference in this period in North Africa to attempt to manufacture its own cotton, as well as glass, paper, and other goods. Rodney writes, Egypt was not to be used as a dumping ground for European goods which would undermine local industry, so that protective tariff walls were set up around Egypt's infant industries. 48 This did not lead to isolation, rather, Ali hired European experts to advise his government and traded with the rest of the world. These ambitions clashed with those of British and French industrialists who sought to produce raw cotton by all available means, but for whom it was inconceivable that Egypt would become an industrial competitor. European banks and financiers succeeded in transforming the country into an international beggar by the second half of the century, with the country largely mortgaged to European capital. In conjunction with these methods, the period also saw, Rodney tells us, a dramatic escalation of white racism, with Britain characteristically leading European nations in this respect. For example, when the Fora Bay College in Sierra Leone sought affiliation with Durham University in 1874, the London Times newspaper apparently declared, Durham should next affiliate with the London Zoo. 49. In much the same way, a class of Africans was to become key to the perpetuation of European domination and rule under colonialism. During the pre-colonial period of trade, many Africans had already become middlemen in commercial roles, working as a comprador class serving European interests. A new trading group made up of children of European or Arab fathers had played this role for years in Africa and the Caribbean. In Senegal, for example, this mulatto class lived in the trading ports and cities, such as Gorée, Dakar, St. Louis, and Rufisque. Commenting on the role of this comprador class during the transition to colonialism, Rodney writes, one of the most striking features of 19th-century West African history is the manner in which Africans returned from slavery under European masters and helped in the establishment of colonial rule. 50 In many respects, it was the softening up of the continent over centuries of the pre-colonial trade, and Africa's integration into an emergent global capitalism, that had made full colonial conquest possible. Colonial conquest. Rodney's approach to the European conquest and control of Africa has shaped an entire body of research on the relationship between the North and what was known as the Third World. However, Rodney does not spend very much time looking at the resistance to full colonial intrusion into the continent. Rodney's concern, rather, was with the mechanisms of control established over the course of occupation, as European powers faced enormous resistance on the continent. Resistance and existing economic and political development had to be uprooted by the occupying powers. In Algeria, for example, the territory in what eventually became a French department took 18 years from 1830 to be fully integrated. In fact, Algeria was not one French department, but three. The French confronted extraordinary resistance from the native population who needed or wanted none of French civilization. When integration finally took place, the Arab Berber population, or indigene, were not accorded French citizenship and remained subjects with few rights. The experience in Algeria, as across the rest of the continent, was in large part an effort to drive pre-colonial society back. Therefore, trade, schooling, and human development were systematically underdeveloped by French colonialism. In an important historical account, the radical Algerian writer Moustapha Al-Acharif explains these developments powerfully. Algeria was no barbarian country inhabited by illiterate people with anarchic or sterile institutions. Its human and economic values attained a high level. Patriarchal, agricultural, and civic lifestyles coexisted. Throughout there was a marked sense of energy and industry, in maritime and artisanal techniques, in para-industrial methods, in city organization, in the commerce with Africa and across the Mediterranean, in a system of intellectual values which was strongly impregnated with legal traditions, formal logic, more or less rationalist theology, with Arabic and Macrobine folk traditions, a widely diffused culture, generalized through its written and oral expression. Algeria in the earlier 19th century displayed far fewer deficiencies, far more chance of progress in relation to the civilization of the period and the general movement of free peoples than it did by the end of the century. stripped of its millions of hectares of forest, robbed of its mines, of its liberty, of its institutions, and thus of the essential prop and motor of any collective progress. 51. Schooling, which had been widespread when the French arrived in 1830, was almost completely wiped out. By 1950, the United Nations Educational, Scientific, and Cultural Organization reported 90% illiteracy among the Algerian population. 52. Under the impact of the invasion, millions of Algerians lost their lives by direct killings, displacement, and the collapse of food security. Communities were forced off the land and fertile agricultural regions taken over for the cultivation of vines for the export of wine to Europe. Algeria's population fell to approximately 3.5 million in 1852, from 6 million in 1830. Still, the French did not have an easy time, nor did any of the colonializing powers. Pacification of Algerian resistance was never guaranteed, even with the superior weaponry and technology of European power. From 1830 to 1871, there were only a few years without fighting. Elsewhere on the continent, the pattern was broadly similar. When it comes to these developments, Rodney's account is rich in examples and detail. As he illustrates, regions that were self-sustaining in food production were compelled to turn themselves over to cash crop production for export to Europe. By the late 19th century, whole fertile areas of West Africa were transformed, under the impact of direct force and colonial taxation, to start producing ground nuts, in Senegal, Nigeria, and Chad, for example, and cocoa, in Côte d'Ivoire and Ghana, for example. A catastrophic change in food production, combined with a series of El Niño-induced droughts and famines, in the context of colonial agricultural transformation, led to a series of what Marxist historian Mike Davis calls late Victorian holocausts. 53 Across India, South America, China, and Africa, local populations were wiped out. European development of African food systems thus deepened the continent's underdevelopment. The Congo serves as a graphic example of these processes, the incorporation that became full-bodied colonialism. The Berlin Conference of 1884–85, a gentleman's agreement among the European powers, officially recognized the Belgian King Leopold II as the legal head of the euphemistically named International African Association of the Congo, soon renamed as the Congo Free State. The stated aims of the new Belgian colony were to abolish slavery. Indeed, war would be waged against Arab slave traders for this purpose and to promote free trade. These pretexts were frequently used by European powers as justifications for colonial occupation and invasion. Rodney tells us that over the course of colonialization, the metropolitan power profited enormously, an argument that bears repeating. Even today, we often hear that colonialism was not a profitable endeavor, and one of minimum lasting impact. Rodney was clear about the balance sheet, and he provided a forensic account of the political economic mechanisms of colonial power. His description of the role of currency in the colony is illustrative of both the processes of underdevelopment and Rodney's systematic approach. Coins and notes, he tells us, were initially issued by private banks. For Britain, this function was soon taken over by the West African Currency Board and the East African Currency Board, set up in 1912 and 1919, respectively. Yet currency issued by these boards had to be secured by sterling reserves, which directly earned money from the continent. Rodney explains. The manner in which the system worked was as follows. When a colony earned foreign exchange, mainly, through exports, these earnings were held in Britain in pounds sterling. An equivalent amount of local East and West African currency was issued for circulation in the respective colonies, while the sterling was invested in British government stock, thereby earning even more profit for Britain. The commercial banks worked hand in hand with the metropolitan government and the currency boards to make the system work. 54. These reasonably complex financial networks had as a common objective the enriching of Europe and the parallel and connected impoverishment of Africa. To put some figures on these reserves makes the example completely clear. In the small colony of Sierra Leone, by the late 1950s, sterling reserves had reached £60 million. Yet in 1955, the UK held 210 million from the sale of cocoa and minerals from the Gold Coast, today's Ghana. Rodney explains that Africa's total contribution to Britain's sterling balances in 1945 was £446 million, which went up to £1,446 million by 1955-55. If there were any lingering doubt about the continent's contribution to Europe's 20th century wealth and development, Rodney describes the exacting tribute Belgium extracted from its colonies. Once Belgium was occupied by Germany in May 1940, a government in exile was established in London. The costs of running that exiled government were financed entirely by the Congo, the country's principal African colony. Rodney cites the colonial secretary of the exiled government, who explains, TE Congo was able to finance all the expenditure of the Belgian government in London, including the diplomatic service as well as the cost of our armed forces in Europe and Africa, a total of some £40 million. The country's gold reserves could be left untouched, thanks to the Congo, not a single dollar had to be borrowed. Rodney goes on to note that, following the war, the surplus of earnings by the Congo in currencies other than the Belgian franc were all amassed by the National Bank of Belgium. Though the exact financial approaches used by different European powers varied, the pattern of extracted wealth was the same. Whether this siphoned capital came through government currency boards or commercial banks, colonial powers succeeded in earning billions in foreign exchange from the sale of raw materials. Colonialism, Rodney concludes, meant a great intensification of exploitation within Africa. A word needs to be said on the focus Rodney takes in the book, specifically in Chapter 5, which deals with Africa's contribution to European development. What is striking about the chapter is the astonishing detail of his analysis of this period of political economic history. Though the book was written for a general, African and black, audience with little familiarity with this history, he does not skimp on complexity or detail. Apart from the very occasional exclamation, Rodney's style is lucid and clear-eyed throughout, uncompromising but never polemical. Rodney details not just the takeover of African territory by a specific European power, but also the intersection of private companies in this process, often across national borders. For example, Portugal was too poor to fully exploit its southern African colonies of Mozambique and Angola, and consequently opened both colonies to foreign, frequently American, capital and finance. Meanwhile, the Belgian Congo also sought American finance to exploit the country's rich uranium deposits. American involvement on the continent after the Second World War accelerated this process, and the Marshall Plan, a huge injection of U.S. funding to war-torn Europe, Rodney writes, allowed Americans to buy controlling shares in companies that were exploiting African resources. 56 America was edging out old colonial powers on the continent, an acknowledgement that would have had chilling resonance among Rodney's Caribbean and American readers. Elaborating on the intersection of political and economic forces in the underdevelopment and exploitation of the continent, Rodney writes, to fully understand the colonial period, it is necessary to think in terms of the economic partition of Africa. Unlike the political partition of the 19th century, the economic partition had no fixed or visible boundaries. It consisted of the proportions in which capitalist powers divided up among themselves the monetary and non-monetary gains from colonial Africa. 57. Nor was actual possession of colonies a barrier to profiting from colonial plunder. Rodney's account is a deep description of the exploitation by private capital, mining companies, banks, and multinationals, who enjoyed the fruits of exploiting the colonial and semi-colonial world as a common treasury for metropolitan capitalism as a whole. 58 The section in the book on the multinational Unilever is a tour de force, articulating the exploitation of the continent by private capital and the relationship of private companies to the colonies, African peoples, and northern metropolitan powers. 59. Another striking feature of Chapter 5 is Rodney's section on the non-monetary benefits of colonialism. Here, he writes about the elaboration of organizational techniques of capitalist firms and their various uses of the continent. He cites a range of examples, From the contribution of African troops in the 20th century's two world wars, including the use of African troops to suppress anti-colonial uprisings in other parts of the world, to experiments in genocidal techniques, as in Italy's use of poisoned gas against Ethiopians following their invasion in 1935. Point 60 We can add to Rodney's list of non-monetary benefits Germany's pre-1914 genocide against the Herero and Nama people of Southwest Africa. What emerges from the book is not only a clear illustration of this epoch of exploitation in Africa, but, crucially, how this exploitation was central to the birth of the entire capitalist system. Simultaneously, this exploitation created new social forces that had begun to emerge from the dramatic mutation of African society under colonial occupation. These were inherently contradictory, involving neither the total liquidation of the past nor a clear project for the future. Dependency theory. Though Rodney was influenced by dependency theory, which saw the drain of wealth from the global south by the north as the principal engine of underdevelopment, it did not overwhelm his greatest book, nor was it his overarching framework. We should not mistake the title of HEUA for an analysis. Along with André Gunder Frank, Paul Barron was the other main thinker of dependency theory. Both argued that the North accumulated capital by exploiting and draining or transferring the resources of the global South. The writer and activist Chindachikuyudanma describes how He saw development in the center and underdevelopment in the periphery as opposite sides of the same coin. 61. Founded on the notion of a drain or transfer of wealth, it presented an overly deterministic theory that there was an absolute and continuous transfer of wealth from the global south to the north, and that this stymied development in the modern period. In the 1960s and 1970s, dependency theory was a major influence on a number of classic, radical texts. Perhaps the best known was a companion book to Rodney's HEUA by Eduardo Galeano, Open Veins of Latin America, published at almost exactly the same time. The actual processes that dependency theory speaks about were both built into the structural relationship between dependent ex-colonies in the South and North powers, and also consciously and repeatedly reproduced by political forces. Thus, dependency and underdevelopment was an unavoidable and central aspect of the relationship developed over generations between the North and South. These relationships, however, were not historical peculiarities, existing in one unpleasant period in history, to be superseded by a liberal and well-meaning free market capitalism. Indeed, the dependent structural relationship continues into the 21st century. 62. This is not the only story on the continent, though, in fact, Africa presents a variegated reality, with efforts at industrialization, such as in Ethiopia and Angola, and development that do not uniformly fit the description presented in the examples above. The picture of the world market as uneven and Africa as a weak and peripheral rule-taker remains unchanged. Nevertheless, the approach has received some justified criticism. Though dominant in the 1960s and 1970s, by the 1980s the theory was substituted by the left as largely irrelevant to the study of development. Dependency theory, it was now argued, was excessively deterministic, with its insistence that growth in the periphery of global capitalism was simply impossible, locked in, as it was, by the crippling relationship with the North. The extraordinary ability of Southeast Asian countries to develop has to demonstrate some of the misconceptions of such a fixed approach to development, which was posited by the early proponents of dependency theory. One of the most forthright Marxist critics of the theory was Nigel Harris, who, in the 1980s, pointed to the rise of newly industrializing countries. Their progression indicated, he argued, that the global economic system does not lend itself to the simple identification of first and third, haves and have-nots, rich and poor, industrialized and non-industrialized. 63. An alternative approach is offered by the Marxist writer Esteban Mora, who argues that we should not only be looking for a connection between drained countries and countries who drain others, but also for a relationship of mutual profiting between an international bourgeoisie who can be found in all countries, North and South. Mora argues that dependency theories cannot capture the totality of the relationships in the international market. While inequalities and unevenness in the world market exist, with both strong nation-states and weaker ones, this is a division based not on countries or regions, or on geography or ethnicity, but on relations of production. In other words, we must unearth the mechanisms of mutual profiting across all regions to see a class-divided world market. The world market, he posits, is part of an international system of states where every single state is an agent of capital. 64. In this formulation, the world market is inherently uneven, marked by rules that are rigged against certain regions and a distribution of wealth and power that expresses these inequalities. Yet the mechanisms of global inequality involve the mutual profiting of a global ruling class across every region of the world. By no means does Rodney's use of dependency theory overwhelm his book. Unlike many Marxists before and since, Rodney never belabors his theoretical approach, and he does not present a ready-made framework into which he slots a historical narrative. As a consequence, much of the criticism of Rodney's dependency theory is incredibly crude and is based on perception rather than reading his work. Heua, for example, was remarkably free of a conceptual model imposed on the historical story. Rodney was aware that dependency theory falls down on the question of class divisions in a Marxist sense. Indeed, Frantz Fanon's work was an important influence on him, specifically his analysis of the emerging bourgeoisies in Africa, the caste of profiteers, as Fanon described them, which is repeated throughout Heua. It is simply disingenuous to paint Rodney as a crude advocate of dependency theory, for nothing could be further from the truth. Rodney argued that Marxists should see the process of capitalist development as involving the theft and colonization as part of the expansion of productive capital as a whole. Theft in one part of the system is one of many interconnected elements of the inherently combined and uneven development of capitalism. Chikwudenma asserts that dependency theory insists industrialization must be stifled, and that the data today shows that industrialization in Africa has been reversed. 65 Rodney explains historically how that fact was possible. This is an entirely consistent conclusion for Marxists. Rodney did not regard capitalist accumulation as simply a transfer of surpluses from Africa to Europe. 66 He saw how capitalism depended on the constant transformation of productive forces, but he sought to understand these processes historically in their immense unevenness. There is a distinct narrowness in certain criticism of Rodney's work, and to non-Western revolutionary traditions in general, that cripples a richer historical understanding of capitalism and development. Conclusion. Much more can be said about Heua. Of particular interest is the final chapter, which deals decisively and thoroughly with the supposed benefits of colonialism. One of the remarkable sections is the one on education, which captures Rodney's own passion for teaching and learning. He grasps the tension of colonial authorities and their need for a layer of trained Africans to run lower levels of the administration, or to work in trade, and the genuine and popular enthusiasm for general education. Rodney refuses to entertain the liberal notion that education was a gift of colonialism. In fact, he is scathing on this point. If there is anything glorious about the history of African colonial education, it lies not in the crumbs which were dropped by European exploiters, but in the tremendous vigor displayed by Africans in mastering the principles of the system that had mastered them. 67 Where schooling was provided, the colonial authorities were frequently propelled further than they were normally prepared to go by popular sentiment and pressure. There are many criticisms of Rodney's book and indeed his entire output, some of which come from the left. I have intentionally not dealt with them in detail here, because to do so would be to obscure the book's enormous and continued relevance. Much more can be gained from reading the book than by dismissing it for its inaccuracies or theoretical weaknesses. Heua is replete with the intricacies and tensions of this relationship, structured and determined in many respects, but also contradictory and open to challenge. The book speaks of Northern, or European, societies as class-bound, riven with their own grotesque inequalities, though on an entirely different scale than the situation faced by the African working class and peasantry. Rodney's account might lack a certain emphasis on agency, the emergent class forces that were vital in challenging colonial authorities, but he was writing a book of ferocious and important ambition and he could not include everything. Yet it is true that his emphasis at the time, as an enthusiastic supporter of Nyerere and other socialist leaders on the continent, might have left him blindsided to critical questions of class and agency. However, as we will see, his thinking on these issues developed and was enriched by later experience and reading, and once more he became an outrider criticizing state and petty bourgeois projects of development that offered nothing to Africa and the Caribbean. There is one matter on which it is worth commenting: Rodney's attitude toward existing socialist regimes at the time. Like most of the radical left of his generation, Rodney was relatively uncritical about socialist states, specifically the Soviet Union. He saw the Soviet Union and Eastern Europe, which he refers to throughout the book, as representing a genuine socialist alternative and playing a largely progressive role in the continent's recent colonial past. He also implicitly credits them with presenting the continent with a model for its own development, though he does not say explicitly this. His critics are warranted in pointing out that he was mistaken in this belief, and though he was critical of Stalinism as made clear in his writings on the Russian Revolution, he never fully moved away from this position. 68. In any case, to dismiss Rodney's most important work because of various asides he makes to the Soviet Union and Eastern Europe or other crimes of ideological impurity would be sectarian folly that has little bearing on the work itself. The reality is that it is hard to label with any accuracy a man like Rodney. No sooner are these criticisms made than they are refuted. At the end of How Europe Underdeveloped Africa, Rodney appeals to the action of peasants and workers. Now, he writes, that explicit foreign rule and exploitation have gone, a clearer appreciation of exploitation and imperialism is possible. The masses can finally determine their own future. In his concluding words, T-hat is the element of conscious activity that signifies the ability to make history, by grappling with the heritage of objective conditions and social relations. 69. This struggle is immeasurably assisted by Rodney's 1972 book. Chapter 7. A Book to Change the World. By the time he took over the directorship of Tanzania Publishing House in 1972, Rodney's close friend Walter Bgoya had already worked in the Foreign Office, with stints in Ethiopia and China. In the 1960s, the publishing house functioned much like other aspects of the economy, partly controlled and owned by foreign money, and run by Europeans. 40% of the company was owned by Macmillan, while the National Development Corporation held 60%. However, this dynamic was beginning to shift. One of the most important projects the publishing house ever produced was Rodney's How Europe Underdeveloped Africa. When Bgoya first arrived at Tanzania Publishing House, having established that there would be no interference in his decisions about what to publish, HEUA was already at the page-proof stage. The book was printed through a co-publishing arrangement with Bogle Elovicha, a small, radical London-based publisher that Guyanese activists Jessica and Eric Huntley had set up in 1968 to produce Rodney's Groundings with My Brothers. Initially, the book sold only quite well, Bgoya explains, but quite well meaning modest numbers. I don't remember how many copies we had initially. I think we might have had 3,000 copies, though I am not sure. 3,000 at that time seemed to be the magic number for publishing. 1. Bgoya had met Rodney before 1972, but it was only with the appearance of the book and his promotion to director of Tanzania Publishing House that they really got to know each other. Only in 1972, when Rodney came into the offices to discuss the book, did the two men sit face to face, separated by the proofs for the book. Rodney's life quickly became shaped by the book's publication. If he was already a well-known, outspoken, and sharp-witted socialist, rapidly he became the famous author of a book that challenged the historical record, debunked racist myths, and confronted a global economic system that had dragged a continent and people into the abyss. Reaction. On the event of the book's publication, there was still a considerable amount of work to be done. Unlike Rodney's previous historical work, this was a book, an activist intervention or movement book, as they were known at the time, that required an audience. Anthony Ferguson of the Caribbean Unity Conference wrote to Rodney on November 17, 1972, soon after HEUA has been published. The Caribbean Unity Conference has sent out complimentary copies of How Europe Underdeveloped Africa, 64, per the list you gave us. These were accompanied by the enclosed letter. In addition, we have taken 235 copies to be sold in the Washington, D.C. area. We have also been urging the book's adoption as material for class study, not only at Howard University but also at another area college, Federal City College. Point 2. As this correspondence indicated, Rodney was directly involved in the distribution of the book, liaising with activist groups, universities, and the publisher to ensure that the copies, in the right numbers, arrived and were sold to a receptive audience. Other correspondence also speaks of copies designated for sale in neighborhoods or at activist events and community meetings. This was not simply a volume to be read and taught on a university course, it was meant to be read by activists, and in the street. The letters of praise and engagement were considerable and came from remarkably diverse sources. At one level, in the years after first publication of HEUA, Rodney received letters from the continent's radical intelligentsia. For instance, on April 3, 1974, Rodney received a letter from the Nigerian novelist Wole Soyinka, who was on the verge of taking over as editor of the magazine Transition. Sometime last year, he wrote, "I ran into your How Europe Underdeveloped Africa. I liked it enormously." 3. In a letter that Rodney received in early 1973 from the editor of the African Studies journal Ufahamu based at the University of California Teshome, Gabriel wrote to Walter about a roundtable discussion that he wanted to start in the pages of the journal, partly triggered by the ominous silence on the book by Western academicians, journals, etc. As part of this endeavor, he had written to a number of leading scholar activists, many of them who had responded positively to the invitation to engage with the book's arguments. The exiled South African revolutionary Ruth First wrote with enthusiasm, "It is seminal in that it places the continent in a setting that the prevailing conventional view is bound to exclude. No wonder it was not officially noticed." The militant and writer then excuses herself from writing for the Ufahamu feature. "I'm not sure that I have a great deal to add to his general historical account, and thus much to contribute to a roundtable feature already heavily subscribed by excellent contributors." The radical historian Basil Davidson also expressed his excitement at reviewing HEUA, as did Keith Buchanan. Labor studies scholar Peter Gutkind commented opaquely that he was willing to join the discussion. "I am delighted to hear that you pay some attention to the new Rodney book, an angry but interesting book." Then, intriguingly, Gabriel reveals that the Ghanaian student group were studying the book and preparing a collective review. Meanwhile, the Ethiopian Student Union here in LA was also doing a collective review focusing specifically on whether or not the thesis in HEUA also applies to Ethiopia. Ethiopia had experienced only a brief period of formal colonization, by Italy between 1936 and 1941. Obviously in some sort of discussion with the Ethiopian students, Gabriel reported, "Even on Ethiopia the argument of the book is valid, that until World War II or until the intrusion of foreign capital Ethiopia could be said is undeveloped rather than underdeveloped." 4. The round table, Gabriel explains, would appear in the next issue of Ufahamu, which it did not, though there were further contributions to the debate on HEUA. Ultimately, the full consideration of the book with the list of authors Gabriel mentioned was held up, a situation later explained by the urgency of producing a special edition on Amilcar Cabral, the Marxist leader of the liberation movement in Guinea-Bissau and Cape Verde who had just been murdered. 2 points Gabriel makes are worth further discussion. The first is his reference to the ominous silence that has greeted Rodney's book, even though this is in a letter sent in March 1973, months after the book's first appearance. Its reception, by any standard today or then, does not quite warrant alarmist descriptions of ominous silence. After all, the uptake and interest in the book was healthy even if certain academics were studiously ignoring the volume. I suspect the editor of Ufahamu was expressing his own frustration of a sympathetic radical scholar that a book of such mighty importance had not yet stopped all the clocks. The second interesting point is connected to the first. The feedback Rodney was receiving from Ruth First, Basil Davidson, and other colleagues and scholars who he respected was incredibly positive, almost overwhelmingly so. Yet for the rest of his life Rodney would receive messages, letters, and comments from the African and Guyanese working class, the audience he was really addressing, praising his book for inspiring them. 51 Reader, an African, of Kinshasa, studying in the USA, wrote how HEUA fell into his hands. The correspondent categorizes the book as one of the two on African problems that has inspired me very much, the other being the Dakar-based Marxist economist Samir Amin's L'accumulation à l'échelle mondiale, Accumulation at a World Scale, which first appeared in 1970. The book was a sustained critique of the theory of underdevelopment as presented by conservative economists and a growing class of theorists of development, whose ruling proposition was that underdevelopment was simply delayed development. 6. In place of such orthodox theories, which remain remarkably unchanged today, Amin made a case for dependency, noting, like Rodney, that these were not mutually and equally competing spheres of the global community, but parts of the world locked into an exploitative relationship. For Samir, the world was divided between core and periphery, countries in the north, or in the core, for reasons of colonial history and modern imperialism, locked southern peripheral states into an unequal relationship. 7 They were forced to sell primary exports, crops and minerals at prices determined and fixed in the core, and were thus unable to break out of dependency. The two volumes celebrated by the Congolese fan of HEUA were thus complementary. One was a historical account of how capitalism had underdeveloped Africa, and the other was an account of Marxist political economy within a framework of dependency theory. The author goes on to offer Rodney advice. Since, he argues, most of our people don't read very much, the next edition of the book should make use of graphics summarizing the main ideas. This would, I think, help the people digest them more easily. He then praises the book. Thank you very much for publishing that book. I am sure it will make up a lot of African minds, at least those which remain African. 8 The writer then asks if he can continue his studies under Rodney's supervision in Dar es Salaam, and if there is some paid work or job somewhere that will help him pay for his studies. In February 1976, Rodney received a letter from another reader, a Ghanaian living in Canada, who explains that since reading HEUA he has been recommending it to anyone within sight. The book, he declares in capitals, should be read by every student, in every underdeveloped country. He goes on to state his fervent wish, to engage myself more meaningfully in the search for human alternatives. 9. In August 1973, Rodney received a letter from a reader in Lagos, Nigeria, who, although he had only just bought the book, could not afford the luxury of waiting until I go through the book before dropping you a few lines. Looking at the front and back cover, I am sure it will contain the message I want. My main aim of wiring is that I want to inform you that you are one of my heroes. I just think I must get involved in Black Revolution. This is what I want to live for. I am only 20 and entering the University of Ibadan next September. The reason for writing, he explains, was to secure from Rodney a commitment to stay in constant communication. The excitement of the period, the hope in black empowerment, revolution, and freedom jumps off the page. 10. Earlier in 1973, on March 17, Rodney received, and filed, an airmail letter from José Dominguez, an Argentinian living in London who had also just read HEUA, for which, he wrote, I congratulate you and I am very grateful for the information and analysis that your book provides. He stated that the problems and struggles of the Africans are either disregarded or silenced by the press of my country. I must say that I have found your book quite by chance. Aside from a wish to congratulate you, I would like also to ask you to get in touch with a publisher in some Spanish-speaking country. We are almost 300 million Spanish-speaking people, and what you say in your book is of great importance for us all. Therefore, there should be a Spanish translation as soon as possible. Our comrades will be grateful for it. Point 11. Not bad for a book that had only been published the previous year. Indeed, such fan mail from non-academics was direct evidence of the influence the book was beginning to have on the audience that mattered most to Rodney. On November 14, 1976, the Congolese intellectual and activist Jacques de Pelkin wrote to Rodney about a review of HEUA written by a comrade student, and the possibility that the review would be published in the Review of African Political Economy. De Pelkin explains that the paper was originally submitted as part of a third-year course on Africa, responding to the prompt write a Marxist critique of W. Rodney's How Europe Underdeveloped Africa. The paper was presented at a seminar where, de Pelkin reports, the consensus was that the critique was valid and timely. Some participants tried to point out that the book ought to be understood also in relation to your subjective position, exiled West Indian. In general, it is fair to say that those who wanted to temper the criticism tried to draw attention to the timing of when the book was written. Point 12. While a slightly over-elaborate report on a student's critical paper, the letter points to the impact that the book was beginning to make. Not only was HEUA being used in teaching, it had also been elevated to the status of an exam or paper question, shaping debate as it has continued to do. More typical was a letter received on March 5, 1973, from a reader in Montclair, California, who wrote, "After reading your book, I could hardly hold myself back from writing to you a note of thanks and gratitude for the good work you have done, and we the people hope you will keep on the wonderful work. Brother, you are beautiful and gracious. Your writing is so good that I can't put the book down, I sleep with it. I hope everybody in Africa or every African in the world reads it." Point 13. The book had clearly succeeded in pushing furiously against the tide of racist history. Indeed, its readers' starry-eyed accounts demonstrate that the effect of encountering such a volume, so accessible and clearly written, was nothing less than revelatory, especially outside the university seminar. On July 20, 1976, the assistant headmaster of a school in Tanzania, S.K. Aboaji, sent a letter to Rodney through the Tanzania Publishing House. "Your book HEUA has so inspired me so that I cannot help bothering you in spite of the fact that I am neither heard of nor known to you." The correspondent was seeking Rodney's support. He wanted copies of his books, a reading list, and contacts that would deepen his interest in politics and developments in Africa. He was assured that the future of Africa lies in socialism. 14. HEUA had created a storm of emotion in his readers, and its impact, clear in this correspondence, was as profound among Afro-Caribbean activists and students in America as it was among those living on the continent. This was essential, proving what Rodney had always known and had spoken about as a 26-year-old in his public groundings in 1968, there was, in fact, a fundamental emotional and political solidarity among all black people. However, not all of Rodney's political readership was in the United States or Africa. On December 5, 1973, an American reader staying in Italy had written, "I have just finished reading HEUA and I am moved to write you of my enthusiasm and gratitude for it." Praising Rodney's writing, he continued, "I am sure you have heard of the effective lucidity and simplicity of your writing style. Even more impressive to me, however, was the comprehensiveness of your thought in dealing with your subject. The result," the author says, "was a thoroughly convincing and devastating indictment of the long and continuing process of Western exploitation of Africa." This writer was a Marxist and actively engaged in the American Socialist Workers' Party, SWP, an orthodox Trotskyist organization. In fact, it was through this group, at a party bookstall in Berkeley, California, that he had encountered the book. A year after publication, the book was selling in activist bookshops across the left's ideological field, in different parts of the world. If there was ever a book that had found its time, this was it. Keen to deepen the contact and to meet the author of the volume that had been so inspiring, even transformative, the correspondent appealed for a future meeting in Tanzania and an interview for the SWP paper, The Militant. Thank you again, he wrote, for what you have done to assist the struggle everywhere. 15. The archive does not tell us whether Rodney responded to this or any of the other letters, only in rare cases did he copy and store his replies. However, so prodigious was his correspondence and work, and so seriously did he take his readers' comments, that it is hard to imagine that Rodney did not reply to each of these letters. The process of writing for Rodney had always been collaborative, the result of work written up from speeches, drafts shared with comrades, and criticism constantly sought. One correspondence in particular illustrates this point. At the end of 1972, Rodney received a letter from Leo Zeilig from Belgium. Zeilig had been part of a study group that had traveled across the continent, and while in Tanzania he had been given a copy of Heua by the economist and activist Mark Woods. Writing about the study group as a whole, he explains. Although obviously written for the African student, and perhaps just because of that it left a very deep impression even on our European minds, your analysis has made a major contribution to our understanding of Africa. I am convinced your book and your analysis should be brought to the white European student. Its knowledge is of a vital importance and necessity for us also, if we want to understand underdevelopment from its roots onwards. The letter writer goes on to say that there are others who have tackled these questions, politicians and African writers, but none have done it with such clarity or from an African point of view. Zeilig urges Rodney to consider a Dutch edition, which, if published cheaply enough, would be certain to reach a solid number of our students and pupils. After all, as Rodney states in the preface of Heua, this is one of his principal concerns, to give as many people as possible the opportunity to get acquainted with the African view on European colonialism. Zeilig offers to prepare the translation and arrange its publication and distribution. He then writes, I dare to ask you this only because I believe that the reasons you forwarded in your book for writing it, are genuine and true. For there is hardly any profit in translating and publishing a book in the Dutch language, unless you want to sell it at a high price. He then requests the rights for translation, promising not to change a word in the text. Rodney's reply came quickly, within a little more than a fortnight. Your letter was most welcome and stimulating. He answered Zelig's offer of a Dutch edition. It seems that we have a common view on most essentials, and personally I would be quite happy if you undertook the translation and arranged for publication in Belgium, and possibly Holland. Though the book's translation rights were held by Bogle Elovica Press in London, the appearance of a Dutch edition, Rodney explained, was unlikely to affect their commercial interest in the English version. He explained that he would write to the publisher indicating his support for the proposal and recommended that Zeilig do the same. The book, Rodney argues, was indeed intended primarily for Africans, but its circulation was never meant to be exclusively confined to Africans. Those of us here in Dar es Salaam and other parts of Africa who share these views would be most happy to see them widely disseminated throughout the world, and particularly in the metropoles with whom, for good or for bad, we are still closely integrated. If this type of engagement was typical detailed responses to requests, enthusiastic engagement, and criticism, as we shall see, Zeilig challenged Rodney to clarify several points in Heua, then it is hard not to imagine that most of the letters also received similarly fulsome and fraternal responses. Early criticism. In the 1972 letter from Anthony Ferguson mentioned above, which he addressed Dear Brother, the Caribbean Unity Conference member engages Rodney directly in some detailed comments and criticism. Writing as one revolutionary to another, he explains that he has read how Europe underdeveloped Africa and is studying, with Mzclr James, Nyerere's documents on decentralization, line by line. The document discusses an ongoing debate in Tanzania in the early 1970s and speaks to problems of planning development, including difficulty centralizing decision-making and a chronic shortage of resources, trained personnel, equipment, and organization. Ferguson then explains that after all of this study and reading, I have come to the conclusion that you're equating Russia with socialism is a mistake. The result of this conflation, he argues, is that you have written off the atrocities of the Stalin regime, the Khrushchev regime, and the bureaucracy as it is now under Brezhnev. These are grave errors, he notes, and ones Rodney needs to correct, especially as a third world intellectual. After all, according to Ferguson, people in the third world are beginning to break from Stalinism, increasingly aware that the differences between Russia and the United States are not that great. 16. In the 1972 letter in which Leo Nuens offered to take charge of translating and publishing a Dutch-language edition of HEUA, he also requested clarification on a couple of points. The first is Rodney's argument that the slave trade ensured the stagnation of the continent's general development, widening the gap between Africa and Europe. Nuens asks, if Europeans were able to even get to Africa and other continents, does this fact not prove that the gap in development was already significant? In respect to technical advances and trade, the gap, Nuens suggests, was greater than Rodney's analysis would indicate. He asks, presumably wanting an answer to these questions before he starts the translation, if it wouldn't be more accurate to say that both continents could be classified into the feudal mode of production, with Europe going towards the end and Africa rather at the beginning of it. He then rather presumptuously tells Rodney that it would be wrong to underestimate the already existing gap or even to create the impression that at that time there was hardly any gap at all. Nuens moves on to his second objection. Taking up Rodney's example in the Book of the Zulu State, which, Rodney argues, was unaffected by the slave trade, while the continent left to itself attained a high level of development. Yet, Nuens argues, this civilization was nearly exterminated by a handful of Boers who could hardly be considered part of the European elite. When these two groups, Zulu and Boer, met, it was the smaller group that won. Eager to press his point, Nuens asks whether this does not prove that the gap has been widening between an African group developing on its own, and a European group also developing on its own. His conclusion is that answers to Africa's underdevelopment must be sought not only in Europe's contribution to it, but also within African societies themselves. Finishing the letter, which is notable for its honesty and inquisitiveness, Nuens writes, "My father is a worker and most of my family are. I worked myself to pay for my studies. Yet in my family, nor in any other worker family as far as I know, has coffee been introduced for daily consumption only after powder coffee had been invented, an argument made in HEUA. In fact, on the European market, Nescafé are not cheaper than coffee beans, it is just easier and more quickly served." Unless Rodney, he asks, has figures to prove this to the contrary, he asks if this can be deleted in the Dutch edition he offers to prepare. Point 17. Rodney's reply came quickly within a little more than a fortnight. Your letter was most welcome and stimulating. Within the field of African history, a thesis such as mine would meet with criticism of the type that has a bourgeois worldview as its premise. Commenting on the necessity of such intervention and constructive commentary, he argues, in all disciplines relating to African studies, any progressive scholar is likely to find himself even more isolated than is the case for socialist scholars generally. This isolation, Rodney states, may generate stagnation on whatever path was initially intended, therefore meaningful dialogue such as that which you have undertaken is essential. These are significant comments. Rodney is stating clearly to a correspondent who has carefully presented certain criticisms of HEUA that whether or not the book has been written for him, a white worker from Europe, his engagement with it is essential. Nuens had stated clearly that he is from a family of Belgian, Flemish-speaking workers. Rodney pays attention and takes his criticism seriously. On the request for the change in the text on the question of coffee, Rodney explains that in the USA and other parts of the world with which I am familiar, the blends of ground, and not instant, coffee are more expensive. In any event, the fact that instant coffee is easier and more quickly served, is related to the cost,